Chapter 475. Qin Yu's current cultivation had reached the 8th grade Martial Emperor realm. However, the gap between the Martial Emperor realm and the Emperor realm was as big as a chasm. If it was a divine grade dragon, Qin Yu would be a little worried if it could directly advance to the Emperor realm. However, if it was a divine grade dragon, then it would not be surprising at all. This fluctuation should be the bloodthirsty killing heavenly dragon. The dragon's soul sensed for a while and said, "If it's a bloodthirsty killing heavenly dragon, I'm afraid it won't be easy to subdue." Qin Yu pondered for a moment. The bloodthirsty killing heavenly dragon's original divine ability was the bloodthirsty killing hell. It was somewhat similar to the 9 Serenities Hell Dragon, as it was also a boundary divine ability. However, compared to the 9 Serenities Hell Dragon, the bloodthirsty killing heavenly dragon was much more brutal and bloodthirsty. There was once a bloodthirsty killing heavenly dragon that was close to the immortal grade. Because of its bloodthirst, it caused a monstrous catastrophe in the 9 states of the heaven domain and slaughtered hundreds of millions of lives. The level of turmoil was far beyond the current situation in the 9 states of the heaven domain. It's not easy for the dragon race to transform. It shouldn't be so stubborn. The dragon's soul said, of course, if it insisted on not surrendering, then there was no other way but to kill it. Something seems to have happened in the depths. Be careful. Sun Gushing used his divination technique. After seeing the ominous sign, his expression turned serious. Sun Jiuxiao and the others heard him and moved forward in a special formation. In the middle of the formation was Qin Yu. Rumble. At this moment, in the wilderness near the center of the area, a great battle was taking place. A divine turtle that was about 500 feet tall, like a mountain, was emitting a dazzling golden light all over its body. The golden light was like a golden divine sword, wreaking havoc in the sky and shattering the earth as if it could slash everything in the world. This golden divine turtle was an ancient variant, the ancient black golden turtle. The ancient black golden turtle could be considered a descendant of the 5 elements sacred heavenly turtle. However, it did not inherit the 5 elements divine power and only had the power of profound gold. Even so, the ancient black golden turtle was definitely considered a top-notch exotic beast among the many ancient variants. The desolate black gold tortoise's aura was definitely at the level of a high-level emperor master. In front of the desolation black gold tortoise, there was a man in blood-red clothes whose eyes seemed to be condensed from blood. The man's blood-red eyes were cold, and his killing intent was monstrous. The aura he emitted was like an ocean, unfathomable. Facing the golden divine light of the desolation Xian golden tortoise, the man kept making hand seals. Streaks of blood-red ancient runes condensed and blocked all the golden divine light that shot over. This cold-looking man in blood-red clothes was the dragon clan that the dragon soul had sensed, the bloodthirsty killing heavenly dragon. While the battle was going on, the cold-looking man in blood-red robes repeatedly looked into the depths of the desolate ancient land. During this period of time, he tried to break free from the primordial black gold tortoise several times, but he was constantly entangled and unable to break free. Black golden tortoise, if you continue to pester me, don't blame me for being ruthless. After hundreds of rounds of battle, a sea of blood vaguely appeared in the blood-red eyes of the bloodthirsty slaughter sky dragon. In the sea of blood, there were countless corpses floating up and down. It was as terrifying as hell. The bloodthirsty slaughter sky dragon's aura also skyrocketed at this moment. The blood-red ancient runes formed by his hands were like Shunran, easily crushing the golden divine light that was attacking him. Xian Hai, back when you stole the immortal treasure and betrayed us, we said that you would enter the desolate ancient land. If you step into the desolate ancient land again, your blood will be spilled here. Do you think we were just casually talking? The primordial black gold tortoise spoke in human language and snorted coldly. As a descendant of the primordial divine beast and a desolate ancient mutant, its intelligence had long been awakened. However, many desolate ancient mutants did not walk the path of transformation. They mainly focused on awakening their bloodline and strengthening their physique. The stronger their bloodline and physique, the more terrifying their strength would be. What they pursued was the final realm of atavism. The Dragon Emperor is a rare genius. It's just a matter of time before he unifies the Dragon Clan. In the future, he will even be able to rule the entire 9 states of the Heaven Domain. The immortal treasure left behind by the immortal Phoenix's soul can only be used by the Dragon Emperor. Why are you so stubborn? As long as you submit to the Dragon Emperor, you can choose the vast sky domain when you become a lord in the future. You don't have to hide in this small, desolate, ancient land anymore. He sensed that the primordial black gold tortoise's power had also increased by a level. The bloodthirsty heavenly dragon, known as Xian Hai, frowned slightly. In terms of combat strength, he was not afraid of the primordial black gold tortoise. However, the primordial black gold tortoise's defense was very strong. He found it difficult to suppress it in a short time. More importantly, he sensed that there were many powerful auras that were not weaker than the primordial black gold tortoise in the desolate ancient land. Apparently, many desolate ancient mutants had sensed his battle with the primordial black gold tortoise. This was not a good thing for him. Our ancestors were bestowed by the immortal Phoenix Divine Lord in the past to awaken our bloodline and awaken our intelligence. We will follow our ancestors' wishes and protect the immortal Phoenix Divine Lord's position for generations. You betrayed your ancestors and submitted to the Dragon Clan from the outer region. You even stole the immortal Phoenix's immortal treasure. Now, you want us to follow you and betray you? You must be dreaming. Sacred golden runes appeared on the primordial black gold tortoise's huge shell. The divine aura it exuded became more powerful and terrifying. Even the heavens and the earth kept shaking. Do you really think I can't do anything to you? Xianhai's murderous intent intensified. The blood sea appeared in his blood-red eyes. Blood-red dragon scales appeared on his skin, and a vast blood chi surged into the sky like a river. Howl! Suddenly, a long howl of a wolf was heard. A giant green wolf that was 100 feet tall came from the distant horizon, bringing with it a demonic chi hurricane. Primordial wind wolf. Xianhai, who was about to use his killer move, was shocked. If the primordial wind wolf continued to entangle him, it would be extremely difficult for him to escape. Thinking of this, the blood-red dragon scales on Xianhai's body shone brightly. Trying to run? The primordial black gold tortoise's golden eyes focused and saw through Xianhai's intention. Rays of golden light appeared on the golden tortoise shell and turned into a golden cage that fell from the sky to suppress Xianhai. Escape! But at this moment, Xianhai turned into a ray of blood-red light and disappeared. The next time he appeared, he was already 1,000 miles away. After a few flashes, Xianhai completely disappeared, and his aura could no longer be detected. Almost at the same time, an extremely oppressive hurricane swept over. The primordial wind wolf that was 100 feet tall appeared. Blood void escape. The primordial wind wolf stopped and looked at the disappearing blood sea. It did not chase after him. Xianhai is probably here for the deity Phoenix divine ruin. We can't let him get close to the deity Phoenix stream. The primordial black gold tortoise's golden light gradually dimmed. It's not just Xianhai. Several of the top human sacred grounds in the East Continent seem to have heard the news. Even the forces in the Middle Continent have come. I'm afraid it will be difficult to stop all of them. The primordial wind wolf's voice was majestic. Chapter 476. Focus on guarding the temple. Kill anyone who dares to approach. The primordial black golden tortoise's eyes flashed fiercely. What about the heaven-swallowing ghost python and the soul-devouring lion? The ancient wind wolf nodded slightly and asked, even if we have some grudges, we should work together now. I will talk to them personally. The primordial black golden tortoise thought for a while and said, after a short discussion, the primordial black golden tortoise and the ancient wind wolf left separately. About half an hour later, a group of people came quietly. If Chinyu and the Dragon Soul were here, they would recognize them. They were from the Ghost Emperor Holy Island. The bloodthirsty heavenly dragon seemed to have fought here. It seems that the information is true. Although the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon was born in the ancient Desolation Land, it has completely separated from those ancient beasts and is even hostile to them. The heaven domain hasn't seen a transformed dragon for nearly 1,000 years. We must not let the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon go. Otherwise, we will not be able to explain to the Ghost Emperor. Wasn't there a rumor that a transformed dragon appeared in the spiritual state? No one went to check it out. I heard that the Ghost Emperor personally ordered us not to go to the spiritual state. Maybe the spiritual state is too chaotic. But as far as I know, some ghost shadow elders on the ghost list secretly went to the spiritual state. No way, except for the Ghost Emperor. Even the Supreme Elder and the others can't order the ghost shadow elders on the ghost list. Those Emperor realm masters were from the Ghost Emperor Holy Island. However, as they conversed, it was as if they were cultivators from different factions, making guesses. If outsiders heard this, they would be extremely surprised. But this situation was extremely common in the Ghost Emperor Holy Island. Although the Ghost Emperor Holy Island was led by the Ghost Emperor Zhentian, there were many factions. In order to compete for resources, infighting and killing each other often happened. It was not surprising that the information was not equal. Don't make wild guesses. If the Ghost Emperor has any orders, the 10 Great Elders will pass them on. Now, we just need to find a way to capture the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon. That's true. However, the speed of the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon's secret skill is frighteningly fast. We haven't been able to catch up with him all the way from the Barren State to the East State. We must think of a way to capture him. Let's follow and take a look first. That bloodthirsty heavenly dragon must have some ulterior motives for returning to this desolate ancient land from the outer realm. After talking for a while, the Ghost Emperor Holy Island's people left and disappeared into the void. After the Ghost Emperor Holy Island and the others left, the void rippled like water. A figure stepped out from the center of the ripples. That person was actually Aod, who had an agreement to join forces with Chinyu. A mere bastard actually dares to proclaim himself the Dragon Emperor? Just as well, I'll slaughter your right-hand man. First, Aod's eyes flashed with coldness as he sneered. Earlier, when the Black Sea and the primordial black golden tortoise were fighting, Aod had already hidden in the surroundings. He looked at the Ghost Emperor Holy Island and the others who were leaving and sneered. Roar! In the central region of the desolate ancient land, the deafening roar of a beast could be heard. A primordial exotic beast that looked like a rhinoceros was shining with a cyan luster as if it was made of bronze was attacking a figure. This primordial exotic beast was an ancient one-horned rhinoceros famous for its infinite strength and indestructibility. The cultivator that the ancient one-horned rhinoceros was attacking was Sun Jiushao from Heavenly Imperial Palace, as expected of a primordial exotic beast. Sun Jiushao's Tao art was chaotic, and his aura was terrifying, like a peerless sword being unsheathed. However, the ancient one-horned rhinoceros was only a high-level Emperor Realm Master. However, he was not defeated by Sun Jiushao, who was a top-tier Emperor Realm Master. Sun Jiushao had resisted for a long time with his powerful physical body. Attack! Let's end this quickly. Sun Guxing, who had used his divination technique to deduce the location of the immortal phoenix stream, immediately gave the order. The desolate ancient land had existed in the Eastern Territory for countless years, and it had never been conquered by the forces of the Eastern Territory. The degree of danger here was imaginable. If they were delayed, they would be besieged by the ancient one-horned beasts. Rumble, the Emperor Realm Masters from Heavenly Imperial Palace, who were originally protecting Sun Guxing, immediately attacked. Immediately, an earth-shattering battle broke out. The void distorted, and the earth cracked. Under the siege of all the emperors from Heavenly Imperial Palace, the ancient one-horned rhinoceros was quickly defeated and fled with serious injuries. Sun Jiushao and the others did not give chase. They quickly flew into the depths of the desolate ancient land. Awoo! After flying for tens of thousands of miles, Heavenly Imperial Palace and the others heard a majestic howl. Along with the howl, there were many extremely chaotic fluctuations of Taoist techniques. Emperor Realm Masters, and there are quite a few of them. Apart from us, there are other forces in the desolate ancient land. What should we do? Sensing the chaotic Tao art fluctuations, Heavenly Imperial Palace and the others withdrew their auras and looked at Sun Guxing and Sun Jiushao, waiting for their orders. Let's go and take a look. After a discussion, Sun Guxing and Sun Jiushao decided to go and take a look. Usually, no cultivators would go deep into the desolate ancient land. Why did they happen to encounter cultivators when they were on their way to the immortal phoenix stream? This made them a little concerned. Not long after, Qin Yu and the others arrived outside a deep valley. There was a chaotic battle taking place in the huge valley that spanned tens of thousands of miles. The two sides of the battle were more than 10 ancient exotic beasts and more than 50 human emperors. The battle was extremely fierce, and the entire valley was destroyed. Although there were only a dozen or so of those great desolate beasts, there seemed to be some sort of special power on those great desolate beasts. Therefore, even in the face of more than 50 human emperors and the dozen ancient exotic beasts, they were not at a disadvantage. Among the dozen or so prehistoric beasts, the most powerful one was a fiery red flaming lion with 3 horns. It was an ancient exotic beast that was comparable to a top emperor realm master. Its strength was unfathomable. That is, the dragon soul's eyes narrowed when he saw the symbol of a dragon and a tiger on the 50 emperors. The dragon-tiger divine sect. A cold, murderous intent flashed in the depths of Qin Yu's eyes. The dragon-tiger divine sect was created by the dragon-tiger emperor and was one of the top forces in the Eastern continent. The dragon-tiger emperor was one of the 12 ancient emperors that attacked Qin Yu together with Xing Luo. The 12 ancient emperors were the heaven-suppressing ghost emperor, the evil god emperor, the monster saint king emperor, and the great sun heavenly emperor, the dragon soul emperor, the profound feather god emperor, the 7-star ancient emperor, the scarlet moon emperor, the northern emperor, the chaotic north emperor, the great evolution emperor, and the 4 symbols Tao emperor. These 12 ancient emperors were the top 20 emperors in the emperor realm. Their forces covered almost half of the 9 provinces of the heaven domain. This was also the reason why Qin Yu had always been cautious and did not expose his identity. If the 12 ancient emperors and the stronger Xing Luo knew about his reincarnation, the consequences would be unimaginable. It's the top force in the Eastern continent, the Dragon Tiger Divine Sect. Sun Jiuxiao was in charge of the Imperial Palace's intelligence system, so he naturally recognized the overlord force in the Eastern continent. Chapter 477. They actually sent more than 50 emperors to the great desolate ancient land. The eyes of Heavenly Emperor Palace and the other Emperor Realm Masters flickered. There were so many sovereigns. Could it be that some treasure had appeared in the great desolate ancient land by coincidence? Avoid them. Sun Guxing made a prompt decision and led the Sky Emperor Palace and the others away. Their goal was to go to the immortal Phoenix Stream to find the primordial divine Phoenix Bone. There was no need to get involved with the forces of the East Continent. Half a day passed. After evading more than a dozen ferocious beasts, the Heavenly Imperial Palaces group finally arrived at the immortal Phoenix Stream. In the depths of the great desolation ancient land, there was an endless mountain range. The immortal Phoenix Stream was located at the center of the mountain range. Just as they arrived outside the immortal Phoenix Stream, Sun Jiuxiao and Sun Guxing's expressions changed slightly. It seems like the aura of the seven-colored celestial Qilin. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. Could there be immortal beasts in this immortal Phoenix Stream? Sun Jiuxiao and Sun Guxing looked at each other, clearly having the same thoughts as Qin Yu. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just as Sun Guxing was about to lead his men into the immortal Phoenix crevice, a series of sonic booms could be heard. Powerful and terrifying Tao fluctuations surged, shaking the wind and clouds. There was also a violent and bloodthirsty aura of the Dragon Clan within the Tao art energy. Bloodthirsty Heavenly Dragon is here. The Dragon Soul's eyes lit up, and it immediately reminded him. At such a close distance, Qin Yu naturally sensed it in an instant. He tilted his head and looked at the void to his left. A group of people appeared in the sky. To be more precise, it was a streak of blood-red light flying in front, followed by dozens of ghastly figures. Bloodthirsty Sky Dragon and Ghost Emperor Sacred Island? Qin Yu's eyes narrowed as he immediately recognized him. The Ghost Emperor, Holy Island's people were chasing after bloodthirsty Sky Dragon. The Ghost Emperor, Holy Island, and the others came to the East Continent for the bloodthirsty Sky Dragon. The Dragon Soul's expression changed. Logically speaking, the cultivation Tao of the Ghost Emperor's Sacred Island shouldn't have anything to do with the Dragon Clan. If that's the case, then we'll have to fight. Qin Yu's gaze was cold. Originally, he didn't want to meet the high-level sovereigns of the Ghost Emperor's Sacred Island now. However, if the Ghost Emperor's Sacred Island was really here for the bloodthirsty Heavenly Dragon, then they had to act. No matter what, the bloodthirsty Heavenly Dragon must not fall into the hands of others. Those people are from the Ghost Emperor's Sacred Island of the Central Continent. Are they chasing after the Dragon Clan? As Sun Guxing spoke, he could not help but look at Qin Yu. Qin Yu's motive for coming to the immortal Phoenix Stream was for the Dragon Clan. Could it be that the dragon he had divined was the one who had taken human form? If that was the case, they would have to go against the Ghost Emperor's Sacred Island. Many thoughts surfaced in Sun Guxing's head. With Sky Emperor Palace's current strength and the current turbulent situation in the spiritual state, Sky Emperor Palace could not afford to offend them. Facing the Ghost Emperor's Sacred Island, which was one of the top forces in the Central Continent, was not a joke. There's someone else? A Peak Emperor? After Bloodthirsty Sky Dragon, Ghost Emperor Holy Island, and the others, another figure silently flew over at an extremely fast speed. That person's speed was faster than the Ghost Emperor Sacred Island and the others. If one did not see that person with the naked eye, one would not be able to see that person. In other words, That person had completely concealed his aura fluctuation. Starting from martial ancestor or martial venerable, a martial artist's perception would gradually replace his vision. Especially in a battle, whoever had a more sensitive perception would be able to predict in advance and have a higher chance of winning. That person was able to completely conceal his aura, so one could imagine his attainments in the art of concealment. AOD. However, Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul were stunned when they saw that person. They did not expect AOD, who had disappeared for a long time, to appear here again. Is AOD also here for the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon? The Dragon Soul said. Back then, AOD had wanted to subdue the purple thunder divine firmament dragon and rebuild its ancestral eternal dragon. Now that he had his eyes on the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon, he probably wanted to subdue it as well. When two tigers fight, one of them will be injured. When that time comes, our chance will come. Qin Yu's eyes lit up. In this case, the heavenly imperial palace and the others were unreliable. Qin Yu could only rely on his own strength to take the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon. If it was only the Ghost Emperor Holy Island, then the possibility of Qin Yu succeeding was not high. But if AOD was involved, then it would be a different story. AOD's strength was undoubtedly at the peak of the Emperor realm. Last time in the Evil Wind City, if Qin Yu had not trapped the 8 desolate wind flame dragons' dragon source blood, AOD would not have been able to escape. AOD was worried about the safety of the 8 desolate wind flame dragon. The few high-level Emperor realm masters from the heavenly imperial palace would not be able to escape unscathed. AOD and the Ghost Emperor Holy Island were in a chaotic battle, with the skeleton ghost king's cultivation and means as long as he seized the opportunity. It seemed that it was not impossible to get the bloodthirsty, heavenly dragon source blood. 2 dragon clan members in human form. Seeing AOD rushing into the immortal phoenix stream, Sun Guxing's eyes became more solemn. AOD gave him a feeling that he was even more powerful than the peak Emperor realm masters from the Ghost Emperor Holy Island. AOD's strength was definitely among the peak Emperor realm masters. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The bloodthirsty heavenly dragon, the Emperor realm masters from the Ghost Emperor Holy Island, and AOD rushed into the immortal phoenix stream one after another. The immortal beast fluctuations emitted from the immortal phoenix stream became more and more intense. Then a thick fog was emitted and instantly shrouded the entire immortal phoenix stream. Moreover, it spread in all directions. Not long after, the mountain range was completely covered by the thick fog. Chirp! While Sun Guxing and the people from the heavenly imperial palace were still in shock and bewilderment, a crisp and pleasant phoenix cry resounded through the 9 heavens. Faintly, one could see that within the immortal phoenix stream that was covered by the dense fog, there was a huge black shadow that was about to fly. Roar! Roar! The moment the phoenix cry appeared, the entire Great Desolation ancient land shook. Countless Great Desolation mutants roared. For a moment, the Great Desolation ancient land changed color, and the sky trembled. The soul of the immortal phoenix. Somewhere in the Great Desolation ancient land, in a huge lake, the golden eyes of a giant golden tortoise changed greatly when it heard the phoenix cry. It immediately turned into a golden light and rushed into the sky, quickly flying in the direction of the immortal phoenix stream. Damn it! Someone broke into the heavenly imperial palace. At this moment, many powerful and terrifying Great Desolation mutant beasts in the Great Desolation ancient land rushed toward the immortal phoenix stream. Oh no! A large number of Great Desolation mutants are coming. Quickly go in! Sun Guxing and Sun Jiuxiao immediately sensed the Great Desolation ancient land's mutant beasts' movements. Their expressions changed, and they immediately led Qin Yu and the others into the immortal phoenix stream and disappeared into the thick fog, although they did not know what had happened, since they were already at the immortal phoenix stream. They naturally could not retreat. Moreover, if they retreated now, they would definitely run into the great desolation mutants. Whoosh! In the immortal phoenix stream, Qin Yu and the others rushed into the thick fog and felt an extremely terrifying hurricane sweeping toward them from all directions. Bang! 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 Sun Guxing, Sun Jiuxia, and the others became serious and immediately attacked with all their might. However, the hurricane was extremely terrifying. It was like a great desolation divine beast had crashed into them. In an instant, the group of people from the Sky Emperor Palace were scattered in all directions. Chapter 478. Oh no! Sun Guxing's expression changed when the hurricane hit, and he instinctively grabbed toward Qin Yu. However, it was too late. In an instant, Qin Yu, Sun Jiuxiao, and the rest of the Sky Imperial Palace's people had been completely scattered. What kind of power was that? Sun Guxing's eyes flashed with surprise, and he immediately performed a divination technique to divine the whereabouts of Sun Jiuxiao and Qin Yu. Soon, Sun Guxing held the divination spiritual compass in his hand and flew toward a certain direction. At this time, the entire deity Phoenix Stream was in a mess. Not only the Sky Imperial Palace's people, but also the Ghost Emperor Sacred Islands people who had chased bloodthirsty, heavenly dragon into the deity Phoenix Stream. Even the ancient beasts that were originally in the immortal Phoenix Stream were injured by the hurricane that had appeared. Whoosh! In a certain thick fog, Qin Yu, who had been swept away by the terrible hurricane, finally stabilized his body. Qin Yu looked around. The fog here was not as thick as when he had entered, and he guessed that he was already quite far away from the entrance. That hurricane just now was a little strange. The dragon soul in the ancient dragon seal said. After being scattered, Qin Yu, who had used the ancient divine power and the azure dragon battle the heavens, still could not withstand it. The power contained in that hurricane was definitely comparable to that of a top emperor. However, that hurricane did not contain the power of Tao or the power of ancient exotic beasts. Instead, it seems to be pure soul power. Qin Yu slowly descended from the void. His gaze was fixed on the looming figure of a huge phoenix in the thick fog in the distance. Could it be that the legendary deity Phoenix of the ancient era has not dissipated? The dragon soul also saw the looming figure of the phoenix and guessed, a creature of the ancient era, even if it is just a soul, should not be able to live until now. Qin Yu shook his head slightly. The ancient era, and the primordial era were 3 eras. Even immortal beasts could not live that long. Wait, however, before he finished speaking, Qin Yu seemed to have thought of something, and his voice came to an abrupt halt. This doesn't seem impossible. Qin Yu thought of the blood demon from the blood demon continent. Strictly speaking, the great desolate ancient era could be considered an era. Since the blood demon had been able to live from the ancient times until now, he had no choice but to accept the blood demon. The immortal phoenix was rumored to be an immortal beast, so it was naturally possible that it was the soul of an immortal beast left behind by the immortal phoenix. The blood demon's cultivation had always been a mystery. However, no matter how strong it was, it should only be at the level of an immortal beast. Forget it. Finding bloodthirsty heavenly dragon is the most important thing. After thinking for a moment, Qin Yu temporarily suppressed this idea. To Qin Yu, even the soul of a real immortal beast was far inferior to the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon. Because killing the heavenly dragon was directly related to whether Qin Yu could officially break through to the Emperor realm. Only by breaking through to the Emperor realm could Qin Yu be considered one of the top masters in the heaven domain. having combat power comparable to an Emperor Realm Master, and truly breaking through to the Emperor realm were two completely different things. Whoosh! Just at this moment, another wave of berserk hurricanes attacked from all directions from the immortal phoenix stream. Chenyu let out a low roar. With the soul-devouring curse in his left hand and the heaven-devouring dragon seal in his right hand, the sealing divine light flashing behind him. Boom! With the three of them working together, Chenyu was still sent flying a few hundred feet away. Fortunately, he was prepared this time, and Chenyu controlled his body as he was sent flying. What happened in the depths of the immortal phoenix stream? When the hurricanes completely dissipated, Chenyu dispersed the sealing divine light around him. The shadow of the huge phoenix seemed to have become much more solid, and its power was even more powerful. That kind of feeling was like a peerless, ferocious beast was gradually awakening. I sensed it. It's in the northwest direction. At this time, the dragon soul that used the secret technique had already locked onto the location of the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon. Earth-burrowing technique. A bronze mask appeared in Chenyu's hand, and after putting it on, his figure flashed and burrowed into the ground, disappearing. Rumble! After sneaking a few hundred miles underground, Chenyu heard a loud noise that shook the sky. Immediately, an extremely violent and destructive principle technique, mixed with the bloodthirsty, heavenly dragon aura swept out. This fluctuation, sensing the aura of the ghost Emperor Holy Island and the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon, Chenyu's eyes lit up, and he quietly burrowed out of the ground. He saw an astonishing battle taking place in the thick fog. The vast principle technique raged across the world, and an overwhelming amount of blood chi filled the world. They collided with each other in the void, turning the area into an area of destruction. The two sides of the battle were 5 Emperor Realm Masters, and they were fighting against a blood-red figure. The figure, surrounded by a dense blood-red light and covered with blood-red dragon scales, was Xian Hai. However, the 5 Emperor Realm Masters were not from the Ghost Emperor Holy Island. They were all wearing pure white robes, and there was an extremely special white true chi circulating around them. It's really the heavenly Yuan divine dynasty. Chenyu's eyes flashed with a cold, murderous intent. The Tian Yuan divine dynasty was also one of the top forces in the East continent. The one who created Tian Yuan Shin dynasty was one of the 12 ancient emperors, Emperor God Tian Yuan. Chenyu did not expect that the people of the Ghost Emperor Sacred Island would appear first, then the Longhu divine sect, and now even the Tian Yuan divine dynasty would appear. Out of the 12 ancient emperors in his previous life, he had encountered 3 of them at once. It would be too much to call this a coincidence. It looked like there really was a possibility that some kind of treasure had appeared in this immortal phoenix stream. Soaring Heaven Divine Palm, the leader of the 5 sovereigns from the Tian Yuan divine dynasty, was a skinny old man. His cultivation was close to that of a top-level sovereign venerable. As he thrust out his palm, the vast power of the Wei condensed into a giant palm that covered the sky, as if it was going to crush the sky. Dark blood finger. Xian Hai shouted angrily. The blood-red dragon scale on his hand glowed. Wisps of blood chi condensed on his fingertip. He pointed his finger, and a blood-red light tore through the air. The giant palm that blotted out the sky was pierced through and exploded with a loud bang. It transformed into a berserk Dao power that wreaked havoc. Blood dragon kill. The sea of blood in Xian Hai's blood-red eyes roiled as his murderous intent filled the sky. His figure flashed as he pounced on the 2 high-level sovereigns who were rushing toward him from the left. He formed a seal with his hands, and the blood-red dragon chi transformed into a ferocious blood-red dragon. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it pounced on the 2 high-level sovereigns. Ever since he came to the Heaven Domain, he had been continuously hunted down. If it weren't for the Immortal Phoenix Stream's mission, Xianhai would have taken revenge long ago. He wouldn't have been hiding all this time. Now that he had come to the Immortal Phoenix Stream, Xianhai could no longer suppress the bloodthirsty, murderous intent in his heart. Asterisk bang. Asterisk, a deafening explosion sounded. The two sovereigns who had used their terrifying way arts trembled. They were both sent flying several hundred meters away by the blood-red dragon. Their auras fluctuated chaotically, as if they had suffered a severe backlash. Chaotic heaven hand, heart-urging demon curse. The other two high-level sovereigns immediately took the opportunity to attack. They used their divine abilities and secret techniques. Huge cracks appeared on the ferocious blood-red dragon, and a thick blood-like blood chi leaked out. Blood explosion technique. A sneer appeared at the corner of Xianhai's mouth. With a thought, the blood-red dragon pounced on the two sovereigns. Immediately after, a deafening explosion sounded. The blood-red dragon directly exploded. The two sovereigns were immediately enveloped by a boundless blood chi. Chapter 479. Puff, puff. The blood mist split open, and two figures flew out. They were the two high-level emperors. From the looks of it, they were also injured. In the blink of an eye, 4 of the 5 emperors of the heavenly Yuan spirit dynasty were injured by Xianhai. Although the 4 were only slightly injured, it was enough to show Xianhai's strength. Qin Yu, who was watching the battle in the dark, suddenly changed his expression. Someone from the Ghost Emperor Holy Island is here too. The dragon's soul also sensed it immediately. This is going to be interesting. A smile appeared on Qin Yu's face. The more chaotic the battle was, the more beneficial it would be for him. Thinking of this, Qin Yu quietly went underground. Array runes spread out and merged into the ground. It was not easy to snatch food from the mouths of 2 top forces. He had to be prepared. Fortunately, the strange thick fog in the Immortal Phoenix Stream helped Qin Yu a lot. Otherwise, the success rate of setting up array runes under the eyes of so many emperors was not high. Boom! The violent battle continued. The destructive power of the Tao and the divine abilities and secret techniques of the Dragon Clan raged. Even if the 5 emperors of the heavenly Yuan spirit dynasty joined forces, they could not suppress Xianhai and gradually fell into a disadvantage. Xianhai was now close to transforming into a dragon. Blood-red dragon scales covered his body, and dragon horns protruded from his head. An extremely bloodthirsty and brutal dragon pressure spread out, raging in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Not only the Dragon Tiger Divine Sect, Dark Island, High Heaven Sect, even the heavenly Yuan spirit dynasty has appeared. Something important must have happened in the depths of the Immortal Phoenix Stream. Otherwise, it would be impossible to attract so many top forces from the East Continent. That huge phoenix silhouette, could it really be the legendary Immortal Phoenix? Even if it is not the real Immortal Phoenix, it must be related to the Immortal Phoenix. Let's ignore that phoenix shadow first, gather the others, and capture the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon. Outside the violent and destructive battle, 2 figures were hiding in the thick fog. They were from the Ghost Emperor Holy Island. One was a high-level emperor, and the other was a top emperor. While watching the battle, the 2 people from the Ghost Emperor Holy Island would occasionally look at the gigantic phoenix shadow deep in the celestial phoenix stream. The Immortal Phoenix Stream was most famous for the legendary Immortal Phoenix that had passed away here during the Desolate Age. Now, when they saw the image of a phoenix spreading its wings, they would naturally think of the legendary Immortal Phoenix. Pucci. At this time, the outcome of the battle was gradually becoming apparent. A high-level emperor, realm master from the heavenly Yuan spirit dynasty, had his arm cut off by Xian Hai's secret technique and was sent flying while coughing up blood. The 5 people from the Tianyuan divine dynasty, who were already at a disadvantage, immediately fell into an absolute crisis. Hold him back. The skinny elder from the Tianyuan divine dynasty looked solemn, but he did not give up. However, their originally violent attacks were focused on defense. Although he had been blown away, he had used a secret technique to inform the others in the Tianyuan divine dynasty. As long as they could stall the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon here, they would definitely be able to capture it. Whoosh, whoosh. Sure enough, after fighting for about half an hour, silhouettes rushed out from the thick fog from all directions. There were more than 20 of them. They were all Emperor Realm Masters, and their cultivations were above the 5th or 6th level. The 2 leaders were even top Emperor Realm Masters. They are finally here. Seeing this, the skinny elder's face was filled with ecstasy. In the past half an hour, 3 of the 5 of them had been severely injured, and one of them had almost died. If it were not for his secret technique, the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon would have escaped long ago. Set up the array. After the 20 Emperor Realm Masters from the Tianyuan divine dynasty arrived, they immediately took out the array flags. As their Dao techniques surged, they formed a pure white ancient divine array. It trapped Xian Hai, who was covered in blood-red dragon scales and was surrounded by a vast blood qi. Roar. With a violent dragon roar, Xian Hai, who was in danger, completely revealed his true form. A blood-red dragon that was thousands of feet long traversed the heavens and the earth. The bloodthirsty heavenly dragon's blood-red dragon scales had blood-red thorns, looking extremely ferocious. Rumble! Along with the roar and dragon roar, the Dao techniques collided with the divine abilities of the dragon clan, and a destructive battle broke out. With such destructive fluctuations, even an ordinary emperor, realm master would die without a doubt if they were to barge in. Although he was besieged, Xian Hai, who had revealed the true form of the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon, had his strength amplified to that of a peak emperor realm master. Not only did he not lose, but he also launched violent attacks from time to time while defending. The divine array shook violently, and it seemed to be on the verge of collapse. The Emperor Realm Masters of the Tianyuan Divine Dynasty were also occasionally injured by the secret technique attacks, and were eliminated. It seems that the battle won't end in a short time. Indeed, the Tianyuan Divine Dynasty is preparing a killer move, and the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon has yet to display its source divine ability. It seems that we have to wait a little longer before we can sell it. However, I didn't expect the Tianyuan Divine Dynasty to be so obsessed with transforming into the Dragon Clan. This is indeed a little strange, but it's a good thing for us to have them as the vanguard. On the Ghost Emperor Holy Island, more than 30 Emperor Realm Masters, who had been scattered, had gathered. They did not intervene, but continued to lurk in the dark, waiting for an opportunity. Speaking of which, why does the Ghost Emperor want to transform into the Dragon Clan? Do you have any news? It seems that even the 10 Great Elders and the Supreme Elders don't know the details. The Ghost Emperor personally gave the order to capture a transformed Dragon Clan. There must be a major reason for this. That's right. Other than the ancient immortal token, this is the second time the Ghost Emperor personally gave the order after he went into seclusion to heal his injuries 1,000 years ago. The Ghost Emperor Holy Island and the others were still talking to each other while watching the battle. It was precisely because the Ghost Emperor attached so much importance to the transformed Dragon Clan that they kept their eyes on the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon, even though they knew that something important must have happened in the depths of the immortal Phoenix Stream, and there might even be a huge opportunity. Their main task was still to capture the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon. When the Ghost Emperor Holy Island and the others were hiding in the dark, They did not notice. A figure quietly appeared in the thick fog around them. Although he was only a few hundred feet away from the Ghost Emperor, Holy Island, and the others, none of the Emperor Realm Masters of the Ghost Emperor, Holy Island noticed him. That person was AOD, who had been following them all the way. AOD watched the battle between the Heavenly Yuan Spirit Dynasty and the Black Sea coldly. He did not get involved in the battle. His idea was the same as the Ghost Emperor, Holy Island. They both wanted to reap the benefits of the battle. Kacha! The destructive battle lasted for a quarter of an hour before a clear cracking sound could be heard. The bloodthirsty heavenly dragon opened its mouth, and a huge blood-red light beam pierced through the void. A huge hole appeared in the ancient divine array set up by the Heavenly Yuan Spirit Dynasty. The 4 Emperor Realm Masters in charge of the array could not dodge in time and died under the blood-red light beam. Since we can't capture him alive, let's kill him. The skinny old man of the Heavenly Yuan Spirit Dynasty and the 2 top Emperor Realm Masters' faces became extremely ugly when they saw this. Although they were a top force, the loss of 4 6th grade Emperor Realm Masters was quite a heavy blow. Therefore, the people of the Heavenly Yuan Spirit Dynasty immediately prepared a strategy. The originally steady attack turned into a strong suppression. Chapter 480, Heaven Origin Divine Seal. Immediately, the ancient divine array that had been pierced was restored in an instant. The Tao techniques of more than 20 Emperor Realm Masters of the Heaven Origin Divine Dynasty poured into the ancient divine array. At the center of the ancient divine array, a pure, white ancient seal the size of a palm was condensed. The Tao technique that it emitted was as vast as the sea and unfathomable as a peerless god emperor. The void within a radius of 10,000 miles was suppressed by the terrifying Tao technique. It seems that the winner is about to be decided. Everyone, cheer up! Seeing this, the Ghost Emperor Holy Island and the others immediately focused. The battle between the Sandpiper and the clam was coming to an end. It was time for them, the fishermen, to show up. In the thick fog, AOD, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, he glanced in the direction of the Ghost Emperor, Holy Island, and the others, and sneered. Since the Ghost Emperor, Holy Island, wanted to be the fisherman, he would be the Oriole. However, AOD's gaze was cold. When he glanced at the surrounding void that was filled with thick fog, a strange look flashed across his eyes. He had a feeling that there was someone hiding in the dark. However, he had been sensing for a long time, but he didn't find anything. AOD wasn't sure if it was an illusion or if there was really someone hiding in the dark. Bloodthirsty Slaughter Prison. Sensing the white ancient seal condensed by the Heaven Origin Divine Dynasty and the others to suppress it, AOD was shocked. In the Black Sea's blood-red dragon eyes, there were countless mysterious blood-red dragon tattoos revolving around them. In the next moment, the blood fog swept out like a flash flood or a tsunami. The entire divine array was immediately covered by the blood fog. What's going on? The blood is out of control. Oh no! When AOD cast his divine ability, Bloodthirsty Slaughter Prison, the several Emperor Realm Masters who had been seriously injured were invaded by the blood mist before they could even react. In just a moment, the few Emperor Realm Masters exploded. Their exploding blood was crazily devoured by the blood and blood mist, and their souls were directly scattered. After AOD devoured the blood of the few Emperor Realm Masters, his aura skyrocketed. Be careful! This is the Bloodthirsty Slaughter, Heavenly Dragon's divine ability. Don't touch the blood fog. The faces of the 2 top sovereigns of the Tianyuan Divine Dynasty also changed greatly because of the chaotic blood in their bodies. Although they had heard of the bloodthirsty Heavenly Dragon's innate ability before, This was the first time they had seen it. Who would have thought that the power of the bloodthirsty hell would be so terrifying? Several 6th grade and 7th grade Emperor realm masters were instantly detonated. Even they found it hard to control the blood in their bodies. If it had been a one-on-one battle, they would have definitely been hit. Roar. A dragon's roar shook the heavens, and a bloody mist rolled. The Black Sea, which was thousands of feet long, was like a blood-red torrent that flashed through the void filled with rolling blood mist. Rumble. A bloodthirsty killing intent burst out from the 9 heavens, and the 3 venerable sovereigns of the Tianyuan Shin dynasty were sent flying by the blood-red dragon tail. Puchi. However, the Black Sea was also pierced through by the white ancient seal. The dragon scales shattered, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. However, as the blood mist surged in the void around them, Yi Zichen's eyes widened. Blood filled the wounds on Xianhai's body. His flesh and blood regenerated, and his injuries immediately healed. The blood mist of the bloodthirsty purgatory had astonishing healing powers for the Black Sea. Sacrificial God Seal. The 2 top venerable sovereigns of the Tianyuan Shin dynasty looked at each other, and each summoned a mysterious divine seal. The 2 ancient seals flew out of their hands and merged into the divine array. Swish, 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 swish. White light seals condensed and fell from the sky like a meteor shower, shattering the void. The blood mist surging in the void was constantly annihilated by the white light seals. The wounds on the Black Sea, which was thousands of feet long, continued to increase, and his flesh continued to explode. His huge body made him an excellent target at this time. Even with the recovery speed of the bloodthirsty purgatory's blood mist, it could not keep up. Under the storm-like attacks, Xianhai's injuries became more and more serious. Even though Xianhai launched a crazy and brutal attack, seriously injuring and killing several venerable sovereigns of the Tianyuan Shin dynasty. However, the situation did not change. The 2 top venerable sovereigns were the real key. The divine seals they took out just now were not real divine weapons, but their power was far beyond that of Emperor artifacts. As the battle dragged on, Xianhai's situation became worse. Bang! Finally, Xianhai's head was bombarded by the divine seals. The dragon horns on his head exploded, and the thorny dragon scales shattered. Xianhai was seriously injured, and the dragon scales on his body dimmed significantly. Even his berserk and bloodthirsty aura had become weak. This is our chance. The eyes of the 2 top venerable sovereigns of the Tianyuan Shin dynasty suddenly lit up, and they quickly formed seals. From the ancient divine array, a beam of white divine light fell onto Xianhai's dragon head. Xianhai, who had been struggling, stiffened as his dragon soul was suppressed. Do it! The moment the dragon soul was suppressed, the 2 top venerable sovereigns immediately ordered the skinny old man. The skinny old man, whose aura was chaotic, had long been ready. His figure flashed, and he appeared above Xianhai's dragon head. With a move of his right hand, the white light condensed into a seal, and he was about to completely detain Xianhai's dragon soul. Swish! But at this moment, a black blade filled with ghost chi broke through the air. The skinny old man, whose face was filled with ecstasy, was caught off guard and was sent flying while vomiting blood. Who is it? The people of the Tianyuan Shin dynasty, who originally thought that victory was in their hands, were shocked. Everyone's expression changed when they saw this sudden turn of events. They didn't expect that someone would make a move at this critical moment. Swish, swish, as the black blade appeared. One figure after another appeared in the air and rushed toward the Black Sea that was being suppressed. This fluctuation, it's the Ghost Emperor, Holy Island. Damn it! The eyes of the 2 top venerable sovereigns of the Tianyuan Shin dynasty suddenly turned gloomy and cold. They had paid a huge price to suppress Xianhai, who had turned into a murderous heavenly dragon. But the ghost emperor, Holy Island, wanted to take advantage of them. How could there be such a good thing? Swish, 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 swish. The white divine light that was originally suppressing Xianhai's dragon's soul disappeared. It was replaced by the white light seal that had previously injured Xianhai. It exploded like a meteor shower again. The terrifying aura seemed to want to kill all the people of the Ghost Emperor, Holy Island. The other venerable sovereigns of the Tian Yuan Shin dynasty also rushed out crazily with murderous intent. Even though the Ghost Emperor Holy Island was a top force in the central continent, they couldn't tolerate such a sneak attack. Those white light seals were enough to kill high-level venerable sovereigns and severely injure top venerable sovereigns. When they came into contact with the people of the Tian Yuan Shin dynasty, not only did they not cause any injuries, but they also continued to increase their strength. Form the array. 3 ghosts devour the heavens. The people of the Ghost Emperor Holy Island weren't surprised by the reaction of the people of the Tian Yuan Shin dynasty. After they appeared, they immediately formed the array, and a ghastly ghost chi filled the air. In an instant, a dark and evil ancient array was formed in the ancient divine array. In the ancient array, there were 3 huge, ferocious, evil ghost divine seals. They were arranged in the position of the 3 yuan and exuded a monstrous aura. Chapter 481. Bang! Bang! The storm-like white light seals completely disappeared after they crashed into the pitch-black ancient formation. The 3 ferocious evil ghost divine seals in the ancient array opened their huge mouths as if they were alive. Mysterious ghost chi vortexes appeared in the mouths of the 3 evil ghost divine seals. The white light seals that continuously bombarded him were completely devoured by the 3 ghost seals, leaving not even a single trace behind. As for the Emperor Realm Masters from the Heavenly Yuan Spirit Dynasty, they rushed forward. Before they could get close to the black ancient array, they were intercepted by the Ghost Emperor Holy Island. The Heavenly Yuan Spirit Dynasty had just suffered a great battle. Although he was not completely exhausted, his combat strength had already been greatly reduced. The Ghost Emperor Holy Island and the others had been conserving their strength. At this moment, the Heavenly Yuan Spirit Dynasty's people were immediately suppressed. There was no way to break through the Ghost Emperor Holy Island's defense. The 2 top emperors from the Heavenly Yuan Spirit Dynasty were extremely upset when they saw this scene. Such a targeted defense. Apparently, the Ghost Emperor Holy Island and the others had watched the battle between Bloodthirsty and the Heavenly Dragon from beginning to end. However, although they were angry, they did not stop attacking. However, the white light seals that originally filled the sky had undergone a change. They turned into beams of light that penetrated the black ancient array and accurately hit the Ghost Emperor Holy Island and the others. Puff! Puff! This sudden change caught the Ghost Emperor Holy Island a little off guard. 3 high-level emperors and 8 fifth-grade emperors were hit, and their bodies and emperor souls were sealed. The emperors from the Heavenly Yuan Spirit Dynasty seized the opportunity to kill them on the spot with violent Tao power. This greatly boosted the morale of the Heavenly Yuan Spirit Dynasty's people, and their attacks were extremely fierce. The top emperors from the Ghost Emperor Holy Island were about to join forces to suppress Xianhai, who had regained his freedom. At this moment, when they saw the 3 high-level emperors die, their eyes immediately became a little gloomy. They only had 12 high-level emperors with them on this trip. Now that 3 high-level emperors had died, it was a huge blow to their strength. If they continued to die like this, it would be difficult for them to leave the ancient desolation land successfully even if they captured Xianhai. Therefore, when they saw more and more white light penetrating the ancient array, they no longer cared about the heavenly Yuan spirit dynasty. They couldn't care less about attacking the Black Sea. With a wave of their right hands, black array flags appeared one after another. The black flag flew into the sky and blended into the pitch-black ancient town. It caused the pitch-black ancient town to be covered by a layer of mysterious light. That mysterious light shield seemed to have the power to counter divine light. The white divine light was completely absorbed after coming into contact with it. When the heavenly Yuan divine dynasty sovereigns saw this, they immediately used their trump cards to attack the Ghost Emperor Sacred Island. The Ghost Emperor Holy Island countered with tit-for-tat attacks. While dealing with the Tian Yuan Shin dynasty's attack, the Ghost Emperor Sacred Island's preparations to capture bloodthirsty Sky Dragon were completed. Among them, there were 2 top-notch sovereigns who had joined forces with 10 sovereigns above grade 5. They formed a sovereign grand array, trapping the Black Sea in the middle. During the confrontation between the two sects, the Black Sea had swallowed the blood of the 4 high-level sovereigns. More than half of the numerous bloody holes on the enormous dragon body had already healed. His originally weak aura had clearly become much stronger. Although he was trapped in the siege of the Ghost Emperor Sacred Island's sovereigns. However, the Black Sea's bloodthirsty eyes were extremely cold and did not waver at all. Hand seal. The 2 top-notch sovereigns from the Ghost Emperor's Sacred Island quickly formed hand seals and attacked without any hesitation. Immediately, a cloud of ghost chi that could make one's soul tremble appeared. The 10 sovereigns above grade 5 attacked one after another. Streams of ghost chi and Tao arts were constantly injected into the cloud of ghost chi. One could clearly see that there were mysterious ghostly runes floating within the cloud of ghostly chi. Go! The top-notch sovereigns from the Ghost Emperor Sacred Island shouted in a low voice. The cloud of black ghost chi turned into hundreds of millions of wisps of mist and swept toward the Black Sea. In an instant, the Black Sea's 1,000-foot-long dragon body was completely covered by the black mist. The black mist frantically drilled into the bloodthirsty Sky Dragon's body. No matter how hard the bloodthirsty Sky Dragon struggled, it could not resist. As more and more black mist drilled into the bloodthirsty Sky Dragon's huge dragon eyes, the light dimmed. The bloodthirsty Sky Dragon's frenzied glow quickly dimmed, and it seemed to have become a little demented. The Ghost Emperor Sacred Island's secret technique, the ghost-controlling technique. Underground, Chinyu had restrained his aura fluctuations. Like a wood or stone, he was attentively sensing the intense battle in the sky. He was familiar with the secret technique used by the 2 top-notch sovereigns from the Ghost Emperor Sacred Island. Rumor had it that it was a secret technique obtained from the ghost race that could enslave 10,000 ghosts. This secret technique fell into the hands of the Ghost Emperor Tian and was modified into a secret technique that could directly control souls. Although the name of the secret technique did not change, its use was completely different. AOD should be unable to hold back and will attack soon. The Dragon Soul's voice came from the Divine Dragon Ancient Seal. Judging from the current battle, the Ghost Emperor Sacred Island had the absolute upper hand. Not only did they resist the sovereigns from the heavenly Yuan Divine Dynasty, but they also suppressed the bloodthirsty Sky Dragon. If AOD did not attack soon, the Ghost Emperor Sacred Island would succeed. Did he notice me? Chinyu's eyes flashed slightly. As the descendant of the Dragon Emperor, AOD was not an ordinary top-notch sovereign. Although he had suffered 2 losses in his hands, his strength was unquestionable. If AOD had noticed his existence, it was possible that he had been holding back, and not attacking. Whoosh! Just as Chinyu had this thought, a sharp piercing sound broke through the air. Almost at the same time, the dark ancient array set up by the Ghost Emperor's sacred island and the others was shattered. The barrier around them was instantly shattered and pierced through. A figure appeared in front of Xian Hai as fast as a ghost. It was AOD, Heaven and Earth Freeze. After AOD appeared, he did not change at all and cast his source divine ability. Dark blue ice spread out from the Heaven and Earth Freeze. In the blink of an eye, half of the sky was frozen. Whether it was the dark ancient array of the Ghost Emperor's sacred island or the ancient divine array of the heavenly Yuan divine dynasty, they were all frozen in an instant. Even the sovereigns from the two sects were affected greatly. Dozens of sovereigns were frozen on the spot. A top-notch sovereign in the dragon transformation realm. The sudden appearance of the Heaven and Earth Freeze shocked the sovereigns from the Ghost Emperor's sacred island and the heavenly Yuan divine dynasty. Even the top-notch sovereigns from both sides were extremely shocked and immediately resisted with all their strength. AOD's strength was much stronger than Xian Hai's. AOD ignored the people from the Ghost Emperor's sacred island and the heavenly Yuan divine dynasty. After casting the Heaven and Earth Freeze, he immediately prepared to attack Xian Hai. Ice Freeze Palm. AOD did not want to subdue Xian Hai, so he attacked with a killing move. A dark blue ice condensed into a palm with terrifying fluctuations. It was going to kill Xian Hai. They are not together. Stop him. The top-notch sovereigns from the heavenly Yuan divine dynasty and the Ghost Emperor's sacred island were shocked when they saw this. They cast all their divine abilities and secret techniques to stop AOD. They did not expect that AOD, who was also from the dragon transformation realm, would suddenly attack Xian Hai. Chapter 482, Golden Emperor's Spirit Kill Technique. 5 Divine Sword Slash. The two top sovereigns of the Tianyuan divine dynasty immediately used their secret techniques to break the ice and stop AOD from attacking. Great Ingos Curse, Demon-Slaying Blade, Soul-Tearing Hand. The 3 top sovereigns of the Ghost Emperor Holy Island were even more anxious. They reacted faster and attacked more fiercely. The news of bloodthirsty killing the Sky Dragon had already spread to the middle ground Saint Island. Even the Ghost Emperor might have heard about it. If they successfully brought bloodthirsty Sky Dragon back to the Saint Island, they would definitely be rewarded handsomely. However, if they failed, they would have to bear the Ghost Emperor's anger. There must be a reason why the Ghost Emperor cared so much about the shape-shifted dragon clan. Therefore, no matter what, they could not let AOD kill bloodthirsty Sky Dragon. Although AOD was also a shape-shifted dragon clan member. However, with AOD's strength, they were not confident that they could capture him. In comparison, bloodthirsty Sky Dragon was the best target. Therefore, they immediately attacked AOD. Their goal was to force AOD to retreat. If AOD did not dodge, even if he could kill Xian Hai, he would definitely be severely injured. Get lost. AOD's icy blue eyes were still cold in the face of the attack. There was no change in his expression. AOD's frozen palm, which was aimed at Xian Hai's head, struck down without hesitation. At this moment, a crystal-clear dark blue frost dragon seal appeared between AOD's eyebrows. Ancient frost dragon inscriptions that could be seen with the naked eye spread out and turned into an ice crystal shield. The destructive attacks of the top sovereigns of the Tianyuan divine dynasty and the Ghost Emperor Holy Island were all blocked. Young master, long time no see. However, at this moment, a sinister and evil voice sounded. AOD's eyes suddenly changed when he heard the voice. Boom! Just as AOD reacted, a deafening sound was heard. AOD's frozen palm was shattered by a terrifying force. Even AOD was sent flying a few hundred feet away. If it were not for the ice crystal shield, AOD would not have been sent flying. This is the sovereigns of the Ghost Emperor's Sacred Island and the Tianyuan Divine Dynasty were all shocked by this sudden change. When they saw it, their eyes couldn't help but narrow. The dragon soul, which had been suppressed by the Ghost Emperor's Sacred Island's ghost-controlling art, suddenly changed. Once the secret technique was completed, he would be able to completely control the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon. At this time, the dragon eye, which had lost its spirit, actually regained its consciousness. More importantly, the Black Sea, which was originally 1,000 feet large and had transformed into the true form of the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon, gradually took on a human form. How is that possible? The dragon soul of the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon should have been sealed by the ghost-controlling art. No, this aura, this isn't the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon's dragon soul fluctuation. The three top sovereigns of the Ghost Emperor's Sacred Island couldn't hide their shock when they saw this scene. Although the appearance of Xianhai, who had taken human form, hadn't changed, Xianhai's appearance was still the same. However, the aura on his body was already different. The bloodthirsty slaughter, heavenly dragon's aura carried an intense bloodlust. However, the Black Sea now exuded an extremely evil aura from head to toe. Although there were many secret techniques in the Ghost Emperor's Sacred Island, there were many evil Tao techniques. But compared to the evil aura that the Black Sea was emitting, it paled in comparison. This evil dragon Qi, the dragon soul in the dragon god ancient seal, sensed the terrifying evil aura from the Black Sea and fell into deep thought. Primordial evil nether dragon. Qinyu immediately sensed it. The primordial evil nether dragon was a dragon species that was comparable to AOD, who was an immemorial ice crystal dragon. In terms of bloodline, the primordial evil nether dragon was several times more noble than the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon. Aoba, AOD, who had stabilized his body, looked at the Black Sea that was surrounded by evil energy. The deep blue ice in his eyes turned into bone-chilling murderous intent. We haven't seen each other for 10 years. Young master, your cultivation has improved greatly. A cold smile appeared on the Black Sea's face. That pair of blood-red eyes had the look of a hunter staring at his prey. How dare a bastard call himself the Dragon Emperor? Aoba, do you think you can hide your lowly identity by seizing power? AOD walked toward the Black Sea with monstrous, murderous intent. Every time he took a step, his aura would become several times more terrifying. The Black Sea was only controlled by Aoba's soul power, and was not the real Aoba. Even so, the murderous intent in AOD's heart could not be suppressed. Ha, young master, this is no longer the era where thousands of races submitted to our ancestor. So, whether you are a bastard or a bastard, if you want to sit on the throne, you must have enough strength. You were expelled from the clan, not because you were framed by me. It was because you were not strong enough, not ruthless enough, and could not suppress others. The Black Sea chuckled. His chuckle was so eerie that it sent chills down people's spines. Yes, I was not ruthless enough back then. That's why I was framed by you. But now, it is not 10 years ago. AOD's murderous intent surged, and ice filled the air. The ice that appeared this time froze the entire void, and its power multiplied. The faces of the people from Ghost Emperor, Holy Island, and Heavenly Yuan Spirit Dynasty changed drastically. They immediately protected their Emperor Realm Masters and retreated. The power of AOD's divine ability was completely different from before. They did not want to be implicated. Anyway, the battle between Aoba and AOD would only benefit them. Fire burn. The Black Sea looked at the phoenix shadow in the depths of the immortal phoenix stream and formed a seal with his hands. Immediately, a pitch-black flame burned in his eyes that contained a surging sea of blood. The black flame spread out from his eyes and burned the void. The all-encompassing deep blue ice and the eerie and evil black flames clashed in the air. The two collided and annihilated each other. White fog billowed out. Have you completely refined the abyss dark flame? Aode's gaze became colder. The abyss dark flame was the Dragon Emperor's dragon flame. It was born together with the ancient ice crystal. So, to a certain extent, the two came from the same source. It was difficult to distinguish their power. Destroy. Aode's hands changed. The ice dragon scale between his eyebrows shone, and a cold light pierced through the sky. The deep blue ice and the pitch-black flames that collided with each other were both crushed. Pucci, the sound of flesh being pierced was heard. A thumb-sized bloody hole appeared in the Black Sea's heart. The flesh and bones in his body were frozen. I'm no match for him in my current state. I can only retreat. Black flames burned within the body of the heavily injured Black Sea, melting the ice crystals. At the same time, a thick, blood-red light appeared on his body. Trying to run? Aode saw through Black Sea's intention, and his gaze became colder. The terrifying primordial ice crystals swept over again, trying to completely freeze the Black Sea. Blood void escape. Black Sea's hands moved. A black ancient talisman turned into a black sea of fire and blocked the ice that swept over. The moment the ancient talisman appeared, a blood-red light flashed, and Black Sea used a secret technique to escape hundreds of miles away. Chapter 483. Dragon Emperor, Ancient Power. Seeing this, Aode's eyes flashed fiercely. He punched out, and a deafening dragon roar sounded. Aode's fist exuded an aura that contained Supreme Emperor aura. A blue and black fist radiance blasted through the void like a shooting star. The ancient talisman sea of fire that Xianhai had cast was broken by the fist radiance, and it instantly arrived behind Xianhai. Blood void escape, extreme flash. Xianhai's eyes narrowed, and the blood-red light around him intensified. In the next instant, 3 blood-red lights flashed in the void. After the 3 blood-red lights flashed, Xianhai dodged the fist radiance formed by the Dragon Emperor Ancient Power. The next time we meet, I'll kill you. Xianhai, who had moved 1,000 miles away, turned back and looked coldly at Aode. He moved his right hand and made a throat-slitting gesture. Before he finished speaking, Xianhai's body flashed with blood-red light, and he flashed again. Aode's face grew colder and colder. He immediately chased after the Black Sea at an extremely fast speed. Seal. Just as Xianhai was about to escape, the void suddenly became like the surface of the water. Ripples appeared and intertwined with each other. The entire void became chaotic and distorted. This power, Aode, who was chasing after Xianhai, immediately stopped in the void, as if he had fallen into a swamp. Aode was no stranger to this power that could affect the entire void. It was not the first time he had sensed it. No wonder he had felt that someone was hiding in the dark. He had thought that it was an illusion, but now it seemed that he had been too hasty. Space-time power. Xianhai's face changed. He could feel it more clearly. The space-time energy was like thousands of strands of invisible airflow that completely wrapped around him. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not escape. Obviously, the power here was completely targeted at him. There's someone else hiding? The sovereigns from the Tianyuan Divine Dynasty and Ghost Emperor Sacred Island had ugly expressions. They had been fighting for their lives, but they did not expect that there was more than one person hiding behind them. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Almost at the same time that the space-time power appeared, ancient runes appeared in the void within 1,000 miles. Those talisman markings were connected to each other, and they faintly transformed into numerous ancient talismans. Those ancient runes quickly spread out and formed an ancient rune array that covered the sky. In addition to space-time energy, the ancient rune formation also contained killing intent, black light, lightning, flames, and divine power. Black Sea, who was trapped in the ancient array, immediately felt a bone-chilling killing intent. That killing intent was even more dangerous than AOD's. It's actually the five gods' heaven-subduing formation. The top sovereigns of the Ghost Emperor's sacred island were shocked when they saw the ancient rune array. The five gods' heaven-subduing formation was one of the immemorial divine formations. It was rumored that it had been lost since the immemorial era. Even Ghost Emperor Zhentian, who had entered the Tao through arrays, did not have the five gods' sky-subduing array. Just who was it that set up the five gods' heaven-subduing formation? Is he from the Ghost Emperor's sacred island or the Tianyuan Shen dynasty? Xianhai looked at the extremely terrifying ancient symbol array, and his gaze became increasingly solemn. Given the profundity of this ancient formation, the person who set it up must have had attainments in formation runes that were at least at the sovereign level. As a member of the Dragon Clan, AOD should not have such connections. The most likely possibility was that these two were the top superforces in the heaven domain. Of course, this guess was also because AOD had stopped in an instant and did not chase after him. If it was AOD's companion, he should have cooperated with him. Given the grudge between him and AOD would not have shown him any mercy if he had the chance. AOD did not make a move now, which could only mean that he did not know the identity of the person who set up the array. Swish! Just as Xianhai was on guard, a dazzling divine light pierced through the void and blasted toward Xianhai. The divine light was so powerful that it even tore the chaotic void that was enveloped by the space-time force. Break! Xianhai, who was on full alert, pointed his finger. A finger surrounded by pitch-black flames shattered the dazzling divine light. After making a move, Xianhai raised his eyebrows slightly and a trace of surprise flashed across his blood-red eyes. The fluctuations of this ancient rune array were so terrifying that it made his heart palpitate. However, the cultivation of the person who made the move was only comparable to an ordinary Emperor Realm Master. It seemed that the person had just reached the Emperor Realm. Boom! The moment the divine light was neutralized, 100-foot-long purple lightning bolt turned into a ferocious purple dragon and pounced toward Xianhai with bared fangs and brandished claws. Dragon clans, innate divine ability. Xianhai was stunned and could not believe it. The person who made the move just now had the aura of dragon blood. However, at most, he had the bloodline of the dragon clan. He was definitely a human cultivator. A human cultivator could master the dragon clan's innate divine ability. It's really him. When AOD saw the divine firmament world annihilation lightning, he immediately knew that his guess was right. The person who made the move in the dark was Qinyu. After confirming that it was Qinyu, AOD, who was about to beat him up, calmed down and watched calmly. In order to deal with Xianhai, he had left many means in the outside world. Even though Xianhai had escaped from the immortal Phoenix Stream and even left the primitive desolation ancient land, he also had a way to kill Xianhai in the East Continent. Therefore, he wanted to take the opportunity to see. Was Qinyu the dragon god emperor, who was said to be the strongest in the heaven domain thousands of years ago, the one who made all the dragons move to the outer realm? Although he had joined forces with Qinyu to kill an Emperor Realm Master before, it was just an ordinary Emperor Realm Master. However, that was only for ordinary Emperor Realm Masters. The current Black Sea was different. With Ao Ba's soul power in his body, his strength was definitely at the peak of the Emperor realm. If Qin Yu wanted to take him down, it would take a lot of effort. Over there, the dark and evil abyssal hellfire appeared again and blocked the divine firmament world annihilation lightning. This time, Xianhai also noticed Qin Yu's location. He glanced at the heavenly Yuan Divine Dynasty and Ghost Emperor Holy Island, who did not want to get involved in the battle. He directly used the Blood Void escape to where Qin Yu was. Bloodthirsty hell. As he rushed out, Xianhai's body was covered in blood. The billowing blood mist was like surging blood, with a monstrous, bloodthirsty killing intent covering half of the void. The place where Qin Yu was also covered by the blood mist. Swish! After the blood mist covered Qin Yu, the sound of a sharp blade cutting cloth was heard. It was Xianhai who had used a secret technique to condense a blood-red divine blade and directly cut Qin Yu in half. Dragon Qi? Xianhai was stunned again. Qin Yu, who had been cut in half by his secret technique, turned into wisps of dragon Qi. Oh no! But at this moment, Xianhai felt a chill run down his spine, and his face suddenly changed. Without thinking, he immediately wanted to use the blood void escape to avoid it. Swish! Swish! However, it was already too late. 5 rays of light fell from the sky from the ancient rune array, like 5 Shinran rivers. They imprisoned Xianhai in an instant, giving him no time to react and escape. Swish! Almost at the same time, the sound of flesh being pierced through was heard. The wisps of dragon Qi suddenly turned into a dragon claw and penetrated Xianhai's body, a ball of crystal-clear blood the size of a baby's fist condensed in the dragon claw. Chapter 484. Bang! The moment the crystal-clear blood condensed, the dragon claw collapsed and dissipated into dragon Qi. The ball of blood also disappeared along with the dissipation of the dragon aura. How could this be? Feeling the dragon blood source in his body disappear in an instant, Ao Hai was stunned. Xianhai stood there in a daze. His blood-red eyes were blank, and he couldn't react at all. The dragon claw just now had penetrated his body, but for an Emperor Realm Master, that level of injury wasn't fatal at all. What really shocked Xianhai was that the moment the dragon claw penetrated his body, it took away the bloodthirsty, heavenly dragon's dragon blood source. Even as a member of the dragon race, he had never heard of or seen such a shocking secret technique. Has the dragon blood source been taken away? Ao's eyelids trembled slightly. Although he had seen Qin Yu take away Ao Jio's bloodline in the Battle of Evil Wind City, but seeing it again now, he was still extremely shocked. This was also the reason why AOD was still extremely wary of Qin Yu, even though he had an agreement to form an alliance with him. He was very worried that if he wasn't careful, his dragon blood source would also be taken away by Qin Yu. In terms of combat strength, not to mention him, even Xianhai was far superior to Qin Yu. However, being strong in combat strength didn't mean that he could suppress Qin Yu. Just like now, Qin Yu had taken away Xianhai's dragon blood source with the power of the ancient array. Under Qin Yu's command, it didn't seem difficult for the weak to defeat the strong. Let's go! Qin Yu, who had obtained the dragon blood source, immediately broke through the void with joy in his eyes. The 5 gods heaven subduing array was one of Qin Yu's strongest trump cards now. This ancient array not only contained the divine abilities of the 9 nether purgatory dragon, purple thunder divine firmament dragon, and golden flame heaven incinerating dragon. There were also several strands of God's killing intent and ancient divine power. It was precisely because of this that Qin Yu could fight against a top Emperor Realm Master with his current cultivation. However, they were only able to resist it. They were unable to truly suppress it. Qin had to rely on a sneak attack to extract the Black Sea's origin's dragon blood. If they were to fight head-on, Qin would not have a chance to succeed. Therefore, Qin, who had succeeded, did not hesitate in the slightest and immediately prepared to leave. Qin found it hard to deal with Black Sea and AOD alone. If the Ghost Emperor Sacred Island and the Tian Yuan Shin dynasty attacked together, Qin would be in danger. The reason why the people from the two great factions didn't make a move was because of the two great factions. He was probably waiting for the battle between AOD and the Black Sea to end. Now that Qin had reaped the benefits, he had become the target of public criticism. The people of the Ghost Emperor Sacred Island and the Tianyuan Divine Dynasty would no longer stand by and watch. Dragon Emperor God-slaying force. Black Sea reacted instantly. His blood-red eyes, which had become several times dimmer, surged with monstrous killing intent. If the origin bloodline was taken away, the Black Sea would be crippled. This naturally infuriated Aoba, who had always valued the Black Sea. When he came back to his senses, the evil black dragon tattoo between his eyebrows spread, and he broke free from the restraint of the five gods' sky-subduing formation. Then he pointed his right hand in the air. His index finger exploded, and as the blood mist surged, it condensed into a dark evil force. The dark force pierced through the void and locked onto Qin. Protect! Qin's body turned cold. Knowing that he could not dodge, he immediately put up a defense. Within the five gods' sky-subduing formation, layers of spirit barriers appeared behind Qin. But then, the sound of shattering could be heard. The spirit barriers formed by the five gods' sky-subduing formation cracked one after another. They could not stop the dark force for even a moment. Kacha! Qin's eyes narrowed. He formed a seal with both hands and was about to attack again. A dark blue chilling light suddenly appeared, traversing through the void and directly freezing that hidden force. It was AOD. Do they know each other? Black Sea's face darkened, and his killing intent became even more violent, ice-sealing heaven and earth. As he attacked, AOD had already rushed out with rolling ice. The chaotic and distorted void was frozen inch by inch. Black Sea immediately fell into a desperate situation. There was nowhere to run. After the origin dragon blood was taken, Black Sea's combat strength immediately dropped by several levels. The power of the Abyss hellfire could no longer burn the ancient ice crystals. It was suppressed by AOD. Attack! At this moment, the Ghost Emperor Sacred Island and the Tianyuan Divine Dynasty were just as Qin had predicted. They had let bygones be bygones and joined forces at this moment, attacking from two different directions. One attacked AOD, while the other chased after Qin. They had witnessed the entire battle just now. Naturally, they knew that the dragon blood that Qin took was extremely important to Black Sea. Otherwise, Black Sea's combat strength would not have dropped so much. And for the dragon race, the most important blood was undoubtedly the origin dragon blood. 2 top-tier sovereigns and 8 high-level sovereigns. 5 gods, sky-concealing formation. Looking at the emperors of the two sects who were rushing towards him, Qin sneered and made a series of hand seals. Boom, 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 boom. 5 deafening explosions resounded in the thick fog. At this moment, the 5 gods' sky-concealing formation split into 5 ancient arrays. In the 5 ancient arrays, the ancient runes merged into one, as if they had turned into an ancient god, and came crashing down with a loud bang. The sovereigns of the Ghost Emperor Sacred Island and the Tianyuan Divine Dynasty had to defend themselves. Otherwise, with the power of the killing array, they would be seriously injured even if they did not die. Dragon Soul, attack! Qin Yu's eyes were filled with killing intent as he shouted in his heart. Now that Black Sea was entangled with AOD, the two sovereigns had split their forces. To Qin Yu, this sort of situation was no longer that pressing. Although he could not suppress top-tier sovereigns, Qin Yu was confident that he could deal with high-level sovereigns and ordinary sovereigns. Time reversal. Space rend. In the Divine Dragon Ancient Seal, the dragon's soul immediately used its time divine ability. In the void, space cracks appeared without warning. The sovereigns of the Ghost Emperor's Sacred Island and the Tianyuan Divine Dynasty, who were defending against the Five Gods' sky-concealing formation, were immediately attacked. Swish! At the same time, with a flash of white light, the Skeleton Ghost King, whose cultivation had reached the peak of the 4th grade sovereign realm, appeared. The sound of flesh being pierced was heard. Immediately, 3 sovereigns died under the cooperation of the Dragon Soul and the Skeleton Ghost King. Although Qin Yu did not participate in the battle personally, he did not just stand by and watch, while controlling the Five Gods' sky-concealing formation to attack. One after another, the divine abilities and secret techniques of the Dragon Clan appeared one after another. A violent battle broke out immediately, and the sky shook violently. Not long after, more than 10 sovereigns of the Ghost Emperor's Sacred Island and the Tianyuan Divine Dynasty died. Among them, there were 2 high-level sovereigns. This made the top-tier sovereigns of the 2 sects look ugly, and their attacks became more violent. While resisting the Five Gods' sky-concealing formation, they madly approached Qin Yu. On the other side, the battle between AOD and the Black Sea was gradually coming to an end. Even with the interference of the sovereigns of the Ghost Emperor's Sacred Island and the Tianyuan Divine Dynasty, AOD still had the absolute upper hand. The Black Sea had once again revealed the original body of the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon. Even so, he was still no match for AOD. The situation was getting more and more dangerous, and he could die at AOD's hands at any time. Whoosh whoosh. At this moment, an extremely terrifying hurricane came from the depths of the immortal Phoenix Stream again, covering the sky and the earth. The hurricane that appeared this time was far more powerful than the previous 2. Even the Dragon Soul's time force that filled the void was directly dispersed. Chapter 485. A rumbling sound rang out. The 5 ancient arrays formed by the Five Gods' heaven-subduing array were directly shattered into dust by the oncoming hurricane. The Ghost Emperor, Holy Island, and Heavenly Yuanshan dynasty masters who were fighting were the first to bear the brunt of the hurricane and were directly swept away. Qin Yu, who did not participate in the battle, noticed it in time and immediately escaped by burrowing into the ground. The Skeleton Ghost King was collected by the Dragon Soul in the Source Dragon world and returned to the Divine Dragon Ancient Seal. AOD, Xianhai, and the other 2 emperors were also instantly engulfed by the hurricane. The originally frenzied battle situation was instantly dispersed. After burrowing underground for hundreds of miles, Qin Yu, who had completely restrained his aura, emerged from the ground. This hurricane appeared at such an inopportune time. The Dragon Soul appeared from the Divine Dragon Ancient Seal and released the Skeleton Ghost King. If the Soul Force Hurricane had not appeared, they would not have let any of the high-level emperors of the Ghost Emperor, Holy Island, and Heavenly Yuanshan dynasty live. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Qin Yu also felt a little regretful, but for him, the most important thing now was to refine the dragon blood. With the essence of the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon's source dragon blood, Qin Yu felt that this time it should not be too big of a problem to break through to the Emperor realm. In the vast immortal Phoenix Stream, he flew thousands of miles away. It was not until the huge Phoenix shadow was a little blurry that Qin Yu burrowed into the ground again. After laying down layers of barriers underground, Qin Yu entered the Divine Dragon Ancient Seal. This time, the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon's source dragon blood did not refine half of it like before. Now that the situation was getting more and more unstable, the most appropriate way was to let Qinyu break through to the Emperor realm first. Today, he was lucky to have set up a trap in the dark and snatched the source dragon blood from the mouths of many tigers. But if his concealment was seen through, let alone snatching the source dragon blood, it might even be difficult to escape. Being surrounded by several top emperors was not something that could be completely resisted by just relying on an ancient array. From within the divine dragon ancient seal, a dragon roar filled with bloodthirsty and violent killing intent resounded. The origin dragon blood that had been unsealed by Qinyu immediately transformed into a bloodthirsty, heavenly dragon that roared at Qinyu. The dragon clan's origin dragon blood basically had its own dragon spirit. The higher the level of the dragon's cultivation and bloodline, the more serious the dragon spirit in the origin dragon blood. Bloodthirsty, heavenly dragon's cultivation had already reached the high-order emperor realm. Using the divine abilities of the dragon clan, he could even fight against a peak emperor master. Naturally, his origin dragon blood was extremely intelligent. Divine dragon ancient seal, suppress. With a single thought from Qinyu, a vast number of dragons descended. The divine dragon ancient seal was refined from the body of immortal Shinran. That was the only immortal grade dragon that Qinyu had ever seen. However, the vast dragon might contained within his dragon body could suppress all the dragons in the world. The originally violent and bloodthirsty origin dragon blood of the bloodthirsty slaughter, heavenly dragon immediately trembled. Whoosh, whoosh. Streaks of dragon light appeared out of thin air in the divine dragon ancient seal. The bloodthirsty heavenly dragon's origin dragon blood was directly pierced through and turned into a vast sea of pure dragon blood. Immemorial battle dragon, refine. Qinyu immediately used his cultivation technique to refine the dragon blood that was as vast as the sea into pure dragon energy and infuse it into his body. The divine dragon ancient seal suppressed the dragon blood and analyzed the divine abilities. The immemorial battle dragon art refined the dragon blood and evolved the cultivation. From a certain point of view, the divine dragon ancient seal was created by Qinyu in order to complement the immemorial battle dragon technique. Rumble! As the vast dragon chi entered his body, Qinyu's cyan dragon vein trembled violently and frantically refined the dragon chi into his body. The 75 branch dragon veins were also operating to the extreme at this moment, crazily plundering and devouring the dragon chi. Qinyu's cultivation was rapidly increasing at a speed that would shock anyone. Under the dragon soul's power of space and time passed slowly while Qinyu was hiding 1,000 miles deep underground and refining the dragon's blood. A riot was happening in the immortal Phoenix Stream. With the appearance of the gigantic Phoenix shadow, all the strange beasts in the ancient desolate land gathered. There were even hundreds of strange beasts that had reached the Emperor realm. Such a huge army of strange beasts caused the major forces in the East Continent to suffer heavy losses. Once the strange beasts discovered traces of foreign clans, they would immediately move. Whether it was the human race cultivators or the monster race cultivators, they would all be attacked. Whoosh! The thick fog broke open and several figures appeared cautiously, looking around vigilantly. Where did Shenfeng go? These figures were Sun Guxing, Sun Jiuxiao, and the others from the heavenly imperial palace. Their auras were obviously a little chaotic, and some of them were even weak. They looked as if they had just gone through a huge battle. Since his natal blood token is fine, he should not be in any danger. He must have gone into hiding. Even though they are worried, after taking a look at Qinyu's lifeblood card, they are not very anxious. The strange beasts in the ancient desolate land are rioting. Something big must have happened in the depths of the immortal phoenix stream. What should we do? Sun Jiuxiao looked at Sun Gushing. Qin Yu's safety was naturally very important. However, the goal of their trip was the primordial divine phoenix bone. They had to get it. They had already found 2 of the 4 great divine herbs. As long as they got the primordial divine phoenix bone, they would only have the last immortal spirit herb. Ever since they learned that the primordial divine power was very likely to be controlled and suppressed by the extraterritorial demon race, Shi Tiangang, Sun Gushing, and the other descendants of the 3 sovereigns sped up their refining of the immortal emperor pill. This was because they found that the primordial divine power that had fused with their true essence was extremely difficult to expel and purify. If they forcefully removed it, it would cause great damage to their cultivation. Given the current situation of the spiritual state and the heavenly domain, even if they knew that the primordial divine power had hidden dangers, they did not dare to do anything that would harm their cultivation. Once the top sovereigns like them damaged their cultivation and regressed, they would be devoured by the wolves, tigers, and leopards of the spiritual state before the extraterritorial demon race took action. I'll go find Shinfeng. You take some people to the depths of the immortal phoenix stream and see what's going on. Remember, other than the primordial divine phoenix bone, don't get involved in any disputes. After pondering for a moment, Sun Gushing looked at the huge phoenix shadow and slowly said, "Along the way, they saw several top forces of the East Continent. The primordial beasts were also rioting because of this. Without a doubt, something big must have happened in the depths of the immortal phoenix stream. Perhaps a huge opportunity had appeared. If it were any other time, they would definitely fight for it. However, obtaining the primordial divine phoenix bone was the most important thing now. The primordial divine phoenix bone was also a rare divine herb. However, it was not that attractive to attract so many major forces. Therefore, if they only wanted the primordial divine phoenix bone, their chances of success were much higher." "Okay," Sun Jiuxia nodded, and immediately left with the sovereigns and elders. Sun Gushing held the spirit compass in his hand and continued to divine Qin Yu's location. The more he divined, the more surprised Sun Gushing's eyes became. This was because Qin Yu's aura appeared in several directions at the same time. With such a method, Qin Yu was most likely setting up a bewildering formation in order to escape. It was also because of this that Sun Gushing and the others had been looking for Qin Yu. Chapter 486. However, even with his divination methods, he was unable to accurately divine Qin Yu's exact location. This made Sun Gushing even more curious about Qin Yu. This curiosity had already been born during the battle of the Heavenly Imperial Palace. Because of this, Sun Gushing had even specially divined Qin Yu's fate after the battle. However, he was unable to deduce Qin Yu's origin, nor was he able to divine his future. There was only a piece of chaos, a piece of hazy chaos. Has he been caught? On a certain mountain peak in the immortal phoenix stream, AOD sneered after sensing for a moment. If that's the case, AOD glanced at the huge phoenix silhouette, then looked towards the depths of the immortal phoenix stream. Could it really be the immortal soul left behind by the immortal phoenix? After pondering for a moment, AOD's figure flashed and rushed into the dense fog in the depths of the immortal phoenix stream. In the depths of the immortal phoenix stream, an ancient divine palace floated in the void, filled with vast divine might. Above the divine palace, there was a dark purple silhouette that was 10 feet tall. This purple silhouette was the primordial immortal phoenix. A vast and terrifying divine might was emitted from the dark purple immortal phoenix, suppressing the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The phoenix silhouette that covered the sky above the immortal phoenix stream was formed by the divine might of the immortal phoenix. as expected of an immortal beast. Even without intelligence, the immortal soul still has such powerful battle strength. In front of the immortal phoenix silhouette, there was a figure confronting each other. That person was holding a pitch-black ancient sword, and his entire body was covered with sword aura. The sword might was terrifying. If Qinyu was here, he would definitely be shocked. This person was actually the Sky Burier Sword Immortal that Xing Luo had chased after. However, compared to the spiritual state war ranking, the Sky Burier Sword Immortal's transformation could be said to be earth-shattering. The most obvious difference was that Heaven-Burying Sword Immortal's cultivation had already reached the 8th grade Emperor realm. One must know that the Sky Burier Sword Immortal was only a rank 1 martial emperor during the spiritual state war ranking. If such a terrifying cultivation speed were to spread, who knew how many people would be shocked? Of course, if people were to know that the Sky Burier Sword Immortal had fused with the true power of an ancient immortal, then it would be more than shocking. All the experts in the 9 continents of the Heaven Domain would take action. One must know that the ancient immortal force was the strongest force in the history of the Qinyun domain. Many venerable sovereigns believed that whether it was the Tao of the ancient gods or the martial Tao of the true essence, the Tao of the ancient gods and the martial Tao of the true essence, in the end, all roads lead to the same destination. In other words, once one reached the peak of the true essence martial way, one would be able to cross the legendary immortal way. Because of this, countless venerable sovereigns would desperately study the power of ancient immortals after their cultivation had reached a bottleneck. Many ancient emperors who were nearing the end of their lifespans would risk their lives to refine ancient immortal energy. In the end, no one had ever succeeded. Basically, all of them would end up with their souls scattered. One could imagine what kind of shock it would cause in the heaven region if the news of Heaven-Burying Sword Immortal were to spread. In the area around the ancient Divine Palace and Heaven-Burying Sword Immortal, hundreds of violent Emperor Realm exotic beasts were madly attacking a pale white barrier. Although the pale white barrier looked extremely fragile and could be easily shattered, it was still extremely powerful. But in reality, it was extremely sturdy under the attack of hundreds of Emperor Realm mutants. No matter how hard the mutants attacked, they could not break through it. Among the exotic beasts, there were also human race cultivators appearing from time to time. Judging from the attire of those venerable sovereigns, they were all top forces in the East Continent: Dragon Tiger Divine Sect, Dark Island, High Heaven Sect, even the Heavenly Yuan Divine Dynasty and Ghost Emperor Holy Island, which had suffered heavy casualties, had arrived. While the hundreds of exotic beasts were attacking the pale white barrier, they were also madly attacking the human race cultivators. Whether it was outside or inside the barrier, an earth-shattering battle broke out. Around the Divine Palace, in the inner world of the barrier, the Golden Saint Lion was walking in the void. Once any part of the barrier became unstable, the Golden Saint Lion would immediately attack. Ancient beast seals were sent into the spirit formation, causing it to become even more solid. But most of the time, the Golden Saint Lion was watching the battle between Heaven-Burying Sword Immortal and the immortal Phoenix Shadow. The battle between the two sides had been going on for more than 14 hours, but there was still no winner. The Golden Saint Lion looked at the immortal Phoenix Shadow with a strong yearning in its eyes. Although the Golden Saint Lion was an immemorial sacred beast, its ancestor had not become an immortal beast. Therefore, regardless of whether it was an immemorial sacred beast or an exotic beast, they all had an instinctive yearning for immortal beasts. But unfortunately, just like how there were ancient immortals in the human race, there were very few immortal beasts. Even the pure descendants of immortal beasts could not become immortal beasts. Chirp! Another crisp and melodious phoenix cry resounded through the 9 heavens. With the immortal Phoenix Shadow as the center, The void within a radius of 10,000 miles was swept by terrifying sound waves. The sound waves were so powerful that it seemed as if huge waves had been set off in the void. Whether it was the exotic beasts that were madly attacking the barrier or the emperor, realm, venerable sovereigns of the human race, they were all under great pressure. At this moment, all of them were suffering from a huge impact and were desperately resisting. Many of them were even seriously injured. After the sound waves were set off, they turned into a violent storm and swept across the entire immortal phoenix stream. Previously, the cultivators and exotic beasts in the immortal phoenix stream had been hit by the sound waves. Bury the heavens, slash. Sky Burier Sword Deity's gaze was extremely sharp. He moved his right hand, and the pitch-black ancient sword slashed out. A several hundred feet wide spatial crack appeared and swallowed the storm-like hurricane. Rumble! The phoenix cry sounded again. The immortal phoenix shadow turned into a beam of purple light and attacked with a purple divine light. Sky Burier Sword Deity focused his gaze and met it head-on. His body was covered in a faint golden light. The two of them started to go all out. A shocking battle broke out, and large parts of the sky collapsed. So powerful! Outside the barrier, the exotic beasts and cultivators were shocked when they saw the battle between Sky Burier Sword Deity and the immortal phoenix shadow. They could understand why the immortal phoenix shadow had such combat strength. After all, the immortal phoenix was once a true immortal beast. However, Sky Burier Sword Deity, who was only a high-level arch, was comparable to the immortal phoenix shadow. They found it hard to believe. That energy fluctuation, it seems a little like the power of an ancient immortal. It can't be. The top thearchs of the Ghost Emperor, Holy Island, Tianyuan Divine Dynasty, Longhu Divine Sect, and other major forces were shocked. After recovering from the shock, they all sensed the faint golden light on Sky Burier Sword Deity's body. It was the legendary power of an ancient immortal. This discovery caused the shock in their eyes to turn into deep horror. They were all top thearchs and came from major forces. Naturally, they had come into contact with the power of an ancient immortal. There was already someone in the heavenly domain who could refine the power of an ancient immortal. This thought caused their blood to boil after their initial shock. If they could capture him, of course, with the combat strength displayed by Sky Burier Sword Deity, even if they attacked together, they would be courting death. Chapter 487. As the eyes of the Peak's sovereigns burned with passion, the violent battle continued. Both the Sky Burier Sword Deity and the immortal phoenix's shadow went all out. One had the soul of an immortal beast, while the other had the inheritance of an ancient immortal. The battle between the two was so intense that it was hard to tell who was the winner. As time passed, the aftermath of the battle became more and more terrifying. The pale, white barrier began to tremble violently. The ancient beasts and human sovereigns who had gathered outside the barrier, they had unknowingly retreated hundreds of miles. It couldn't be helped. The shock waves from the battle between the two sides were simply too frightening. The golden holy lion, who was inside the barrier, if not for the protection of the Sky Burier Sword Deity's ancient immortal power, it would have died. The soul of the immortal phoenix, the ancient immortal power. Several figures flew over from the distance, sizing up the Sky Burier Sword Deity and the immortal phoenix's shadow. Those people were the sovereigns of the Sky Emperor Palace, led by Sun Jiuxiao. They had spent a lot of time searching for Qinyu, so they had not been involved in the battle between the ancient beasts. When they saw the immortal phoenix's shadow and the Sky Burier Sword Deity, they were stunned. Suddenly, a high-level sovereign seemed to have noticed something and stared at the Sky Burier Sword Deity. He seems to be shouting. Seeing that Sun Jiuxiao and the others were looking at him, the high-level martial monarch asked uncertainly. Yi Xiaoning, the prince of the heavenly spirit god dynasty. Sun Jiuxiao was slightly startled when he heard that, but he immediately remembered. Although he was a peak sovereign, he was in charge of the intelligence work of the Sky Emperor Palace. He naturally knew about Yi Xiaoning, who was competing with Qin Yu on the spiritual state battle ranking. Previously, he had been shocked by the Sky Burier Sword deity's ancient immortal power, so he did not react. High-level sovereign, ancient immortal power, this kid, could it be? Sun Jiuxiao stared at the Sky Burier Sword deity. There had never been a genius in the history of the Qingyun realm. To be able to raise his cultivation from a rank 1 martial emperor to a rank 8 sovereign in such a short period of time, even if he had a heaven-defying opportunity to fuse and refine the ancient immortal power, this was too great. A strange look flashed across Sun Jiuxiao's eyes. The possibility of this happening to Yi Xiaoning was the greatest. Such an existence actually appeared in the Qingyun realm. Somewhere in the void, AOD, who had just arrived, looked at Sky Burier Sword Immortal with interest. It could be said that AOD had grown up in the extraterritorial realm, so she had a certain understanding of the extraterritorial devil race's experts. Currently, the overall strength of the 9 prefectures of the Heaven Realm and the extraterritorial demon clan were on par. It was also because of this that the Heaven Domain and the Outer Realm had always been in a state of balance. However, if the top experts of the Qian Domain were able to control the power of the ancient immortals, they would be able to do so. Then, the balance of the scales would be broken. Right at this moment, the expression of Sky Burier Sword Immortal, who had been battling the immortal Phoenix Phantom, suddenly changed slightly. You noticed it so quickly? You're really like a lingering spirit. Sky Burier Sword Immortal frowned slightly. After pondering for a moment, a fierce look flashed through his eyes that were as sharp as swords. Soul Slayer. Sky Burier Sword Immortal moved his right hand, and the pitch-black ancient sword rose into the air and turned into a giant sword that was thousands of feet long. Then, Sky Burier Sword Immortal formed a sword seal and pointed out with his finger. A black shadow flashed, and the giant sword that was thousands of feet long slashed through the void. Puff! A huge hole appeared in the immortal Phoenix Phantom that was surrounded by purple divine light. The immortal Phoenix Phantom was severely injured, and its originally powerful and terrifying aura became weak and chaotic. Whoosh! However, the immortal Phoenix Phantom's huge wings also flapped when it was hit, and a hurricane raged. Sky Burier Sword Immortal was sent flying, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. If it weren't for the fact that the faint golden light on his body had become more intense when he was attacked, he would have been injured. Sky Burier Sword Immortal probably wouldn't have just been lightly injured. Although he was injured, Sky Burier Sword Immortal's fighting spirit was rising. As soon as he stabilized his body, he controlled his sword and slashed again. This time, he directly slashed the immortal Phoenix Phantom into 2. A purple pearl the size of a palm appeared from within the immortal Phoenix's shadow. One could vaguely see that within the purple divine pearl was a vast and desolate world. A vivid and lifelike immortal Phoenix was dancing in the sky. That extremely terrifying divine aura was emitted by that immortal Phoenix. Immortal Phoenix Heart. The eyes of those ancient beasts immediately turned red when they saw the purple divine pearl, and they rushed out like a flood. Seal. Joy flashed in Sky Burier Sword Immortal's eyes. With a flash of sword light, the purple divine pearl was sealed. Let's go. Without hesitation, Sky Burier Sword Immortal landed on the golden holy lion and was about to break through the void. Swish, 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 swish. But at this moment, The void split open like water, and 5 figures shot out like arrows. Vast and terrifying divine aura pressed down like the heavens, completely suppressing this part of the void. At this moment, the rampaging ancient beasts froze in the void, unable to hide the fear in their eyes, because the aura emitted by those 5 figures was far more powerful than that of a peak sovereign. That is, Sun Jiuxiao could not hide the shock in his eyes when he saw those 5 people. Mad Dragon Sovereign, Supreme Shining, Earth Fiend Ancient Emperor, Dragon Tiger Sovereign, God Emperor Tian Yuan. Sun Jiuxiao was not the only one who was shocked. All the human sovereigns present were shocked by the appearance of those 5 people, because those 5 people's cultivation had surpassed that of a peak sovereign reaching the divine emperor realm. It could be said that those 5 people stood at the peak of the martial Tao in the sky domain. This was especially true for the Mad Dragon Sovereign, who was known as the strongest sovereign in the heaven domain. The appearance of these 5 extraordinary existences immediately suppressed the entire scene. 5 divine emperors? Who the hell is this guy? In the void, Aodi's expression turned serious when he saw Mad Dragon Sovereign and the other 4. 5 people, Sky Burier Sword Immortal, who was about to let the golden holy lion fly away, turned serious. He thought that only Xing Luo had come. He did not expect that Xing Luo had invited 4 divine emperors to help him. If it was in his previous life, Sky Burier Sword Immortal would not be afraid of 5 divine emperors. But now, the situation was a little grim. Sky Burier Sword Immortal jumped down from the back of the golden, holy lion and kept it with a wave of his sleeve. I told you, you can't run away. Xing Luo stepped down from the sky and stared coldly at Sky Burier Sword Immortal through the barrier. Supreme Shun Ing, Earth Fiend Ancient Emperor, Dragon Tiger Sovereign, and God Emperor Tian Yuan spread out. In an instant, the 5 of them surrounded Sky Burier Sword Immortal. Do you think you can do anything to me just because you called 4 brats? Sky Burier Sword Immortal glanced at Xing Luo and the other 4. His gaze became colder and sharper. For brats? Sky Burier Sword Immortal did not hide his voice. Hearing his words, the sovereigns of the various forces felt as if thunder had exploded in their ears. Their thoughts froze at that moment. Sky Burier Sword Immortal called the peak divine emperors of the sky domain 4 brats. Chapter 488. Brat. Sun Jiuxiao's eyelids twitched. How could he address 5 divine emperor realm masters in such a tone? Obviously, his previous guess was most likely correct. The Sky Burier Sword Immortal was really a reincarnator. This person, is he really the buried heaven sword immortal who entered the immortal-seeking ancient road? Supreme Shening, Earth Fiend Ancient Emperor, Dragon Tiger Emperor, and Emperor God Tian Yuan were all surprised. Before this, they were still doubtful of Xing Luo's words. But now, it seemed like Xing Luo was not lying. This made their eyes burn with passion. Whether it was buried heaven sword immortal entering the immortal-seeking ancient road or mastering the power of the ancient immortals, they were all excited. This caused them to be extremely tempted, and they were unable to conceal their excitement. They had been trapped in the divine emperor realm for countless years. They had always wanted to cross the 9th level of the martial path, but unfortunately, they could not find the way. The oldest among them, Earth Fiend Ancient Emperor, already had thoughts of entering the immortal-seeking ancient road. Now, buried heaven sword immortal, who had entered the immortal-seeking ancient road, had returned and mastered the power of the ancient immortals. To them, this was like having a guiding light. Naturally, they were excited. Now, it's no longer your era, Xing Luo said coldly. With a slap, a dragon's roar resounded. 100 feet long ancient dragon appeared. Boom! The ancient dragon roared as if it was suppressing the entire sky. A deafening explosion sounded. That was the pale white barrier that hundreds of great desolate Aeon mutated beasts had not been able to break through even with their frenzied attacks. Under the attack of the ancient dragon, cracks appeared on the barrier. Finally, it exploded. Seeing this scene, the human sovereigns and exotic beasts of the primitive territory were all shocked. No wonder he was known as the strongest existence in the heavenly region. His strength was so strong that it could scare people to death. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure rushed into the sky. It was so fast that people could not see it clearly. Dragon Tiger Immortal Sky. The Dragon Tiger Emperor, the sect master of the Dragon Tiger Divine Sect, attacked. A lifelike Shinran and a majestic divine tiger rose into the sky and blocked the figure. This was the secret technique of the Dragon Tiger Divine Sect, the Dragon Tiger Immortal Sky technique. Die! With a cold shout, buried Sky Sword Immortal shook his wrist, and two sword rays as bright as stars appeared. A deafening sound of collision rang out as the Shinran god and tiger were pierced through by the sword light. Even the soul of the immortal phoenix had been slain by Burier Heaven Sword Immortal. This dragon and tiger, which were derived from a secret technique, were naturally easy to deal with. Godly Eagle Destruction, Heaven Origin Spirit Palm. Supreme Shen Ing and Emperor God Tian Yuan flew up to the sky, and their vast Tao techniques shattered the firmament. Sky Burier Sword Immortal had just shattered Dragon Soul God Emperor's secret skill when he was once again locked onto by the secret skill. He was unable to break free. Heaven burying three swords. The sword might of the sky, Burier Sword Immortal, was overwhelming. Three streaks of sword light appeared as if they were about to split the world apart. Heavenly Cycle Evil Transformation. The Earth Fiend Ancient Emperor took the opportunity to strike. He opened his arms, and the power of Tao surged around him. Immediately, with him as the center, beams of starlight with a strong, murderous aura appeared. There were a total of 72 beams. If one were to look carefully, they would be able to discover that. The 72 beams of starlight were arranged according to the positions of the 72 Earth Fiends, just like a cage. At that moment, Sky Burier Sword Immortal was sealed within the Earth Fiend star. Mad Dragon dominates the world. Xing Luo did not stay idle. The dragon might of the ancient Mad Dragon that he had manifested was even stronger, causing the void to tremble. This time, it was different from the spiritual state fighting ranking board. Xing Luo's cultivation was no longer suppressed. The overwhelming pressure was like the descent of an ancient demon that could destroy everything in the world. Forbidden skill of Xiantian, Chaos. Sky Burier Sword Immortal, who was surrounded by enemies, sheathed his ancient sword and formed a strange seal with his hands. His right hand pointed to the sky, and his left hand pointed to the ground. A unique fluctuation was emitted from Sky Burier Sword Immortal. Swoosh! In the next moment, the Earth Fiend Ancient Emperor's Earth Fiend star pierced through Sky Burier Sword Immortal like 10,000 arrows. The ancient Mad Dragon that Xing Luo had manifested also arrived and covered Sky Burier Sword Immortal. Although the attack had hit Sky Burier Sword Immortal squarely. However, the Earth Fiend Ancient Emperor and Xing Luo raised their eyebrows slightly as a strange look flashed across their eyes. Sky Burier Sword Immortal's body had become so illusory that it was almost transparent. It was as if it was just an illusion. They could vaguely see that the void around Sky Burier Sword Immortal had become slightly distorted. There was a mysterious flow of air that was surging. However, the mysterious flow of air was not the power of space. The divine powers and secret skills that they had used to attack Sky Burier Sword Immortal had completely missed. Divine Prohibition. Xing Luo's eyes changed slightly as an ancient banner appeared. The ancient banner turned into a cloud and flew out as a vast sacred light shone down. The space where Heaven's Burier Sword Immortal was completely sealed off. Sky Burier Sword Immortal, whose body had become illusory and transparent, was shrouded by the sacred light and slowed down for a moment. However, it quickly faded until it finally disappeared. Even the Divine Prohibition banner is useless. Is this not a spatial divine powers or secret skill? Supreme Shunning, Emperor God Tian Yuan, Dragon Tiger Emperor, and the Earth Fiend Ancient Emperor. As they watched Heaven's Burier Sword Immortal gradually disappear, their gazes froze. The 5 divine emperors had joined forces, but they still could not take down a high-level emperor. If this news were to spread, many people would be shocked. However, this had happened in an era that had suppressed the immortal-seeking ancient road. He had even mastered the power of an ancient immortal. It didn't seem that hard to believe. A secret skill from the immortal-seeking ancient road. Xing Luo's eyes darkened as he stared at the surrounding void. He could not see where Sky Burier Sword Immortal was. However, he could feel that Sky Burier Sword Immortal had not left the immortal Phoenix stream. It was just that he had used some kind of secret skill to prevent them from seeing or sensing him. The power of an ancient immortal is actually so powerful. In the void, Xing Luo looked at Sky Burier Sword Immortal, who had made the 5 divine emperors helpless. Aod could not hide the shock in his eyes. If that was really the power of an ancient immortal, the entire situation in the heaven region would change drastically. The divine emperors would no longer be able to look down on the top emperors like before. What kind of expert has reincarnated? In the Emperor Palace, Sun Zhouxiao looked at Sky Burier Sword Immortal, who had disappeared. He was even more certain of his previous guess. Only a reincarnator who had reached the peak in the past could have such a heaven-defying skill. He had successfully escaped from the hands of 5 divine emperors. Roar! Suddenly, Xing Luo, who had sensed carefully, turned into an ancient mad dragon and rushed out. The Earth Fiend Ancient Emperor and the other divine emperors immediately rushed out. However, when Tianyuan Divine Emperor rushed out, his figure flashed and appeared in front of Tianyuan Divine Emperor and the other divine emperors. Divine Master, Tianyuan Divine Emperor, and the other divine emperors quickly bowed, respectfully. Have you captured the dragon clan that has taken human form yet? Emperor God Tian Yuan asked. Someone has snatched it away, Tian Yuan Divine Emperor, and the other divine emperors broke out in cold sweat. Snatched it away? Emperor God Tian Yuan's aura sank, and there was coldness in his eyes. However, he did not ask further and immediately followed Xing Luo and the others. This made Tian Yuan Divine Emperor and the other divine emperors extremely uneasy. Looking at Emperor God Tian Yuan's expression, it was obvious that he was angry. Chapter 489. As the Sky Burier Sword Immortal and the 5 divine sovereigns left, the exotic beasts reacted. With the desolate black golden tortoise, ancient wind wolf, sky-devouring ghost python, and other exotic beasts in the lead, they immediately rushed toward the divine palace. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, a mysterious fluctuation spread out from the divine phoenix palace. Then, purple divine inscriptions appeared and spread throughout the divine palace. This situation caused the human race cultivators, who were originally planning to leave, to shift their gazes over. Could there be some treasure in the divine palace? Thinking of this, the human race sovereigns immediately went over. After all, this was the place where the divine phoenix died. It was normal for treasures to be left behind. The ones who reacted the fastest were Sun Jiuxiao and the others from the Sky Imperial Palace. They were here for the primordial divine phoenix bone. Therefore, when the purple divine inscriptions appeared, they immediately rushed into the divine palace. AOD, who was hiding in the void, watched with interest for a while before he also moved closer to them. At the same time, in the depths of the divine Phoenix Valley, in a place thousands of miles deep underground, far away from the divine palace. Why is Xing Luo here in the divine Phoenix Valley? Outside the divine dragon ancient seal, the dragon soul, who was guarding it, had a grave expression. The unique ancient wild dragon fluctuation just now was undoubtedly Xing Luo. This discovery made the dragon soul immediately appear and seal the fluctuation of the divine dragon ancient seal with the power of time and space. Compared to others, Xing Luo knew about the divine dragon ancient seal. It would be bad if he sensed the fluctuation of the divine dragon ancient seal. What happened in the depths of the divine Phoenix Valley? Xing Luo's appearance made the dragon soul even more curious about the depths of the divine Phoenix Valley. If there wasn't a great opportunity, Xing Luo wouldn't appear. Ever since Qin Yu returned from reincarnation, he had only met Xing Luo twice. The first time was in the wild secret realm of the martial world, where Xing Luo appeared and took the ancient immortal token. The second time was in the spiritual state battle ranking, where the ancient immortal inheritance and Sky Burier Sword Immortal appeared. Therefore, Xing Luo's appearance must be because of a great opportunity in the depths of the divine Phoenix Valley. The divine Phoenix Soul? Or is it some other opportunity? Although countless thoughts flashed through the dragon soul's mind, it did not move an inch as it stood guard beside the ancient seal. At this moment, even if the sky were to collapse, nothing would be more important than Qin Yu breaking through to the Emperor realm. Along the way, Qin Yu had relied on various schemes and methods to resolve the dangers time and time again. However, the dragon soul had always felt a strong sense of danger. After all, Qin Yu had too many enemies, and they were too powerful. His influence covered almost half of the heaven realm. Only by breaking through to the Emperor realm would Qin Yu have the capital to fight against them. Otherwise, no matter how strong he was, it would be useless in front of those divine ancient emperors. At that moment, Qin Yu, who was inside the ancient seal of the divine dragon, had already become a 9th grade sovereign master. With the refining speed of the cyan dragon vein and the 75 branch dragon veins in his body, the cyan dragon vein and the 75 branch dragon veins in his body were refined. Qin Yu's cultivation speed could be said to be 10,000 miles per day. 75 branch dragon veins were equivalent to 75 times the cultivation speed. With the assistance of the dragon soul's tenfold time flow, such an astonishing cultivation speed was not to be underestimated. Under the crazy devouring, the vast sea of pure dragon blood qi around Qin Yu's body disappeared at a rapid speed. It was also disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Now, more than 30% of it had already been devoured. As his cultivation grew stronger, the speed at which Qin Yu refined and devoured the dragon blood also became faster and faster. At the peak of his previous life, he could even refine the dragon blood essence of an ordinary emperor realm master in a single breath. As the dragon blood and dragon qi decreased, the great Tao power surging around Qin Yu's body became stronger and stronger. He could already clearly sense the 5 elements: chaos, slaughter, thunder, and extreme speed Tao power. Some kind of huge transformation was happening from the great Tao power to the Tao power that was the true source of the world energy. Only by reaching that level could one be considered to have complete control of the world energy. In the ancient seal of the divine dragon, time passed quickly roar. Finally, after 30 days, in the ancient seal space, a towering dragon aura soared into the sky. Qin Yu's entire body was covered with green dragon tattoos. A deep dragon seal was faintly discernible between his eyebrows. At this moment, the 5 great Tao power of heaven and earth had completely transformed into the Tao power. The 3 battle dragon secret skills: Azure Dragon battling the heavens, Heaven devouring dragon seal, and Dragon God tyrannical body had also undergone tremendous changes. It could be said that Qin Yu's entire body was undergoing a rebirth. Did he succeed? When Qin Yu completely stepped into the Emperor realm, the dragon's soul instantly sensed it and immediately entered the ancient seal of the divine dragon. When it confirmed that Qin Yu had broken through to the Emperor realm, it could not hide the ecstasy in its eyes. Condense. Although he had successfully broken through, Qin Yu did not stop cultivating. He was still absorbing the dragon blood to stabilize his realm. At the same time, the main dragon vein and sub-dragon vein in his body also began to change. The main dragon vein, which had originally reached the cyan grade, turned dark cyan. That level had already surpassed the level of a peak divine emperor's dragon vein. The number of sub-dragon veins also continued to increase, reaching a total of 90, spreading throughout his limbs and bones. Second grade Emperor realm. When the last strand of dragon blood was absorbed, Qin Yu slowly opened his eyes. In his eyes, a dazzling golden dragon shadow flashed. Qin Yu stood up and clenched his fists, unable to hide the excited smile on his face. Now that he had reached the second grade Emperor realm, it would not be long before he recovered to the peak Emperor realm from his previous life. 2 days ago, Xing Luo appeared in the depths of the immortal phoenix stream. As soon as Qin Yu came out of the ancient seal of the divine dragon, the dragon soul that appeared immediately said. Qin Yu used the ancient seal of the divine dragon to break through to the Emperor realm this time, but only 3 days had passed in the outside world. The turmoil in the depths of the immortal phoenix stream had not yet subsided. Xing Luo appeared. A fierce look flashed in Qin Yu's eyes as he looked up. Only then did he realize that the huge phoenix shadow in the depths of the immortal phoenix stream had disappeared. However, upon closer inspection, there were still extremely chaotic and violent fluctuations in the depths of the immortal phoenix stream. Among those fluctuations were the Emperor realm cultivators of the human race, as well as the ancient beasts of the great desolation ancient lands. In addition, there was also an extremely special fluctuation. That fluctuation was not true qi of the martial path, nor was it ancient divine power. It was more ancient than both. It was a bit like, after thinking for a moment, Qin Yu dispersed the barrier around him, put the spirit runes into the spirit array disk, and escaped to the surface. Flying up into the sky, after looking around, Qin Yu went directly to the depths of the immortal phoenix stream. With Qin Yu's current cultivation, coupled with the secret techniques and divine abilities he had, even if he encountered a peak Emperor realm cultivator again, he would definitely not have to run away. As for high-level emperors, Qin Yu could deal with them without the help of spirit arrays. Not long after, Qin Yu arrived in the depths of the immortal phoenix stream, in front of the divine palace filled with purple runes. As expected, this fluctuation is close to the power of an ancient immortal. Qin Yu flew down and gently touched the purple runes. After carefully sensing them, his eyes flashed with a strange light. With a flash of his figure, Qin Yu rushed directly into the divine palace. The moment Qin Yu entered the divine palace, he seemed to have arrived in a vast and desolate world. The interior of this divine palace was actually a Tao space. However, the power that filled it was not the power of an Emperor realm cultivator. Instead, it was a mysterious fluctuation that was stronger than the power of Tao techniques. Chapter 490. This Tao space conceal my space-time mystique. The dragon soul in human form said solemnly, the space-time divine ability he released was suppressed to the extreme in this space. If he encountered danger, he would not be able to help Qinyu. Not only that, it can also interfere with perception. Qinyu added, in this space, the range of perception within a radius of 10 meters was the limit. Qinyu, who originally wanted to sense where the fluctuation that was close to the power of an ancient immortal, could only restrain his perception. If we barge in like this, I'm afraid we won't be able to finish exploring in a short time. The dragon's soul looked around. At a glance, this great, desolate world was boundless. It was probably no smaller than the great, desolate ancient land outside. I have to think of a way. Qin, you came here for 2 reasons. First, he wanted to see what the fluctuation that was close to the power of an ancient immortal was. Second, he wanted to see if he could find the ancient divine phoenix bone. This space was filled with the fluctuations of the divine ability of the 3 emperors. Obviously, Heavenly Imperial Palace and the others were still here. For Qinyu, Heavenly Imperial Palace was still the best place to hide. Even if he had reached the Emperor realm, it would still be the same. After all, he had been in Heavenly Imperial Palace for so long. Whether it was inside Heavenly Imperial Palace or outside forces, they all acknowledged his existence. At this time, if he continued to stay in Heavenly Imperial Palace, as long as he did not expose his identity, naturally, it was much more advantageous than going out alone or rejoining other forces. As for revenge against Star Luo and the 12 ancient emperors, Qinyu could also use Heavenly Imperial Palace's power to plan well. The other powers of the ancient emperor aside, the sacrificial evil god court would be the first power that Qinyu would destroy. Therefore, helping Heavenly Imperial Palace find the 4 divine herbs and refine the immortal emperor pill. Increasing the strength of the descendants of the 3 emperors was also in Qinyu's interest. Right. After thinking for a while, Qinyu's eyes suddenly lit up. With a thought, a celestial providence star appeared in his fortune immortal seal. After endless battles, the number of stars of providence in the celestial creation seal had reached 30. However, 30 stars of providence seemed to be the limit of the celestial creation seal. The rest of the power of providence was absorbed by the remaining half of the great destiny spell. During this period of time, Qinyu had absorbed a lot of Emperor Realm destiny. That half of the scroll was already 1/10 more than the original. When he first discovered it, Qinyu was excited for a long time. This was because, given enough time, the complete Great Fate art would appear. Bang! Qinyu activated the celestial seal of good fortune. His providence star shattered, and specks of starlight appeared. Soon, Qinyu discovered that the pressure of this Tao law space on his perception had weakened by countless times. Although there was still a lot of interference. However, Qinyu was now able to accurately determine the approximate direction of the power of an ancient immortal. Apart from that, he could also vaguely determine the location of the Sky Emperor Palace and the others. Qinyu immediately flew in the direction of the ancient immortal's power. The suppression of this Tao law space was too strong, and the perception of the Providence star was quickly fading away. Have they already met up? Not long after Qinyu entered the Tao law space of the Divine Palace, the sound of something breaking through the air came from afar. It was Sun Gushing, who had been divining to find Qinyu. He looked at the compass in his hand, which showed that Qinyu had appeared together with Sun Jiuxiao and the others. Sun Gushing could not help but be startled. After running to so many places, Qinyu had finally met up with the Sky Emperor Palace, and the others? If he had known this, he would not have run around the immortal phoenix stream. Without hesitation, Sun Gushing immediately rushed into the Divine Palace. Rumble! In the Divine Palace, A violent battle was taking place in a certain void of the Dao Law space. 7 Emperor Realm exotic beasts were besieging 2 human Emperor Realm masters. The 7 Emperor Realm exotic beasts were only 3rd or 4th grade Emperor Realm masters. The 2 human Emperor Realm masters were 5th grade Emperor Realm masters. The 2 sides were fighting. Although there was a gap in cultivation, the exotic beasts were on par with the human Emperor Realm masters in terms of numbers. In the void outside the battlefield, Qin Yu used a secret technique to hide in the void. Along the way, Qin Yu had already used 3 stars of providence. The fluctuation close to the power of an ancient immortal was extremely clear, and it should be in front of him. However, he did not expect that the exotic beasts and the human Emperor Realm Masters would come. They are from the Dragon Tiger Divine sect. The Dragon Soul sized them up. Although the 2 were not wearing the Dragon Tiger Divine sect's uniform, the divine abilities and secret techniques they used were all from the Dragon Tiger Divine sect. My perception is getting stronger and stronger. Qin Yu was no longer interested in watching the battle of ordinary Emperor Realm Masters. He had been concentrating on sensing the specific location of the fluctuation of the ancient immortal force. Qin Yu had no choice but to activate the destiny stars again. After a few dozen breaths, Qin Yu's expression changed slightly as he looked at a certain void. "Dragon Soul, let's go." Hearing this, the Dragon Soul immediately returned to the Divine Dragon Ancient Seal. Qin Yu's mind array disc appeared in his left hand, and the Azure Dragon tattoo appeared on his right hand. His figure flashed and disappeared. Rumble! In the next moment, the sound of an explosion suddenly came from the battlefield between the exotic beasts and the Emperor Realm Masters. Mysterious and ancient divine runes began to spread out in the void. Like ancient chains made of runes, they wrapped around the 7 ancient beasts and the human sovereigns. "Who is it?" "Dragon Tiger Divine Shield." The 2 Emperor Realm Masters of the Dragon Tiger Divine sect were shocked and immediately used their secret techniques. As they formed seals with their hands, the roars of dragons and tigers sounded from their bodies. Then 2 huge figures of a dragon and a tiger appeared and turned into a divine shield to protect them. "Human race, kill." The 7 exotic beasts also sensed that the attacker was a human Emperor Realm Master. They became more and more violent, and their killing intent swept across the sky. Ancient divine abilities were used one after another, shaking heaven and earth. Puchi. Unfortunately, the ancient divine runes that appeared seemed to be indestructible. In an instant, they pierced through the Dragon Tiger divine shield cast by the 2 Emperor Realm Masters of the Dragon Tiger Divine sect. The 7 ancient beasts' origin divine abilities were annihilated as well. Along with the sound of flesh being pierced, the 7 exotic beasts and the 2 Emperor Realm Masters had their heads pierced through. Their heads were pierced, and their bodies and souls were imprisoned. "Destroy!" Qin Yu gave a low shout. The ancient divine runes turned into thousands of divine lights and exploded, killing the exotic beasts and the human Emperor Realm Masters. Qin Yu appeared and looked at the beheaded exotic beasts and Emperor Realm Masters with a smile on his face. With his current cultivation of the 2nd grade Emperor Realm and the enhancement of the Azure Dragon battling the heavens, he could kill 4th grade and 5th grade Emperors in an instant. With a flash of white light, the skeleton Ghost King appeared, and a bloody light scattered. The 7 exotic beasts and the 2 Emperor Realm Masters were covered by the bloody light, and their vitality was quickly devoured. After the battle, Qin Yu came to a certain void. According to his perception, the fluctuation that was close to the power of an ancient immortal was emitted from that void. Qin Yu stretched out his hand toward that void, and the space-time power of the dragon's soul spread out. He carefully sensed it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. After a while, Qin Yu's eyes lit up. A strong suction force appeared and directly pulled Qinyu into that void, and he disappeared. Chapter 4, 91. This is Qinyu appeared in front of a divine palace. This divine palace was exactly the same as the one in the depths of the immortal phoenix stream. If it weren't for the completely different waves of energy emitted by the two, Qin, you would have thought that he had been teleported out. I see. It's a world within a world. The dragon soul came to a realization after looking at it. They had also encountered a world within a world within a world within the ancient imperial palace. It was a new mystic realm within the Sumeru realm. However, in this world within a world, a Tao technique space was created within the Tao technique space. Such a technique already involved a very deep level of the mysteries of space. Even Qinyu, at his peak, would find it difficult to do so. It was no wonder that even the dragon soul's space-time ability was completely suppressed. As soon as they entered the divine palace, a majestic, godlike pressure descended upon them. That pressure was so strong that it made Qinyu's body sink violently. The Tao power and battle dragon true essence in his body seemed to have disappeared at this moment, and he couldn't circulate them at all. If it weren't for the dragon god tyrant body being strong enough, Qinyu would have been crushed to the ground by now. Crack! As Qinyu entered the divine palace, an extremely soft cracking sound came from the depths of the divine palace. A weak but divine pressure was emitted from his body. It's really an immortal beast. Qinyu and the dragon soul's expressions changed. That sacred pressure was undoubtedly an immortal beast, or rather, a pure-blooded descendant of an immortal beast, although it seemed a little different from the seven-colored celestial Qilin's power. In terms of pure strength, it was above the seven-colored celestial Qilin, because that pressure was very close to the fluctuations of an ancient immortal's power. A descendant of an immortal phoenix, Qinyu's eyes flashed slightly, and he walked toward the depths of the divine palace despite that terrifying pressure. To be honest, compared to a pure-blooded descendant of an immortal beast, Qinyu preferred the dragon race, because the dragon race could help him break through his cultivation, but the descendant of an immortal beast needed to be nurtured again. As for potential, Qinyu had built a supreme foundation in this life. Once he regained his peak cultivation, he was confident that he could cross the Emperor realm. By then, it would not be impossible for him to raise the level of the dragons that he had subdued to the level of immortal beasts. Therefore, Qinyu was not very enthusiastic about cultivating the descendants of immortal beasts. After all, Qinyu's priority was to recover his cultivation. Cultivating immortal beasts was something that could only be done when one had free time. Soon, Qinyu arrived at the depths of the divine palace. There were 10 ancient altars over 10 zhang tall there. The 9 surrounding palaces were pale gold in color, arranged in a 9 palaces formation. The one in the middle was pale purple in color. The spiritual energy of the 9 pale gold divine altars gathered at the pale purple divine altar. On top of the pale purple divine altar, there was a 10 feet tall divine egg that was completely purple in color. At this moment, a clear crack had appeared on the purple sacred egg. The energy fluctuation that was close to the power of an ancient immortal came from the purple divine pill. The pure spiritual energy gathered by the 9 god altars was crazily absorbed by the purple god egg. This made the energy fluctuation emitted by the purple sacred egg become even more intense and terrifying. Immortal essence sky seizing formation. Qinyu only saw it when he got closer. The 10 altars were integrated into one and were not arranged in a simple 9 palaces formation. Instead, they were arranged in 10 positions. It was a famous divine formation in the primordial age, and this divine formation only appeared in the early primordial age. This was because it was rumored that this divine formation stole the origin of the immortal chi of heaven and earth. The immortal chi of heaven and earth only existed in the early primordial age, when ancient immortals were born. However, with the great changes of heaven and earth, the ancient immortals of the primordial age disappeared, and so did the immortal chi. It could be said that since the primordial age, the immortal chi of heaven and earth became the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Qin Yu had only seen the immortal essence sky seizing formation once in his previous life. He had seen it in the immortal trove when he obtained the immemorial battle dragon art. Qin Yu now knew many of the array Dao, which he had obtained from the immortal trove. He did not expect that when the immortal phoenix passed away, in order to let its descendants be born, it actually set up the immortal essence sky seizing formation. From the current situation, this immortal essence sky seizing formation seemed to have been modified, because this immortal essence sky seizing formation plundered and condensed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. However, it was not ordinary spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The spiritual energy on the 10 altars seemed to be the source of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The energy contained in every trace of spiritual energy of heaven and earth was as vast as the sea and unfathomable. Crack! The sound of cracking rang out again. An array of dazzling purple divine light appeared from the 2 cracks. Even if it's a pure-blooded immortal beast descendant, this pressure is too strong, right? In the dragon god ancient seal, the dragon soul's eyes had a trace of seriousness and also a trace of bewilderment. The dragon soul was cultivated by Qin Yu from the body of the immortal ancient Shinran, and its potential was not inferior to the descendants of immortal beasts. But now, in front of this immortal phoenix that had yet to be born, the dragon soul actually had a faint feeling of being suppressed. Immortal beasts should also be divided into strong and weak. Qin Yu did not know much about the immortal beasts of the primordial era. However, the immortal phoenix should be stronger than the 7-colored immortal Qilin. This point should be indisputable. Whoosh, whoosh. The sound of cracking rang out continuously, and more cracks appeared on the purple divine egg. Purple divine light spread out from those cracks, tearing apart the surrounding void. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth on the 10 altars also gathered toward the purple divine egg, becoming denser and denser. In the end, it turned into a whirlpool of spiritual energy that covered the purple divine egg. Chirp! Finally, following the sound of an explosion, the clear cry of a phoenix could be heard. The spiritual energy whirlpool was instantly devoured, and the purple divine egg appeared. However, at this time, the eggshell of the purple divine egg had turned into wisps of purple liquid. It kept gathering toward the center of the purple divine egg, where a palm-sized ball of purple divine light gathered. Not long after, the eggshell of the purple divine egg completely melted and was absorbed by the purple divine light. After a while, the ball of purple divine light gradually dissipated. This is the immortal phoenix. Seeing what appeared in the purple divine light, Qin Yu was stunned. The dragon soul also stared at it. A little purple bird the size of a baby's fist appeared on the altar. The little purple bird seemed to have not woken up yet. Its small eyes looked around in a daze. Chirp, chirp. After a long time, the little purple bird woke up. Its small eyes looked timidly at Qin Yu, who was looking at it with a strange expression. Its purple crystal-like wings flapped clumsily, but it was completely unable to fly. He wobbled on the altar and even accidentally tripped. This thing, is it really the legendary immortal phoenix? Qin Yu and the dragon soul were even more puzzled. The pressure on the little purple bird that made the dragon's soul feel suppressed had completely disappeared. At a glance, it looked like an extremely ordinary little bird. If Qin Yu had not seen its birth with his own eyes, he would not have associated it with the immortal phoenix. Chapter 492. It can't be a mutation, right? Qin, you carefully sized up the purple, furry baby immortal phoenix. Before the baby immortal phoenix was born, its aura was so strong that even he felt pressured. Why did it become so inconspicuous now that it had broken out of its shell? The dragon soul also appeared from the ancient dragon seal and looked at it with interest. Suddenly, Qin Yu and the dragon soul's eyes narrowed. That young immortal phoenix that was flapping its little purple wings and flying toward Qin Yu in a shaky manner. The moment it saw the dragon soul, its small eyes suddenly lit up, and its throat kept moving. His expression was as if he had seen an extremely delicious delicacy. It wants to eat me. The dragon soul was stunned. This baby immortal phoenix was really different from the seven-colored celestial qilin. It remembered that the seven-colored celestial qilin could not even get close to it when it felt its dragon aura. This young immortal phoenix, on the other hand, actually wanted to eat him. Thinking of this, the dragon soul released a vast dragon aura to suppress it, but it was completely useless against the baby immortal phoenix. As the dragon aura released by the dragon soul became stronger, the baby immortal phoenix's eyes became brighter. This doesn't seem to be a simple immortal beast. Seeing this, Qin Yu's eyes flickered slightly. Dragons and phoenixes were equal connate life forms, and there was no absolute difference in strength. This point was undoubtedly displayed on this young immortal phoenix. Qin Yu walked over and stretched out his palm. The baby immortal phoenix was not afraid of Qin Yu, and it clumsily jumped into Qin Yu's palm. However, its bright eyes were still fixed on the dragon soul. Qin Yu was a little helpless. Many precious and rare spirit herbs of heaven and earth appeared. This finally made the baby immortal phoenix change its attention and look at the spirit herbs of heaven and earth. As the purple divine light flickered, all the spirit herbs of heaven and earth were swept up and devoured by the baby immortal phoenix. More importantly, after devouring those spirit herbs of heaven and earth, the baby immortal phoenix's aura did not increase much. If this continues, it will probably become poor soon. The dragon soul laughed. Qin, you had killed many venerable sovereigns and plundered countless treasures. However, it definitely wouldn't be able to withstand the immortal phoenix's swallowing. If they wanted to nurture them into adulthood, they would probably need the foundation of a top force. If you're really broke from eating, just sell it. Looking at the young immortal phoenix flapping its wings and beating its heart in his palm, Qin Yu smiled and put it away. A pure-blooded immortal beast's heir would definitely cause countless forces to fight over it, and its value was boundless. Of course, Qin Yu was just joking. This young immortal phoenix was not an ordinary pure-blooded immortal beast. It was worth nurturing. After circling the immortal energy heaven-sweeping formation twice, Qin Yu took out several formation flags. The array flags flew into the sky and scattered around the 10 divine altars. Rise! Following Qin Yu's roar, the formation flags shuddered violently as lines of mysterious runes spread out. The 10 ancient divine altars were immediately restrained and flew into the sky. Qin Yu waved his right hand and put away the 10 divine altars. This immortal energy heaven-sweeping formation was extremely complicated to set up. Qin, you naturally couldn't let go of this ready-made one. It might come in handy in the future. After wandering around the divine palace for a while and not finding any treasures, he left the Tao technique space. Roar! Just as he returned to the primitive world, a deafening roar sounded. A ferocious beast that was hundreds of feet tall stared at Qin Yu with its lake-like eyes. It was a primitive mutant, the mountain-devouring beast. the mountain-devouring beast opened its huge mouth, and a terrifying devouring power erupted, directly swallowing Chinyu. Puchi! However, in the next moment, there was the sound of flesh being pierced. A huge bloody hole appeared on the back of the mountain-devouring beast, and its blood was quickly devoured. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a skeleton. Chinyu flew into the sky. After sensing for a while, he quickly flew in a certain direction. Rumble! An extremely intense battle was taking place on a towering divine mountain that reached into the clouds. Destructive Tao arts and secret techniques swept across, and the violent and terrifying divine abilities of the exotic beasts wreaked havoc. If it weren't for the purple divine light surrounding the divine mountain, most likely he would have been reduced to ashes by such a terrifying attack. At the peak of the divine mountain, dozens of cultivators were fighting with hundreds of primitive beasts. In the center of the divine mountain, there was an endless lake. A huge skeleton that was hundreds of feet tall was floating above the lake. That skeleton was the immortal phoenix that had passed away in meditation. Now, the primitive beasts and the human race emperors were fighting for the immortal phoenix's body. However, those primitive beasts seemed to be protecting the immortal phoenix's body. They were constantly fighting with the human race emperors, but they didn't touch the immortal phoenix's body. The human race emperors were constantly bursting with violent attacks, trying to break through the primitive beast's defense. The two sides were fighting fiercely on the giant lake. Even though both sides had Emperor Realm cultivation, they were beginning to suffer casualties. Sure enough, they are all here. Chinyu, who had quietly entered the divine mountain, observed the fierce battle. The Heavenly Imperial Palace, Ghost Emperor Holy Island, Heavenly Yuan Divine Dynasty, Dragon Tiger Divine Sect, and other top forces were all gathered here. These top forces didn't have much interaction with each other, and many of them even had grudges against each other. But at this time, they were all working together to fight against the primitive beasts. The skeleton of an immortal beast was too tempting. Even if they were from top forces, they couldn't suppress the greed in their hearts. Chirp, chirp. At this time, the young immortal phoenix that was kept in the dragon god ancient seal seemed to have sensed something and let out a crisp cry. Do you want the immortal phoenix's body? Although the young immortal phoenix couldn't speak yet, it was already psychic. Chinyu easily understood the young immortal phoenix's meaning. The young immortal phoenix seemed to be quite eager for the immortal phoenix's body. It even flapped its wings continuously as if it wanted to fly out of the ancient seal. Chinyu pacified the infant immortal phoenix. His gaze was sizing up the enormous lake. After looking for a while, Chinyu quietly went underground and approached the giant lake. Somewhere in the divine mountain, a figure who was watching the battle suddenly changed his expression. That person was AOD. AOD, who didn't intend to get involved in the battle, stood up. He sensed a somewhat familiar aura. AOD's eyes showed a hint of surprise. That aura should be Chinyu. There was no mistake. But judging from that aura, Chinyu's cultivation was no longer at the Martial Emperor realm. Could it be that he has already broken through to the Emperor realm? AOD's eyes flickered. After sweeping the violent battle, his gaze fell on the immortal phoenix's body. On this divine mountain, only the immortal phoenix's body that had passed away could attract the attention of Emperor Realm Masters. However, it was not easy to seize the immortal phoenix's body from such a chaotic battle. Even he couldn't do it easily. Rumble! The fierce battle went on for more than 4 hours, and the casualties of the strange beasts and the human race were increasing. Suddenly, there was an earth-shattering explosion in the giant lake. Hundreds of water pillars that were 1,000 feet tall soared into the sky with destructive power. Chapter 493. The towering water pillars were like Shunrun soaring into the sky with unparalleled power. The primitive mutant beasts and human sovereigns, who had been fighting each other, were immediately affected by the destructive impact. An emperor-grade ancient array, the human sovereigns and primitive mutant beasts who were affected by the impact immediately reacted and attacked together. All kinds of violent Taoist powers exploded, and the continuous sound of explosions could be heard. The hundreds of water pillars that soared into the sky were quickly shattered. However, after the water pillars exploded, they turned into rolling mist that blocked people's vision. In an instant, the center of the huge lake was covered by mist. Oh no, it's a trap! The moment the mist filled the air, the primitive mutant beasts and human sovereigns all felt a terrible danger. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Almost at the same time, figures appeared in the mist like ghosts. Following the appearance of those figures, a vast amount of divine power suddenly exploded and surged violently in all the misty areas. In an instant, many primitive mutant beasts and sovereigns were killed by the ancient divine power. Even the top sovereigns were immediately injured when they were caught off guard. The mist could not only block people's vision, but also suppress their perception. One had to know that this primitive world of Taoist power had a strong suppressive power. Now that the mist and the mist overlapped, the suppressive power almost made their perception useless. In addition, their vision was blocked by the mist, so they immediately fell into an absolute passive position. Bang! Of course, those who could reach the sovereign's level were all veterans, so their reaction was naturally very fast. When they were attacked, they all attacked with destructive attacks. Before this sudden change, the primitive mutant beasts and human sovereigns seemed to be joining forces. Immediately, the figures who appeared to attack were blown up one after another. No, this is incarnation? Soon, the human sovereigns and primitive mutant beasts realized the attacking figures were all avatars of divine power. After being blown up, they turned into divine power and dissipated into the world. Immortal Phoenix. Suddenly, several top primitive mutant beasts reacted and immediately rushed toward the immortal Phoenix body in the center of the lake. As they rushed out, they used their divine powers and secret techniques to burn away the mist. Although the great desolate Aeon mutated beasts reacted very quickly, they were still no match for Qinyu, who had long since planned to make a move. After dispersing the mist, they discovered that the spirit formations and restrictions that they had set up had all disappeared. The immortal Phoenix body that had been protecting the center had already disappeared. However, to their astonishment, those barriers and restrictions showed no signs of being broken. Someone had actually passed through the barrier they had set up in that instant without making a sound. This tactic caused the hearts of all the ancient exotic beasts present to turn cold. Could it be that there were still divine emperors who had not left? It seemed that only divine emperors could have such means. Damn it! Who is it? When the mist above the lake was completely incinerated, the human sovereign venerable also realized that the immortal Phoenix body had been taken away. This caused their expressions to become extremely ugly. Could it be the faces of the ghost Emperor Holy Island and the Tianyuan Shin dynasty darkened? It was like this again. They had risked their lives to fight the primordial beasts, yet in the end, someone had reaped the benefits. This scene caused the sovereign venerable of the two sects to involuntarily think of Qinyu, Big Brother. Sun Jiuxiao immediately looked at Sun Guxing and immediately asked the Emperor Heavenly Palace and the others to set up a spirit formation around them. Although the immortal Phoenix body had been taken away, it was not a bad thing for the Emperor Heavenly Palace. This was because Sun Guxing was there, and they could still use divination to divine the whereabouts of the immortal Phoenix body. Without the presence of the ancient exotic beasts and the human sovereign venerable, the chances of them succeeding were higher. The immortal phoenix body is disappearing? Sun Gushing hurriedly performed the divination. However, halfway through the divination, he realized that the aura of the immortal phoenix body was disappearing at an alarming speed. Sun Gushing could not believe it. Previously, he had caught a trace of the aura of the immortal phoenix body. It was impossible that he could not divine the whereabouts of the immortal phoenix body in such a short time. However, the result of the divination clearly showed that the immortal phoenix body had almost disappeared. The disappearance was as if it had been swallowed by something. At this moment, at the bottom of the giant lake, Qin Yu had already traveled thousands of miles underground. The immortal phoenix body, which had been kept in the ancient seal of the divine dragon, quickly turned into streaks of purple flowing light and floated in the air. In front of the immortal phoenix body was the somewhat adorable infant immortal phoenix. The instant the immortal phoenix body came into contact with the infant immortal phoenix body, it automatically turned into countless streaks of purple flowing light and merged with the infant immortal phoenix body. One could clearly feel that the aura of the infant immortal phoenix body was rapidly becoming stronger. The speed was extremely shocking. The spiritual treasures of heaven and earth that Qin Yu had fed before could not compare at all. Seeing that the entire immortal phoenix body was about to turn into purple flowing light and dissipate, Qin Yu came back to his senses. He quickly took out a piece of the immortal phoenix bone to seal it. Suddenly, Qin Yu's expression changed slightly. He used the earth burrowing technique and appeared at the bottom of the giant lake. There was a figure standing in front of Qin Yu. It seemed that he was waiting for Qin Yu to appear. "It's really you." That person was staring at Qin Yu. It was AOD. After confirming that Qin Yu had reached the Emperor realm and easily snatched the immortal phoenix body from the chaotic battle between emperors, AOD was shocked. At the same time, he also became more vigilant of Qin Yu. After reaching the Emperor realm from a rank 7 martial emperor, Qin Yu had undergone a complete transformation. In the past, AOD was only slightly afraid of Qin Yu. Now, he was completely vigilant. "If you want to fight for the immortal phoenix body, then I'm sorry, but I've already refined it." Seeing that AOD had seen through his identity, Qin Yu, who had disguised himself, reverted to his original voice. "I came for the bloodthirsty killing heavenly dragon. I don't have much interest in the immortal phoenix body." AOD came back to his senses and said with a smile, "Didn't you want to recreate the eternal dragon nation? Why didn't you subdue the bloodthirsty killing heavenly dragon?" Speaking of the bloodthirsty killing heavenly dragon, Qin Yu felt a little strange. AOD's attitude toward the bloodthirsty killing heavenly dragon was completely different from when he was facing the purple thunder divine firmament dragon. One wanted to subdue the bloodthirsty killing heavenly dragon, while the other wanted to kill it directly. Of course, what Qin Yu was really curious about was the ancient evil underworld dragon. Although the ancient evil underworld dragon was only a soul controlling the bloodthirsty killing heavenly dragon, it was still very powerful. However, its cultivation and grade should not be inferior to AOD's. In the future, it might have the opportunity to become an immortal grade dragon. Naturally, Qin Yu wanted to capture it. It's a long story. Speaking of the bloodthirsty killing heavenly dragon, I want to make a deal with you. AOD changed the topic and said, "What kind of deal?" Asked Qin Yu. "I've captured the bloodthirsty killing heavenly dragon. You give me the 8 desolate wind flame dragons, source dragon blood, and I'll give you the bloodthirsty killing heavenly dragon. What do you think?" AOD's original plan was to kill the bloodthirsty killing heavenly dragon and cut off Aoba's right-hand man. However, after seeing Qin Yu take away the bloodthirsty killing heavenly dragon's source dragon blood, he changed his mind. Chapter 494. After all, the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon was no longer of much use after its origin dragon blood was taken away. AOD had killed the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon because he did not want the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon's body to fall into Aoba's hands. Now that it had been captured, he naturally wanted to maximize the benefits. Although Aogeo's origin divine power had been taken back, its origin dragon blood was still in Qin Yu's hands. Qin Yu had once said that there was a way to extract the origin dragon blood, but he would have to pay a price for it. The bloodthirsty heavenly dragon is still alive. Qin Yu's eyes slightly shined. To him, this was truly a pleasant surprise. Of course. Aodi's eyes flashed with joy. Qin Yu's expression undoubtedly showed that he could extract Aogeo's origin dragon blood. Sure, Qin Yu agreed readily. With his current Emperor realm cultivation, it was not difficult for him to refine a trace of origin dragon blood. On the other hand, if he obtained the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon, Qin Yu's eternal dragon nation would have 3 members of the dragon clan. More importantly, the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon's combat strength was comparable to that of a top sovereign. This would definitely be a great help to Qin Yu, who was about to take revenge. By the way, the Mad Dragon Sovereign also came to the Immortal Phoenix stream. It's a pity that you missed it. After the deal was made, AOD seemed to have thought of something and suddenly spoke. As he spoke, AOD's gaze was fixed on Qin Yu the entire time. He was observing Qin Yu's reaction. AOD had once specially investigated Qin Yu's past life, so he knew that Qin Yu and Xing Luo were good brothers. In order to determine whether or not Qin Yu was the Dragon God Emperor of the past, using the Mad Dragon Emperor to test him was the most suitable choice. What's there to pity that I missed the Mad Dragon Sovereign? Don't tell me you still think that I'm the Dragon God Sovereign? Qin Yu said calmly. AOD had guessed his identity in the primordial divine power relic. This time, Qin Yu could be said to be unperturbed. The source of his calmness was naturally because he had truly advanced to the Emperor realm. There are countless demon-level geniuses in the 9 provinces of the Heaven Domain. However, to directly reach rank 2 Emperor from rank 7 Martial Emperor, I've only read about such a heaven-defying cultivation speed in some ancient books and the legends of those reincarnators. AOD looked at Qin Yu seriously and spoke slowly. Although one of the conditions of his alliance with Qin Yu was that he couldn't tell anyone about this. But now, only he and Qin Yu were here, so AOD's action was not considered a violation of the agreement. If I really was the Dragon God Emperor, then I would have gone to find the Mad Dragon Emperor. Why would I stay in the Heavenly Imperial Palace? Qin Yu laughed. AOD's eyes flickered. Of course, he had thought about this. It was also because of this that he could not be completely sure whether or not Qin Yu was the reincarnation of the Dragon God Emperor. Looks like I was overthinking things. After looking at Qin Yu for a while, AOD withdrew his gaze. If he could be sure that Qin Yu was the reincarnation of the Dragon God Emperor, then, in the alliance between him and Qin Yu, he would possess a certain amount of superiority. Because once it was confirmed, this news would become a condition to restrain Qin Yu. But Qin Yu was quite experienced and didn't reveal the slightest bit about this question. So, AOD didn't continue to ask. Of course, if the 2 sides really fell out, whether this news was true or false, it would have a certain impact on Qin Yu. When do you plan to go to the tomb of the Dragon Emperor? Qin Yu didn't linger on this question and asked about the tomb of the Dragon Emperor. I didn't expect you to reach the Emperor realm so quickly, so I need some time to prepare. AOD said. He wasn't lying. Originally, AOD thought that no matter how fast Qin Yu was, it would take several years to reach the Emperor realm. Who would have thought that Qin Yu's cultivation would make such terrifying progress in just a few months? Okay, let me know when you're ready. Qin nodded. Then, shall we go out now? Although the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon fell into Aod's trap, it wasn't with him. If he wanted to make a deal, he had to leave this Tao law space. I still have something to do, Qin Yu said. Do you need help? From Qin Yu's slightly murderous gaze, Aod was able to see some clues. No, you go out first. When I leave the sealed world, I'll find you. Qin Yu shook his head slightly. Now that he had obtained the dragon source blood and the immortal phoenix bone, it was time to hunt down the three great forces. Qin, you didn't want to borrow Aod's power for this matter. If Aod knew that he took the initiative to hunt down the emperors of the three great forces, he would probably sense something. Aod had a very keen insight. Okay. Aod didn't insist on following him. His figure flickered slightly and disappeared into the bottom of the lake. With a thought, Qin Yu summoned the skeleton ghost king. After devouring the blood chi of the ancient exotic beasts, the skeleton ghost king's cultivation had reached the 5th grade emperor realm. As a 5th grade emperor realm puppet, it would be of great help to Qin Yu in this operation. After it appeared, the skeleton ghost king's bones, which were covered with savage beast marks, were filled with countless blood vessels. Soon, the skeleton ghost king condensed into a body of flesh and blood, which was very deceptive. Swoosh! Without hesitation, Qin Yu and the skeleton ghost king immediately broke through the void and left. At this time, the violent battle was still going on above the giant lake. The human emperors who had been searching for the immortal phoenix bone were attacked crazily by the ancient exotic beasts. The ancient exotic beasts seemed to have noticed that there were no divine emperors, so their attacks were extremely fierce. It was as if they wanted to keep all the sovereigns of the human clan who had stepped into this secret realm here forever. Outnumbered, many human emperors were ready to retreat. Although the heavenly imperial palace and other forces were unwilling, they were not strong enough, so they could only retreat. Qin Yu hid in the dark and did not show himself. At this time, if he appeared, he would definitely become the target of public criticism. Whether it was the human emperors or the ancient exotic beasts, they would all target him. Even if Qin Yu had reached the emperor realm, he could not face so many emperors alone. Of course, Qin Yu did not stay idle while watching the battle. In the spirit array disk, ancient and mysterious runes automatically merged into the five gods' heaven, subduing array flag. Among the numerous battle powers that Qin Yu possessed, the array Dao could definitely be considered as a super trump card. As long as Qin Yu had enough time to prepare the array Dao, for him, it would not be difficult to defeat the strong and outnumber the strong. After all, many of the ancient arrays Qin Yu had were obtained from the immortal god graveyard. The violent battle above the giant lake was not a desperate fight between the two sides, but a slow movement. The human emperors fought and retreated, while the ancient exotic beasts kept chasing. Soon, the chaotic battle was divided into more than a dozen groups, and they all left separately. Qin Yu also followed closely behind, quietly tailing the group of sovereigns. That group of emperors was from the Tianyuan Divine Dynasty, the Ghost Emperor Holy Island, the Tianyuan Divine Dynasty, and the Dragon Tiger Divine Sect were the three major forces. At present, the Tianyuan Divine Dynasty had suffered the most damage. Chapter 4, 95. The two top sovereigns were severely injured, and one of them had even lost a hand. Their combat strength was less than half of what it was at their peak. The other high-level sovereigns and Grade 5 and Grade 6 sovereigns were even more severely injured. If Qin Yu wanted to kill them, the Tianyuan Divine Dynasty would be the best target. When we go back, we must join forces with the other sects and destroy all these beasts. Seeing the ancient beasts chasing after them, the two top sovereigns of the Tianyuan Divine Dynasty looked gloomy and murderous. Not only had they failed to complete the task assigned by the Divine Master, but they had also failed to do so. They had also failed to obtain the immortal phoenix body that could atone for their sins. When they went back, they would have to bear the wrath of the Divine Master. This made the two top sovereigns of the Tianyuan divine dynasty extremely unhappy. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Just as the sovereigns of the Tianyuan divine dynasty were filled with murderous intent, all of a sudden, profound formation flags appeared in the void in front of them. The array flags flashed and merged into the void. Then, ancient divine incantations appeared and formed a divine array that spread out. Half of the sky was covered by the ancient array. It was Qinyu who had followed them all the way here, who had used the earth burrowing technique to jump over them and set up a trap. The sudden change did not only affect the people of the Tianyuan divine dynasty. Even the ancient exotic beasts that were chasing after them immediately stopped. In front of the divine array that had appeared, they all felt a bone-chilling sense of danger. That divine array, it's him. After taking a closer look, the faces of the people of the Tianyuan divine dynasty changed drastically. They recognized the five gods subduing sky formation. Previously, Qinyu had used the five gods subduing sky formation to take away the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon's origin dragon blood. He had even killed several high-level sovereigns of the Ghost Emperor's Sacred Island and Rumble. Within the five gods' heaven subduing formation, a thunderous explosion rang out. The five gods subduing sky formation, which was filled with purple lightning, turned into five divine incantations. The divine array, with destructive power, blasted toward the people of the Tianyuan divine dynasty, causing an earth-shattering explosion. What's going on? The aura of this ancient formation seems to be getting more and more terrifying. Could it be that he didn't use his full strength earlier? Quick, find his real body. The people from the Tianyuan divine dynasty immediately resisted with all their might, using all sorts of secret skills. The degree of terror of the five gods' heaven subduing formation was far above those primeval strange beasts. They had to go all out in order to fight against it. On the other hand, the beasts weren't attacked. They were already intelligent and could tell that the five gods' heaven subduing formation was targeting the people from the Sky Primordial Spirit Dynasty. Therefore, he didn't get involved in the battle and just watched from the sidelines. Whoosh, whoosh. While the people of the Tianyuan divine dynasty were fighting against the five gods' heaven subduing formation, two figures appeared. Qinyu and the skeleton ghost king charged towards the Sky Origin Spirit Empire with murderous intent. Slash! Qinyu's right hand moved, and the god-slaying sword appeared, slashing out. The dazzling sword light, combined with the power of the five gods' heaven subduing formation, tore the void apart. Roar! The skeleton ghost king punched out, causing the air to explode. Countless desolate beast runes roared on his bones, as if 10,000 beasts were roaring. The momentum was extremely shocking. Pung, 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 as Qinyu and the skeleton ghost king attacked. In an instant, several ordinary Emperor realm masters were killed by the two's attacks. The skeleton ghost king absorbed all their vitality. Damn it, they were hiding their cultivation before. Kill them. The two top Emperor realm masters of the Sky Origin Spirit Dynasty had ugly expressions when they saw this. They didn't even bother to deal with the five gods' heaven subduing formation and directly charged towards Qinyu and the skeleton ghost king. Long Hun helped the skeleton ghost king kill the other Emperor realm masters. Qinyu sneered, not showing any fear as he faced them head-on. When he charged out, the murderous intent in the god-punishing formation was ready to erupt. Azure dragon marks gradually spread in his physique, and the ancient divine force was also quietly surging at this moment. Qinyu, who was going all out, had reached an astonishing level at this moment, causing people's hair to stand on end. At the same time, in the five gods' heaven subduing formation, two divine curse subarrays swept over from the left and right, cooperating with Qin Yu's attack. The five gods' heaven subduing formation was set up by Qin Yu so he could naturally control it as he wished. The two top emperor realm masters of the Sky Origin Spirit dynasty wanted to completely get rid of the five gods' heaven subduing formation and turn to deal with them. That was purely wishful thinking. Sky Origin Divine Seal, Demon Divine Technique. Seeing this, the two top emperor realm masters firmly locked onto Qin Yu. When the two divine incantation clones attacked, they immediately used powerful forbidden techniques. The violent Dao technique exploded, and the two divine curse subarrays were blasted away. This time, Qin Yu was facing them alone. 9. Nether Purgatory. Qin Yu sneered even more, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes as pitch-black dragon scales appeared all over his body. A pitch-black and deathly black light spread out, sweeping across the world like dark clouds, instantly covering the divine array space. The two top Emperor Realm Masters who rushed towards Qin Yu immediately fell into a dark space, unable to capture Qin Yu's figure. As Qin Yu advanced to the Emperor Realm, the divine abilities of the Dragon Clan and the secret skills of the Battle Dragon also underwent a huge transformation. Swoosh! The next moment, a dazzling beam of starlight pierced through the sky like lightning. It bombarded one of the top Emperor Realm Masters and directly shattered his secret technique. But also because of this, the top Emperor Realm Master, whose perception and vision had been stolen, instantly sensed it and quickly dodged to the side. The top Emperor Realm Master beside him immediately used a secret technique to disperse the pitch-black light. Roar! But at this moment, there was a faint, earth-shaking dragon roar. Then, an overwhelming blood mist surged and swept across. How is this possible? How can he use the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon's source divine ability? The two top Emperor Realm Masters of the Sky Origin Spirit dynasty. They had just broken through the 9 Serenities purgatory space when they were covered by the overwhelming blood mist. This made their expressions change drastically again. They were in disbelief, because the blood mist was the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon's source divine ability. They had besieged the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon before, so they had a clear understanding of the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon's source divine ability. Naturally, they had a very clear experience of it, so there was no mistake. Qin Yu, who had taken away the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon's source dragon blood, could actually use the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon's source divine ability, capturing the dragon blood, and obtaining the divine ability of the Dragon Clan. In this case, isn't it exactly the same as the Dragon God Emperor? The two top Emperor Realm Masters of the Sky Origin Spirit dynasty did not have their current cultivation 1,000 years ago. They did not participate in the battle of the graveyard of the immortal god. But this did not mean that they did not know anything about the Dragon God Emperor from 1,000 years ago. This discovery made their hair stand on end, and they felt a chill run down their spine. The Sky Origin Spirit dynasty had paid a huge price in the battle of the graveyard of the immortal god. They had not recovered from this price until now. Chapter 496. At their peak, the Tianyuan Divine Dynasty was strong enough to invade the central region. But now, if Emperor God Tianyuan had not been there, they would have been expelled from the East Continent, just like the sacrificial evil god dynasty. It was easy to imagine the number of Emperor Realm Masters who had died or been injured. Space-time ancient killing array. Ancient superpower. Qin Yu ignored the shock of the two top sovereigns and continued to use his killing moves. The ancient divine power surged violently, and the power of space-time exploded. With Qin Yu as the center, the area within a radius of a few hundred feet turned into a zone of destruction. Under Qin Yu's killing move that could be said to have used all of his trump cards, the two top sovereigns were severely injured and flew back while vomiting blood. Sacrificial, immortal, forbidden skill. But Qin Yu did not stop attacking. His body was covered in white light. As the god-slaying sword slashed out, a beam of white light flashed at the sword radiance. Poof! Flesh and blood burst out. The two peak sovereigns of the Tianyuan divine dynasty, who were already severely injured, were killed. The sacrificial immortal technique pierced through their bodies and destroyed their flesh and bones. Escape. Although their bodies had been destroyed, the two top sovereigns still reacted quickly. Almost at the moment of being attacked, they immediately used their secret skills. Their pale and frightened sovereign souls escaped from their bodies. Whoosh! At the same time, they joined forces to cast a secret technique and tore open a crack in space. They seemed to want to escape through the void. Seal. Unfortunately, their opponent was Qin Yu, who had reached the peak of the divine sovereign level. Qin Yu had already seen through their intentions. His hands changed. The soul-devouring curse pressed down like a giant pagoda and suppressed their sovereign souls in the void. Qin Yu waved his left hand, and the sealing divine light spread out. The sovereign souls of the two top sovereigns were restrained and sealed. Emperor God Palace. The two top sovereigns were experienced and knowledgeable. When they were sealed, they immediately recognized that it was the Emperor God Palace's secret skill. But it was too late. In the void that was covered by the 9 Serenities Purgatory and the bloodthirsty killing prison, no one would know that they had been sealed by the Saint Emperor. Qin Yu did not immediately destroy their Emperor's soul, but only sealed it. Thousands of years had passed, and the world had changed. The Tianyuan divine dynasty was probably not the same as he had known it to be. Therefore, he wanted to know more about the Tianyuan divine dynasty. It was impossible to take revenge on the 12 ancient emperors all at once. Destroying them one by one was the right way to go. Before he took action, he naturally had to understand the details of the 12 ancient emperors. When Qin Yu killed the 2 peak emperors, the other sovereigns of the Tianyuan divine dynasty were also killed by the attacks of the skeleton ghost king, the dragon soul, and the 5 gods heaven subduing formation. The 9 hells purgatory and the bloodthirsty killing prison had a terrifying suppressive effect on the martial artists of the Tianyuan divine dynasty. However, it had no effect on the skeleton ghost king and the dragon soul. This was because the 2 of them could directly receive information from Qin Yu. Under such circumstances, the sovereigns of the Tianyuan divine dynasty naturally found it hard to resist. When Qin Yu also joined the battle, the sovereigns of the Tianyuan divine dynasty immediately suffered a devastating blow. Qin Yu's combat strength was above that of the skeleton ghost king. Not long after, more than a dozen sovereigns of the Tianyuan divine dynasty were killed by Qin Yu and the skeleton ghost king. Qin Yu collected the sovereigns' Sumru rings and immediately put away the divine array and left. The Tianyuan divine dynasty was only one of his targets. Qin Yu did not intend to let go of the people of the Ghost Emperor, Holy Island, and the Dragon Tiger Divine Sect. This time, the sovereigns of the 3 sects had suffered heavy injuries in this path technique space, and their combat strength had been greatly reduced. This was an excellent opportunity for Qin Yu. For example, if the 2 peak sovereigns of the Tianyuan divine dynasty were in their peak condition, even if Qin Yu used all his means, it was unlikely that he could kill them. Even if the peak sovereigns were trapped, they would not be killed so easily. As the skeleton ghost king flew, it devoured the vitality of the sovereigns of the Tianyuan divine dynasty, and its aura became stronger and stronger. The vitality of more than a dozen sovereigns was a great supplement for the skeleton ghost king. Qin Yu hunted the sovereigns of the three sects, not only because of old grudges, but also because he wanted to help the skeleton ghost king strengthen its cultivation. Who are they? When the five gods' heaven subduing array dissipated, the nine nether purgatory and the bloodthirsty prison disappeared. The exotic beasts reacted, but they could not catch up with them. Just the two of them had killed more than a dozen sovereigns of the Tianyuan divine dynasty, including two peak sovereigns. Such combat prowess was simply frightening. Perhaps only a divine emperor would be able to do such a thing. Even if they attacked together, they would only be courting death. Tianyuan divine dynasty. After Qin Yu and the exotic beasts left, Di quietly appeared. He did not leave the sealed world, but had been tailing Qin Yu from afar with a secret technique. He wanted to see what Qin Yu's purpose was. The result was somewhat unexpected. Qin Yu actually took the initiative to kill the people of the Tianyuan divine dynasty. From the looks of it, he seemed to have a great grudge with the Tianyuan divine dynasty. After pondering for a moment, Di looked in the direction Qin Yu disappeared and followed him again. Although this sealed world could strongly suppress one's perception, Di had a secret technique. He could sense the fluctuations of the dragon blood on Qin Yu's body and the divine abilities of the dragon clan. As long as Qin Yu used them, Di could detect them. Xiao. At this moment, Qin Yu, who was breaking through the void, had already locked onto the sovereigns of the Dragon Tiger Divine Sect, with the help of the Stars of Fortune. The suppression of perception in this sealed world was weakened to the extreme by Qin Yu. As for the Stars of Fortune that were consumed, they were condensed again after killing the sovereigns. The stars of more than a dozen sovereigns were not a joke. Not long after, Qin Yu caught up with the Dragon Tiger Divine Sex group. The Dragon Tiger Divine Sex group, who had been bitten by the exotic beasts, were not as fast as Qin Yu. After a little preparation, Qin Yu attacked again. There were still more than 20 sovereigns of the Dragon Tiger Divine Sect, including 3 peak sovereigns. Like the people of the Tianyuan Divine Dynasty, they were all seriously injured. Just like how he dealt with the Tianyuan Divine Dynasty's group, Qin Yu used the same trick. With the 5 gods' heaven-subduing array and divine abilities and secret techniques, he wantonly slaughtered the Dragon Tiger Divine Sex group. However, compared to the Tianyuan Divine Dynasty's group, something unexpected happened when he dealt with the Dragon Tiger Divine Sex group. A peak sovereigns had been pierced by the immortal sacrifice technique and knew that he could not survive, so he self-destructed. Even though Qin Yu noticed it in time and sealed it, he was not able to stop it. The self-destruction of a peak emperor realm master was enough to destroy the heavens and earth. The peak sovereigns and ordinary sovereigns of the Dragon Tiger Divine Sect were all killed. Even though Qin Yu had the divine dragon tyrannical body of an emperor, he was still seriously injured. The skeleton ghost king almost fell apart, and even the 5 gods' heaven-subduing array was destroyed. However, the other 2 peak sovereigns of the Dragon Tiger Divine Sect were prepared. They took the opportunity to break out of the array and escaped without looking back. Although the plan to destroy the Dragon Tiger Divine Sect had been foiled, 1 peak sovereigns and several peak sovereigns had caused the Dragon Tiger Divine Sect a lot of losses. Therefore, Qin Yu did not chase after them. Chapter 497. After dispersing the array, Qin Yu came to a barren mountain and used his dragon chi to heal his injuries. The skeleton ghost king quickly absorbed his chi and blood, and its displaced skeleton gradually recovered. Although the skeleton ghost king's cultivation was close to the 6th grade emperor realm, compared to a top emperor realm master, there was still an insurmountable gap. After all, the skeleton ghost king didn't have a secret technique that could greatly increase his cultivation like Qin Yu. Has he been secretly following me? After recovering from his injuries, Qin Yu consumed his star providence to sense the Ghost Emperor, Holy Island, and the others. However, he didn't find the Ghost Emperor, Holy Island. Instead, he found AOD, who had been following him. "We can't let him go like this." The dragon soul appeared and said. So far, AOD was the only one who had guessed Qin Yu's identity. This was an extremely unstable factor for Qin Yu. If he couldn't control it, he could only get rid of it. Otherwise, once the two sides fell out, Qin Yu's identity would be completely exposed. The reason why they could form an alliance now was because of the tomb of the Dragon Emperor. When this matter was over, the relationship between the two sides would probably change. At that time, AOD would have to be dealt with. Judging from these two battles, Qin Yu was now able to fight and even kill a top Emperor Realm Master. However, that was only a one-on-one battle. If there were too many of them, and he was even targeted, then he could only run. Even a top Emperor Realm Master was like this, not to mention a Divine Emperor Realm Master, who could easily suppress a top Emperor Realm Master. Therefore, even if Qin Yu started to take revenge, his identity still couldn't be exposed. If not, then even if he went to take revenge, he would only be targeted by a single force. Once exposed, Star Luo and the 12 Ancient Emperors would definitely join forces. That situation was really bad for Qin Yu. Indeed, I have to deal with it. Qin Yu's eyes flickered, although he and AOD had become friends after fighting. However, no matter what, he could not bet his life on AOD. It seems that he has already left. Qin Yu once again consumed his qi, but he still couldn't sense the Ghost Emperor's sacred island. So he gave up. Putting away the skeleton Ghost King that was still recovering, Qin Yu took off the mask on his face and returned to Xunfeng's appearance. Since the Ghost Emperor Holy Island and the others had already left, there was no need for Qin Yu to disguise himself. After thinking for a while, Qin Yu rushed towards the entrance of this Dao technique world. Swoosh! However, not long after Qin Yu took off his mask, two sharp sounds could be heard. It was Sun Gushing and Sun Gushing. After Qin Yu did not deliberately conceal his aura, Sun Gushing quickly divined his location. Looks like he's fine. This fluctuation, Sun Gushing and Sun Jiuxiao, let out a sigh of relief when they saw that Qin Yu was safe and sound. Previously, the primordial beasts had gone berserk, and Qin Yu had suddenly disappeared without a trace. They were really worried that Qin Yu had encountered some danger. Second grade, Emperor Realm. However, in the next moment, Sun Gushing and Sun Jiuxiao's eyes narrowed. Their bodies were about to disappear into the void. They had heard Qin Yu say that as long as he received dragon blood, he would be able to reach the Emperor Realm. His cultivation could break through to the Emperor Realm. However, when they saw it for themselves, Sun Gushing and Sun Jiuxiao still found it hard to believe. Going from third-grade Martial Emperor to second-grade Emperor Realm was equivalent to crossing a super big realm. What kind of secret technique could have such a heaven-defying effect? In fact, they didn't know that Qin Yu's cultivation had already reached 7th grade Martial Emperor. Otherwise, even with the dragon blood of the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon, Qin Yu would not be able to reach the Emperor Realm. Xunfeng, could it be? After a while, Sun Jiuxiao came back to his senses. He had seen heaven-burying Sword Immortal before, so he couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity when he saw Qin Yu again. Heaven-burying Sword Immortal and Qin Yu's rapid increase in cultivation were too similar. Although Qin Yu's increase in cultivation wasn't as shocking as heaven-burying Sword Immortal's. However, it still far exceeded the normal cultivation speed. If the secret technique left behind by the three emperors that Qin Yu mentioned was only left behind by a prince, then the most likely possibility was that Qin Yu was also a reincarnator like heaven-burying Sword Immortal. Elder Sun. Seeing Sun Gushing and Sun Jiuxiao, Qin Yu went up to them. "Let's go." Although they were extremely shocked and surprised. At this time, Sun Guxing and Sun Jiuxiao didn't ask anything and immediately flew away with Qin Yu. After half an hour, the three of them met up with the other Emperor realm elders of the Sky Emperor Palace and flew towards the entrance of the sealed world in the Dao Law space. The Sky Emperor Palace had paid a great price for this trip to the immortal Phoenix Stream. There were more than 30 Emperor realm elders who had originally been sent by Yang Kai to accompany Yang Kai. Now, there were only a dozen of them left. Almost half of the Emperor realm elders had died. The Sky Emperor Palace, and the others didn't have a good atmosphere along the way. They didn't get the immortal phoenix body, and the ancient divine phoenix bone, one of the 4 great divine medicines, was tantamount to losing their lead. This naturally put Sun Guxing and the other descendants of the 3 emperors in a bad mood. It took them nearly 2 days to enter the Dao Law space and find the location of the immortal phoenix body. However, less than 6 hours later, they flew out of the divine palace in a straight line and appeared in the depths of the immortal Phoenix Stream. Half a day later, they flew out of the immortal Phoenix Stream and returned to the ancient Desolation Land where exotic beasts appeared from time to time. "Elder Son, did you get the ancient divine phoenix bone?" As they flew out of the ancient Desolation Land, Qin Yu broke the heavy atmosphere. "No, I don't know who suddenly appeared halfway and took away the immortal phoenix body." After suspecting that Qin Yu was a reincarnator, Sun Jiuxiao's attitude towards Qin Yu also changed. Even though Qin Yu had saved the Sky Emperor Palace before, in Sun Jiuxiao's eyes, he was still a junior. However, Sun Jiuxiao had completely abandoned this thought now. "Actually, I got the inheritance of the immortal phoenix in the divine palace." Hearing that, Qin Yu said, "The inheritance of the immortal phoenix." After hearing Qin Yu's words, Sun Guxing, Sun Jiuxiao, and the other people's faces lit up. Could it be, apart from that, I also got half of the immortal phoenix bone? Only after looking all around did Qin Yu move his right hand. The immortal phoenix bone that he had sealed appeared in his hand. "It really is the immortal phoenix bone." "Ha ha!" Sun Guxing quickly took the immortal phoenix bone and felt it carefully. He was overjoyed. Sun Jiuxiao and the other descendants of the 3 emperors could not hide their excitement. This was really a turn of events. With the immortal phoenix bone, they had found 3 of the 4 great divine herbs. As long as they found the immortal spiritual herbs, they would be able to refine the immortal emperor pills. Qin Yu, could he be the one who took away the immortal phoenix body? Sun Jiuxiao looked deeply at Qin Yu. He did not think that things could be so coincidental. Of course, Sun Jiuxiao could not ask Qin Yu directly about this. Even now, he could not tell Sun Guxing and the others. "Let's go." Sun Guxing put away the immortal phoenix bone like it was a treasure and left quickly with Qin Yu and the others. The originally oppressive atmosphere also dissipated completely. Everyone carried an unconcealable excitement. Chapter 498. 7 days later, the group from Heavenly Imperial Palace arrived at Cloud Star Imperial Territory in the East Continent. Sun Guxing and the others were about to teleport back to Heavenly Imperial Palace. After learning that Qin Yu was going to stay in Cloud Star Imperial Territory for a few days, they split up. Sun Jiuxiao and the others accompanied Qin Yu in Cloud Star Imperial Territory. Sun Guxing took the immortal phoenix bone and teleported back to the spirit state. There were 2 reasons why Qin Yu stayed in the Cloud Star Imperial domain. First, it was the deal with AOD. Second, he promised to refine the Ice Heart Heavenly Spirit Pill for Su Xiaoya. In this trip to the immortal Phoenix Stream, Qin Yu killed dozens of Emperor Realm Masters. The various resources he obtained could be described as a sea. he had already collected all the spirit materials needed to refine the Ice Heart Heavenly Spirit Pill. One day later, after Qin Yu refined the Ice Heart Heavenly Spirit Pill, he went to find Su Xiaoya. After giving the Ice Heart Heavenly Spirit Pill to Su Xiaoya, Qin Yu returned to the ancient city and waited for AOD. He could find Su Xiaoya with the bronze mask, but it was difficult for him to detect AOD. He could only leave a secret signal in the ancient city and wait for AOD to come. 2 days later, AOD brought the sealed Black Sea, as promised. Qin Yu refined a trace of AOGO's dragon blood source and made a deal. The two agreed to go to the tomb of the Dragon Emperor in a few months. After the matter was settled, Qin Yu did not stay and returned to Heavenly Imperial Palace with Sun Jiuxia and the others. At this time, the news of what happened in the Immortal Phoenix stream spread. The appearance of the Immortal Phoenix soul and Immortal Phoenix bone shocked the entire East Continent. However, the news of the appearance of Mad Dragon Emperor and the other divine emperors besieging the mysterious sword cultivator spread. Not only the East Continent, but the entire 9 continents of the Heaven Domain was shocked. If it were just 5 ordinary divine emperors, it would not have caused such a huge commotion. However, 5 divine emperors appeared this time. Not only the divine masters of the 4 top forces, but also Star Luo, who ranked first on the emperor list. The appearance of these 5 people together shocked the people of the Heaven Domain. More importantly, the Star Luo Sex group of 5 had joined forces to deal with a single sword cultivator in the current Heaven Domain, who could make Star Luo and the other 4 divine emperors work together to deal with him. The identity of the Heaven-Burying Sword Immortal caused a heated discussion in the entire 9 prefectures. The level of excitement far surpassed the birth of the Immortal Phoenix's soul and body. Countless divine emperors showed up one after another to inquire about the inside story. Soon after, the Sky Burier Sword Immortal called the Mad Dragon Venerable Sovereign and the others juniors. They might be reincarnators. Even the princes of the Heavenly Spirit Divine Dynasty were dug out. Heavenly Imperial Palace in the northern region of the spiritual state, the sword cultivator being chased by the 5 sovereigns, is Yi Xiaoning of the Heavenly Spirit God Dynasty. Hearing Sun Jiuxiao's words, Shi Tiangang was somewhat in disbelief. Sun Jiuxiao and the others had only heard of Yi Xiaoning from the intelligence reports. Shi Tiangang had seen Yi Xiaoning in person during the spiritual state battle ranking competition. After the initial shock, Shi Tiangang finally understood why Yi Xiaoning was on the spiritual state battle ranking list. If he was a reincarnator, he could indeed defeat the younger generation as a first-grade martial emperor. However, the Heavenly Spirit Divine Dynasty would become the eye of the storm. It was even possible that the situation in the spiritual state, which was already in turmoil, would change drastically. Palace Master Shun Feng's cultivation has also reached the 2nd grade Emperor realm. Seeing that Shi Tiangang was deep in thought, Sun Jiuxiao spoke again. 2nd grade Emperor realm. Shun Feng got the dragon blood. Shi Tiangang was overjoyed when he heard that. Now that Qin Yu had been conferred as the Saint Prince, Shi Tiangang was naturally very happy that his cultivation had made such a big breakthrough. However, when he saw Sun Jiuxiao's serious and even solemn expression, his voice came to an abrupt halt. Shi Tiangang only then noticed that Sun Jiuxiao had used the word also. It was not strange to mention that word, but when it was mentioned together with Yi Xiaoning's identity as a reincarnator, Jiuxiao, you mean that Xin Feng might also be a reincarnator? Sun Guxing was stunned. Although he had also gone to the Immortal Phoenix stream this time, he did not see Zhang Tian's sword immortal. Therefore, he did not think that Qin Yu would be a reincarnator. It can't be, right? Sun Yinlong's gaze froze. Although there were often rumors about reincarnators in various ancient books. Every existence that could be reincarnated was an existence that once stood at the peak of the heaven domain, and it was extremely rare. Could Chinyu be a reincarnator? No, judging from Chinyu's growth speed, it is not impossible. Shi Tiangang came back to his senses and spoke slowly. When he first came, Chinyu's aptitude was not very outstanding. However, as time passed, Chinyu's aptitude became more outstanding, which completely broke the norm. At that time, Chinyu had inherited all the divine powers of the three ancient emperors. They thought that Chinyu was the prophesied person. Therefore, they took it for granted that there was something special about Chinyu, and it was very normal. However, now that they thought about it, Chinyu went to the Blood Demon continent to train when he first came to the imperial palace. When he returned unscathed, it was enough to explain the problem. One had to know that Chinyu's cultivation was only at the martial ancestor realm back then. The Blood Demon continent was a place where even martial emperors could encounter danger. As for the trip to the void space where the younger generation of martial emperors gathered, the matter of the extraterritorial demon race in the Jiuzhongwu domain, and the invasion of the evil god dynasty by the extraterritorial demon race. Chinyu was able to escape unscathed time and time again. Now that they thought about it, it was even more evident that Chinyu was not an ordinary person. What should we do now? Should we detain Shen Feng? Seeing that Shi Tiangang, Sun Guxing, and Sun Jiuxiao were all silent, Sun Yunlang asked. No, Sun Jiuxiao said directly. It is indeed inappropriate. Now, only Chinyu can refine the immortal emperor pill. If we detain him, won't we be cutting off our own path of retreat? Sun Guxing also shook his head. Ever since they learned that the extraterritorial demon race could control the primordial divine power, now, the descendants of the three sovereigns and core sovereigns were all thinking of ways to purify the primordial divine power in their true yuan. If they did not use the primordial divine power, their battle strength would be weaker than other peak sovereigns. Now, the most important thing for them was to refine the immortal emperor pill as soon as possible. Therefore, no matter what, they could not do anything to anger Chinyu. Whether Shen Feng is a reincarnator or not, this is something that only the four of us can know. As for our attitude toward Shen Feng, just treat him the same as before. Whether Shen Feng is a reincarnator or not, judging from what he has done, he has no ill intentions toward us. Shi Tiangang pondered for a while, then spoke slowly. From the seven-colored celestial qilin to the immortal phoenix bone, Qin, you had made great contributions to Imperial Sky Palace. Judging from this, even if Chinyu was a reincarnator, he had no ill intentions toward Imperial Sky Palace. Of course, before they figured out the mystery of Chinyu, they still had to be on guard. Now, they could no longer consider Chinyu as a member of the younger generation with a demonic aptitude. Chapter 499. Let's put the matter of Shen Feng aside for now. There's news about the immortal spirit grass. Shi Tiangang changed the topic and talked about something extremely important to Heavenly Imperial Palace. Immortal spirit grass. Hearing Shi Tiangang's words, Sun Guxing and the other two were overjoyed. They had just obtained the immortal phoenix bone, and now there was news about the immortal spirit grass. This was really a blessing from the heavens. According to the intelligence, the immortal spirit grass has appeared in the Middle States Saint Realm. Although this news is not confirmed, I have already sent people to the Middle State. Once it's confirmed, we will leave for the Middle State immediately. Shi Tiangang could not hide his excitement. As long as they could get the immortal spirit grass, they could refine the immortal emperor pill. Of course, under his excitement, Shi Tiangang's eyes were also a little solemn. The Middle State was the place where the most masters of the heaven domain gathered. If the news about the immortal spirit grass was true, those divine emperor realm masters would probably move out. This was a huge pressure for Heavenly Imperial Palace. After all, there was no divine emperor realm master in Heavenly Imperial Palace. Once those divine emperors intervened, if they wanted to get the immortal spirit grass, they would have to pay a huge price. However, no matter how big the price was, the immortal spirit grass was the last divine medicine, and they had to get it. It's a pity that Senior Uncle Song's whereabouts are unknown. If only he could help. Hearing this, Sun Yunlang was silent for a while before he sighed. Although the top forces of the spiritual state did not have any divine emperor realm masters. However, in the history of these forces, divine emperors had appeared before. For example, Heavenly Imperial Palace not only had a divine emperor realm master 700 years ago, but he was also a high-level divine emperor. That period could be said to be the most relaxed period in the history of Heavenly Imperial Palace since the end of the ancient era. Heavenly Imperial Palace's forces had even unified the entire northern region, and there were many masters. Unfortunately, that high-level divine emperor disappeared during an exploration of the ancient ruins, and his whereabouts were unknown. Because of this, the other forces of the spiritual state were not satisfied with Heavenly Imperial Palace's domination of the northern region, and there were frequent riots. The evil sacrificial dynasty also took advantage of the chaos in Heavenly Imperial Palace to directly invade the northern region of the spiritual state. Until now, the northern region had 2 tigers entrenched in the northern region. Senior Uncle Song's life blood card hasn't cracked. He's definitely still alive. Maybe he has been trying to break through to the peak of the Emperor realm all these years. Sun Guxing said, although he could not divine Martial Uncle Song's whereabouts, he was certain that Martial Uncle Song was still alive. I hope so. Shi Tiangang sighed softly. It was naturally a good thing that Martial Uncle Song had returned. But now, there had been no news of him at all. Thus, it was impossible to count on him. They could only rely on themselves. Heavenly Imperial Palace, in the glorious palace, in the ancient chamber, Qin Yu sat cross-legged in the air. In front of him, an ancient cauldron with formation patterns was burning with golden flames. Within the divine cauldron, a pitch-black spear with mysterious dragon patterns floated in the air. It was constantly being burned by the terrifying golden flames. It was the 9 nether dragon spear that was being refined by the golden flame heaven incinerating fire. Along the way, Qin Yu relied on his attainments in artifact forging to constantly temper the 9 nether dragon spear. After fusing with the azure demonic phoenix and watering it with several types of origin dragon blood, the grade of the 9 nether dragon spear had reached the level of an emperor artifact. Moreover, the 9 nether dragon spear was made from dragon bones and was forged by Qin Yu with the secret technique of the dragon race. It could continuously fuse with dragon blood and spiritual treasures to improve its grade. It could be said that this was a spiritual treasure with unlimited potential. Therefore, Qin Yu planned to forge the 9 nether dragon spear into a spiritual treasure like the divine dragon ancient seal. It was not just an ordinary emperor artifact. Of course, the 9 nether dragon spear was still in the tempering stage. It would still take some time before it could truly take shape. Since he had the god-slaying sword in hand, Qin Yu was not in a hurry. Buzz, buzz, buzz. He dripped the source dragon blood of the bloodthirsty sky-killing dragon onto the 9 underworld dragon spear. Vaguely, there was a deafening dragon's roar. A faint red dragon pattern appeared on the 9 nether dragon spear, which was covered in dragon patterns. The bloodthirsty killing intent emitted, adding a strong demonic feeling to the 9 nether dragon spear. Whoosh! Seeing that the tempering of the 9 nether dragon spear was progressing steadily, Qin Yu kept it and flicked his finger. the Medicine King's divine cauldron appeared. Accompanying the appearance of the Medicine King's divine cauldron was a sea of spiritual herbs. Chi. All kinds of spiritual herbs were thrown into the Medicine King's divine cauldron in an orderly manner and were quickly refined. The spiritual pills that Qin Yu was refining now were for the Purple Thunder Divine Firmament Dragon and the Golden Flame Heaven Incinerating Dragon to increase their cultivation. Compared to the infant immortal phoenix that could devour any spiritual treasure, the Purple Thunder Divine Firmament Dragon and the Golden Flame Heaven Incinerating Dragon were much more picky about spiritual pills that could increase their cultivation. Other than the ancient divine pills that Qin Yu specially refined, they were not interested in other ordinary spiritual pills at all. This was because ordinary divine pills were not of much use to them in increasing their cultivation. Now, Qin Yu's cultivation had reached the 2nd grade Emperor realm. The Skeleton Ghost King was also close to the 6th grade Emperor realm. As for the Purple Thunder Divine Firmament Dragon, it was still at the peak of the Martial Emperor realm. As for the Golden Flame Heaven Incinerating Dragon, needless to say, it was only a 4th grade Martial Emperor. To the current Qin Yu, a battle power of this level was already of no help at all. Therefore, increasing the cultivation of the Dragon Clan was of the utmost importance. In Qin Yu's plan, the Dragon Clan of the Eternal Dragon Country would be his powerful combat strength in the future. As long as he could subdue enough Dragon Clan members, their cultivation would increase. Even if Qin Yu was alone, he would be able to destroy the 12 ancient emperors and the Star Luo Empire without relying on the heavenly imperial palace. After refining thousands of spiritual pills and consuming most of the spiritual herbs, Qin Yu kept the Medicine King's divine cauldron. Then, Qin Yu appeared in the ancient seal of the divine dragon. In the space of the ancient seal, thousands of ferocious blood-red Shunran floated. It was the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon, the Black Sea. However, although the bloodthirsty killing intent emitted by the Black Sea had not weakened, the aura of the dragon blood was obviously extremely weak. Not only had the origin dragon blood been taken away, but the dragon soul had also been controlled by Aoba. It had fought against several top sovereigns and was eventually suppressed by AOD. If the Black Sea's dragon body had not been strong enough, it would have died by now. As if sensing Qin Yu's arrival, the Black Sea's lake-like eyes opened slightly. That blood-like crimson dragon was coldly staring at Qin Yu. How is it? Has he decided to submit? Qin Yu walked up to the dragon soul and asked, "He's quite stubborn. It seems that he's not willing to be killed." The dragon soul shook its head. "Then there's no other way." Qin Yu looked at the Black Sea and thought. The ancient seal of the divine dragon trembled, and a supreme dragon might as vast as the starry sky spread. The Black Sea, which had not been affected much at first, was shocked when it sensed the supreme dragon's might. The immortal ancient Shenren's might made the Black Sea's soul tremble. Chapter 500. I don't like to be long-winded, so I will only ask you once. Submit or die. Qin Yu said indifferently. Even if he forcibly controlled a dragon that was unwilling to submit, it would be useless to him. Qin Yu would not keep such a threat by his side. If I die, His Majesty, the Dragon Emperor, will definitely descend. At that time, your end will come. Xianhai's cold and weak voice sounded. Dragon Emperor? Qin Yu's eyes flashed. Ancient evil underworld dragon? Yes, His Majesty, the Dragon Emperor, will unify all the dragon races in the extraterritorial realm. Whether it is the extraterritorial realm or the heaven domain, they will all submit to our dragon race. Xianhai said coldly. If that's the case, I really don't dare to kill you. Qin Yu smiled and moved his right hand. A beam of divine light descended from the divine dragon ancient seal and hit Xianhai. Xianhai, whose blood-red dragon eyes were incomparably cold, was suppressed on the spot before he could react. Dragon Soul, you will control the bloodthirsty, heavenly dragon from now on. Even if Xian Hai was unwilling to submit, Qin Yu had a way to control his dragon body, which had the battle strength of a high-level emperor. After speaking, Qin Yu imprisoned Xian Hai's dragon soul, but did not destroy it. "Are you keeping the dragon soul to fish?" The dragon soul nodded and asked. He and Qin Yu had a telepathic connection, so he could roughly guess why Qin Yu imprisoned and sealed the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon's dragon soul. "Yes, I hope that the ancient evil underworld dragon will come personally, as the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon said." The smile on Qin Yu's face grew wider. He had no plans to go to the extraterritorial realm for now. If the ancient evil underworld dragon really came to the heaven domain to look for him, for Qin Yu, it was equivalent to an opportunity delivered to his doorstep. After dealing with the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon, Qin Yu began to prepare for the tomb of the Dragon Emperor. Now that his cultivation had officially reached the Emperor realm, the Spirit Array Disk could continue to be upgraded. The Ancient Space-Time, Ancient Slaughter Array, Five Gods Heaven Subduing Array, and other ancient arrays should be further strengthened. Although the God-Slaying Formation was still unable to control the entire killing formation, it was able to control more and more killing intent. This was enough to become Qin Yu's trump card. Next time, if he encountered a peak Emperor Venerable, it wouldn't be like the Dragon and Tiger Divine sect, whose mission had failed because of a self-detonation. While Qin Yu was busy preparing, 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Qin Yu wasn't just making preparations. From time to time, he would leave the heavenly imperial palace to hunt down the emperor realm masters of the sacrificial evil god dynasty. His goal was naturally to gather information about the sacrificial evil god dynasty. Qin Yu was a little concerned about the information he had obtained. During this period of time, the sacrificial evil god dynasty and a few other factions had started to move frequently. The heavenly imperial palace had obviously noticed this as well, and was also secretly working with the forces that had already formed an alliance. Qin Yu had a premonition that another great battle might occur, so he didn't act rashly for the time being. He was waiting for the right moment. The Skeleton Ghost King, on the other hand, had broken through to the 6th grade Emperor realm because of the emperors that Qin Yu occasionally killed. In a boundless barren mountain, Puqi, Qin Yu attacked, his Dao technique raging, and a terrifying spear with dense killing intent tore through the sky. A 1st grade martial emperor from the sacrificial evil god dynasty was killed with a single strike. The Skeleton Ghost King appeared and instantly devoured his vitality. Who the hell is it? After killing the Emperor Venerable, soul-searching, and soul-refining to obtain information, Qin Yu looked around the void without leaving a trace. Several times before, when he left the heavenly imperial palace to hunt the emperors of the sacrificial evil god dynasty, Qin Yu felt that someone had been secretly watching him the entire time. Today, when it appeared again, Qin Yu felt even more strongly about this feeling. Could it be that the sacrificial evil god dynasty is aware of it? The Dragon Soul, after using its space-time divine ability, did not notice that someone was secretly watching them. However, since Qin Yu felt that he was being watched, it shouldn't be wrong. Qin Yu had experienced thousands of battles in his previous life, so he wouldn't have such a feeling for no reason. It seems that I'd better keep a low profile for now. Qin Yu thought for a while, then quietly turned around and left. He also suspected that the sacrificial blood god dynasty was watching him, so this time he deliberately made sufficient preparations and came to this area close to the sacrificial evil god dynasty. But the result was the same as the previous times, until he killed the Emperor Venerable of the sacrificial evil god dynasty. The Emperor Venerable, who was secretly watching him, did not show up. This feeling made Qin Yu very uncomfortable, and he became more vigilant. At this time, in a void thousands of miles away from the barren mountain, two figures, using some kind of secret technique, were able to see Qin Yu's battle in the entire city. The two figures were none other than the handsome white-robed man from the ancient demon clan and the black-robed man from the ancient demon clan. The person who took the god-slaying sword should be him, but the muscular man in black looked at Qin Yu's disappearing figure in the light mirror and frowned slightly. He actually reached the second grade emperor realm. This cultivation speed is simply too fast. The handsome man in white had a grave look in his eyes. Since last time, he had suspected that Qin Yu was the person who took the god-slaying sword and the ancient heavenly rock spirit. The two of them had set up secret sentries around the heavenly imperial palace, and finally they had seen Qin Yu appear. However, Qin Yu's cultivation had caused them to be even more astonished. Back in the ancient god ruins, Qin Yu was only a 7th grade martial emperor. Now, only half a year had passed, and he had reached the 2nd grade emperor realm. They had never seen such a cultivation speed, whether it was in the outer realm or the heaven domain. It was only recorded in the ancient books. What kind of opportunity did this brat get? The muscular man in black frowned even more. Qin Yu's growth speed was too frightening. If Qin Yu continued to grow, it would be almost impossible for them to take back the god-slaying sword and the ancient heavenly rock's spirit. What if it's not because of an opportunity? The handsome man in white seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes became a little serious. You mean this brat might be a reincarnator like the prince of the heavenly spirit divine dynasty? The muscular man in black was a little puzzled at first, but after looking at the handsome man in white, he immediately understood what he meant. It's not impossible. The handsome man in white nodded slightly. If that's the case, then we have to report this news to the clan. The muscular man in black said, "Let's see if we can capture him first. If we fail, then report it to the clan and ask the divine elders to take action." The handsome man in white thought for a while and said, "At this time, Qin Yu did not hunt down the sacrificial evil god dynasty. After another month, when there was still no news from AOD, he decided to go out. When he learned that Qin Yu had asked to leave the heavenly imperial palace alone, suspecting that Qin Yu was a reincarnator, the heavenly imperial palace did not forcibly send Emperor Realm experts to protect Qin Yu this time. Qin Yu did not leave the heavenly imperial palace to look for the Dragon Emperor. It was because of something that had been on his mind for a long time. The Underworld Stone, the Underworld Ghost Land. When subduing the Purple Thunder Divine Cloud Dragon, Qin Yu obtained the Underworld Stone, left behind by Fairy Shualan in the void space. Chapter 5:01. According to the Purple Thunder Divine Cloud Dragon, Fairy Shualan had left a message that if she did not return, Qin Yu, who had obtained the Underworld Stone, would go to the Underworld Ghost Land marked by the Underworld Stone. Before this, Qin Yu had been busy looking for dragon blood to improve his cultivation because his cultivation was too weak. Now that his cultivation had reached the Emperor Realm, there had been no news from AOD. Qin Yu felt that it was time to go to the ancestral land of the Ghost Clan, the Underworld Ghost Land. Qin Yu had never understood why Fairy Shualan was related to the Ghost Clan. This time, he went there to solve the doubts in his heart. Although the Underworld Ghost Land was located in the Heaven Domain, strictly speaking, it was not in any part of the 9 states. It was located in a chaotic void area between the Heaven Domain's barren state and the Demon State. The Underworld Ghost Land was in the deepest part of the chaotic void area. Therefore, it had always been called the Void Ghost Domain. There were often cultivators who went to explore the Underworld Ghost Land. But often, cultivators would disappear inexplicably. That kind of disappearance was not death, but simply disappearance. Although their life blood card showed that they were still alive, no one could find them if they were alive, and no corpse if they were dead, because strange things like that often happened. For example, the rumor that the ghost clan's inheritance treasure was left there had never stopped. This, on the contrary, attracted more and more cultivators to explore. Half a month later, Qin Yu, who had left the Heavenly Imperial Palace, used the teleportation array of the Heavenly Imperial Palace to come to the barren state. Then he passed through the barren state and came to the Void Ghost Domain. The Void Ghost Domain was as vast as the starry sky, boundless. The entire void was filled with chaotic and violent void turbulence and eerie ghost chi. The ghost chi was so corrosive that even an Emperor Realm Master could be invaded by it. Qin Yu, who was wearing a bronze mask and whose aura and body shape had changed, quickly shuttled through the chaotic void filled with ghost chi. With the Dragon Soul's space-time divine ability, Qin Yu could be said to be like a fish in water in this chaotic area. They actually followed me here. Qin Yu, who was flying at high speed, had a cold light in his eyes. Qin Yu once again felt that someone was watching him in the dark. The feeling was exactly the same as when he was hunting down the monarchs of the sacrificial evil god dynasty. There are two people following behind, and they are quite far away. After going deeper and deeper into the Void Ghost prison, the Dragon Soul finally sensed something. Qin Yu raised his eyebrows slightly, a strange look flashing in his eyes. Right now, his appearance, body shape, and aura had all changed completely. Even Sun Guxing, who was an expert in divination, would find it difficult to see through him. Who was the person who had been spying on him in the dark? What kind of method did it use to lock onto him? How strong are they? Qin Yu asked the Dragon Soul. The two people who were tailing him were quite good at concealment. Although Qin Yu sensed that someone had been secretly following them, he was unable to perceive their cultivation. Hearing this, the Dragon Soul immediately used its space-time ability. Strands of space-time energy fused into the chaotic void. They should be top monarchs, and their auras are somewhat familiar. After a while, the Dragon Soul said with a slightly surprised voice, "Could it be someone I know? Somewhat familiar? It seems that I have to find a chance to catch them." Although countless thoughts flashed through his mind, Qin Yu did not slow down at all. He went all the way into the depths of the void. After staying in a certain region of the void for a long time, Qin Yu completely disappeared. The fluctuation of the ancient heavenly rock's divine power has completely disappeared. What's going on? The two ancient demons who had been following Qin Yu closely by relying on the fluctuations of their ancient divine power had changed their expressions. At this moment, their expressions changed. They could no longer be bothered to conceal their tracks as they quickly tore through the void. They had heard many rumors about the underworld ghost land disappearing inexplicably. At this time, they were a little worried that Qin Yu would also disappear inexplicably. In that case, they really would not be able to get the god-slaying sword and the ancient heavenly rock spirit. Buzz. Buzz. However, just as the two ancient demon clansmen stepped into the region of the void where Qin Yu had stayed and then disappeared, a clear trembling of the formation runes could be heard. Oh no, it's a trap. The two ancient demons immediately reacted, but it was too late. Almost as soon as they heard the formation runes, a monstrous ancient formation that covered the sky descended. The ancient formation covered the void within a radius of 10,000 miles. Naturally, the two ancient demons were unable to escape and were completely enveloped. "He discovered us a long time ago." The two primordial demon clansmen looked solemn. They were still thinking about when to sneak an attack on Qin Yu. They did not expect that Qin Yu had discovered their presence in advance and had set a trap for them to jump into. The fluctuations emitted by the ancient array made their hearts palpitate. This formation seems to be a divine formation from the primordial era, the five gods subduing sky formation. The handsome man in white carefully sized up the ancient formation, and his gaze became increasingly grave. He had seen the five gods subduing sky formation in some ancient books. It was rumored that this ancient formation had a glorious record of killing gods in the primordial era. It went without saying how powerful it was. The chaotic void shook slightly, and a figure appeared. It was Qin, ancient demons. Separated by several tens of feet, Qin was calmly sizing up the two ancient devils. Qin had always suspected that they were the descendants of the generals of the sacrificial evil court or the heavenly emperor palace. He did not expect them to be ancient demons. This was somewhat out of Qin expectations. However, since the ancient demons had their eyes on him, they must have known him. They must have known his identity and wanted to take back the god-slaying sword. Attack! Seeing that Qin had appeared, the two ancient devil clansmen did not hesitate in the slightest and immediately attacked. The five gods subduing sky formation was extremely powerful. However, that dragon transformation stage clansman was no longer present. Qin was the only one present. 2 against 1, they had the absolute advantage. Swoosh! Immediately, an ancient halberd appeared in the hands of the handsome man in white. The halberd flicked up from below. Billowing demonic chi gathered and rose into the sky like a demonic dragon. With unparalleled demonic chi, the halberd blasted toward Qin. The muscular man in black roared, and a demonic curse spread out from his face. As he formed a seal with both hands, the billowing demonic chi swept out like a huge wave. The two attacks seemed to be independent, but they complemented each other and contained extremely terrifying killing intent. Formation rotation. Qin, who was well prepared, was not afraid at all. He shouted in a low voice. Within the five gods subduing sky formation, billowing divine thunder and divine power raged in the sky. The chaotic Tao filled the void. The five divine incantation arrays descended like five gods descending upon the world. Rumble! The two primordial demons and the five sovereigns' curse subformation clashed in midair. Just the aftermath of the destructive explosion was enough to shatter space itself, causing it to become increasingly chaotic. Chapter 5:02. As expected of an ancient divine array, seeing that their attacks were all blocked by the five gods' heaven subduing array, the white-clothed handsome man's eyes became even more serious. No wonder Qin, a mere second-grade emperor, realm master, dared to set up a trap to lure them in. Swish! Qin sneered. With a flip of his right hand, the god-slaying sword appeared in his hand. A murderous intent that could destroy heaven and earth erupted like a storm. If it was the five gods' heaven-subduing array at the immortal Phoenix stream, it would have been difficult to block these two ancient demons. However, in the past few months after returning to the Emperor Palace, Qin, you had specially strengthened the power of the Spirit Array Disc and the five gods' heaven-subduing array. Now, the power of this ancient array had increased by more than one level. 9 Serenity's Purgatory. As Qin rushed out with the sword in hand, a pitch-black light spread between heaven and earth. The five gods' heaven-subduing array immediately turned into a pitch-black space. Ancient space-time killing array. Along with the 9 Serenity's Purgatory was a monstrous, murderous intent that could distort space and time. The murderous intent was so strong that it seemed to be able to slaughter the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Bang! The handsome man in white shook his right hand and thrust out his halberd. The vast sea of demon chi rampaged, and the void trembled. The 9 Serenity's Purgatory was wreaked havoc, and the ancient space-time killing array was also shaken off by the billowing demon chi. Qin Yu silently slashed out the blood-red sword light, which was accurately shattered into dust by the halberd. Although his perception was stolen, Qin Yu's attack was seen through by the handsome man in white. 9 demons kill. At this moment, the muscular man in black used a terrifying secret technique to complement his attack. The vast demon chi turned into 9 ferocious and terrifying hybrid demons that pounced on Qin Yu. The 9 ferocious and terrifying hybrid demons seemed to have intelligence as they pounced on him from all directions. The ferocious aura they emitted was also extremely terrifying, enough to severely injure an ordinary peak Emperor Realm Master. Roar! Just as the 9 hybrid demons were about to attack Qin Yu, a dragon roar sounded. A heaven-shaking dragon roar appeared, carrying with it a terrifying, bloodthirsty killing intent. An intense bloody light flashed through the air, followed by a deafening explosion. The 9 exotic beasts that were attacking Qin Yu were directly sent flying. In the void, a ferocious blood dragon that was hundreds of feet long and covered in thorns appeared. It was the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon controlled by the dragon soul. This time, Qin Yu was confident in dealing with 2 top sovereigns. That was because the injuries of the bloodthirsty killing heavenly dragon had already recovered. Qin Yu now had the strength of a peak Emperor Realm Master. Bloodthirsty sky dragon. When the black-clothed burly man who used the ancient demon clan's secret technique saw the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon appear, he could not help but be shocked. What's going on? Isn't bloodthirsty sky dragon the subordinate of the dragon emperor of the dragon clan? The handsome man in white was also shocked when he saw bloodthirsty sky dragon. After the ancient god relic, they returned to the extraterritorial region to investigate the dragon clan in the extraterritorial region. Although they did not find out Aodi's identity, they had a detailed understanding of the many dragon clans in the extraterritorial region. Dragon Emperor Aoba's right-hand man, bloodthirsty heavenly dragon. They naturally knew about him. Is this kid a pawn that the dragon emperor placed in the extraterritorial region? The 2 ancient demon clan members both had the same thought. If that was not the case, why would bloodthirsty heavenly dragon listen to Qin Yu's orders? Roar! A dragon roar filled with bloodthirsty killing intent resounded. Under the control of the dragon soul, bloodthirsty heavenly dragon used bloodthirsty hell and rushed out like a bloody flood. Its target was the black-clothed burly man. Swoosh! Qin Yu did not stop at all. His figure flashed across the sky, holding his sword as he attacked the handsome man in white. The 5 gods' heaven subduing formation moved along with the ancient space-time killing formation. Vast dragon chi and ancient divine power boiled around Qin Yu, wreaking havoc in the world. Just in time. The handsome man in white saw that Qin Yu was facing him alone, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The ancient halberd in his hand trembled, and deep demonic runes surrounded it. Then the handsome man in white, with a monstrous demonic aura, faced Qin Yu head-on. Qin Yu's amplification methods had indeed shocked him. But no matter how many methods he had, Qin Yu's cultivation was only at the 2nd grade Emperor realm. This was an extremely fatal weakness for Qin Yu. Rumble! The 2 met in an instant, and there was no superfluous display. The bloody sword light and the ancient halberd collided fiercely. The destructive shock waves of Taoist techniques continued to surge violently, like an erupting tsunami. On the other side, the dragon soul was also fighting with the black-clothed burly man. The 2 fought crazily in the void, killing each other. Their battle strength was evenly matched, and it seemed like it was difficult to determine the winner. Demon Seal? At this time, the handsome man in white who blocked Qin Yu's attack. Looking at Qin Yu, who was facing off in close proximity, a sinister sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. The next moment, a cloud of demonic mist condensed behind the handsome man in white. A dazzling demonic light was emitted from the cloud of demonic mist. The demonic light was invisible, and it directly penetrated the Tao technique and ancient divine power, instantly piercing through Qin Yu's body. Qin Yu was shocked. Although he noticed it in time, he was too close and could not avoid the divine light. Then, a scene that shocked Qin Yu even more happened. After the demonic light pierced through his body, it did not cause any injury to him, but it imprisoned the ancient divine power and the azure dragon battle dragon that enhanced his cultivation. Qin Yu's cultivation was restored to the second grade Emperor realm. Although the five gods heaven subduing array and the ancient space-time killing array were not ineffective, this was enough to cause Qin Yu's strength to plummet greatly. The 7 esoteric demons of the ancient demon clan. In Qin Yu's mind, a rumor of the ancient demon clan that he had heard before immediately appeared. It was said that there was a secret technique in the 7 esoteric demons of the ancient demon clan. It was a technique that could seal a person's enhancement techniques and restore their cultivation to its original state. Qin Yu had always thought that this was a rumor in his previous life. He did not expect it to be true. Demon reverse. The handsome man in white immediately seized the opportunity to attack. His long halberd was like a dragon, tearing apart the blood-red sword light of the god slayer and thrusting toward Qin Yu like a bolt of lightning. With a puff, the sound of flesh being pierced was heard, and golden blood poured out into the void. The handsome man in white's long halberd tore through the Tao technique and pierced Qin Yu's left shoulder. An extremely terrifying wave of demonic aura spread out, and Qin Yu's entire left arm exploded. How is this possible? Although Qin Yu's arm was broken, the handsome man in white's face was filled with disbelief. The demon reverse was the most powerful secret technique in the 7 esoteric demons of the ancient demon clan. As long as one was hit by the demonic aura, their entire body would be torn apart. He had once used this technique to kill a top-notch Emperor Realm Master. Qin Yu, who was only a second-grade Emperor Realm Master, had only lost an arm after taking this technique. Qin Yu's physical strength was too terrifying, wasn't it? Chapter 503. 5 Gods Imprisoning the Heavens. Although his left arm was destroyed, Qin Yu's eyes were cold and unmoved. Almost at the same time, the 5 gods subduing the heavens formation changed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 5 gods curse formation turned into 5 ancient curse light beams. The handsome man in white, who had destroyed Qin Yu's left arm, was about to retreat when he was surrounded by the cursed light beams. Even though he was trapped by the divine curse light beam, he felt his hair stand on end. Slash. At the same time, white light spots appeared around Qin Yu as he moved his right hand. The god slayer was like a blood-red sword ray as it slashed towards the handsome man in white. Sky demon slaughter. The handsome man in white was trapped by the curse light beams. However, he knew that he couldn't break free, so he used the secret skill of destruction again. Whoosh! From the ancient halberd, a roar that seemed to have come from the primordial times appeared. In the next moment, a primordial sky demon appeared at the tip of the halberd. That immemorial, heavenly devil turned into a devil seal, carrying a monstrous devil might. It shot toward Qin Yu like a meteor. Although he felt that the sword-like Qin Yu used was dangerous, he was confident. However, the handsome man in white was very confident in his abilities. Qin Yu's body and soul will definitely be destroyed by his attack first. On the other hand, he was trapped by the 5 gods subduing the heavens formation. However, with the secret skill of the ancient demon clan, he would only be seriously injured if he took Qin Yu's attack. Immortal Stone Emperor Seal, Primordial Sky Rock, Skeleton Ghost King. Qin Yu's eyes were cold. He had no intention of dodging and continued to attack with all his strength. However, the three emperors' divine light shone brightly on his body, and the primordial divine power surged. In an instant, the immortal stone emperor's seal and the primordial sky rock spirit appeared. At the same time, the skeleton ghost king, who had condensed a body of flesh and blood, also appeared. The three of them formed a double shield around Chinyu. Rumble, the blood-red sword light, and the ancient demonic seal attacked the two of them. Violent explosions rang out as destructive shock waves spread out in the void, causing the sky to tremble violently. Countless pitch-black spatial cracks immediately appeared in the already chaotic ghost domain. Even the dragon soul and the black-clothed muscular man, who were fighting in the distance, could not help but look over. Pucci, in that terrifying shock wave, there was a faint sound of flesh being torn apart. The 3 layers of defense in front of Qin Yu were directly penetrated by the mysterious devil seal. A huge bloody hole appeared in Qin Yu's abdomen. If Qin Yu had not used the space-time ancient slaughtering formation to affect the void, he would not have been able to escape. If that was the case, he would not have been attacked in the abdomen, but in the head. The demon race's secret technique used by the handsome man in white was also unable to defend against Qin Yu's blood-red sword light. Qin Yu's blood-red sword radiance was imbued with unparalleled destructive sword power. It directly shattered his defense. The handsome man in white also used a secret technique to divert his attack. However, under the confinement of the 5 gods' heaven-subduing formation, his ability to divert his attack was very limited, causing his heart to be directly annihilated by the blood-red sword radiance. He can actually exert such terrifying power. Could it be that he can completely control the god-slaying sword? Although the handsome man in white's heart was annihilated, his vitality was extremely strong, so he did not die. He lowered his head and looked at his annihilated heart, a look of horror appearing in his eyes. He had already used a secret technique to restore Qin Yu's cultivation to the 2nd grade Emperor realm. Even so, his defense was still instantly broken by Qin Yu, and his heart was crushed. If Qin Yu was in his previous state of enhancement, he would probably be completely dead by now. Humph, overestimating yourself. In the distant void, the black-clothed, muscular man, seeing the injuries of the handsome man in white and Qin Yu, a ferocious look appeared on his face. The outcome has been decided. Little did he know that the dragon soul, who was controlling the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon, had a cold smile on its young face. It ends here. The white-robed handsome man's eyes were filled with shock and lingering fear. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, without the slightest hesitation, he immediately activated his next move. Qin Yu's abdomen, which had been pierced by the mysterious demon seal, was filled with demon qi. It madly surged into Qin Yu's body, constantly destroying Qin Yu's flesh and blood. That terrifying power far surpassed the inverse demon style from before. Even with the strength of the dragon god tyrant body, it was difficult to resist. Seeing this, the handsome man in white couldn't help but reveal a sneer on his face. The heavenly demon slaughter contained the inextinguishable killing intent of the immemorial heavenly demon. Once hit by the heavenly demon slaughter, it was basically certain death. It's indeed time to end this. Qin Yu looked at his abdomen, which was getting more and more injured, and suddenly changed his hands. Immediately, he saw the handsome man in white's heart. Specks of white light silently appeared and spread in all directions. How could the handsome man in white, who had a cold smile on his face, suddenly froze? He lowered his head again and looked at his heart. As the white light spread, his flesh and blood disappeared inch by inch. It was completely unstoppable. Qin Yu's eyes were cold and indifferent, without the slightest fluctuation. The immortal sacrifice forbidden technique was his biggest trump card, other than the god punishment formation. The handsome man in white thought that he could resist it with the demon race's secret technique. But he did not know that the moment he was attacked, he was already in a situation where he would undoubtedly die. Under normal circumstances, he might still be able to release his emperor soul. But in this situation, he could only wait for death. On the other hand, Qin Yu's heavenly demon-killing intent, which was wreaking havoc in his body, was completely suppressed by the immortal suppression technique. It was completely suppressed by the painting of divine extermination. Even its killing intent was absorbed by the god-slaying formation. A vast dragon, Qi, surged out of the dragon god ancient seal, and countless wisps of blood-colored mist gathered in the void. Immediately, Qin Yu's pierced abdomen and destroyed left arm were rapidly healing and regenerating at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was the Dragon Qi's secret technique, flesh rebirth, and the bloodthirsty killing hell of the heavenly dragon. Damn it! The burly man in black, who originally had a ferocious expression, was stunned for a moment before he immediately reacted. He roared at the sky, and the demon spell on his body exploded. His body crazily expanded to a size of 5 feet. Like an ancient giant, his demonic might shook the sky. "I've been waiting for you." Seeing the burly man in black pouncing over, Qin Yu's lips curled into a sneer. Space-time divine ability. The dragon soul inside the bloodthirsty killing heavenly dragon sneered even more. Space-splitting chaotic flow kill. As the dragon's soul formed a seal and shouted, a vast space-time power that could be clearly sensed erupted. In this void that had countless pitch-black cracks, a violent space-time turbulence appeared like a wave, like hundreds of millions of blades, with the burly man in black as the center. It gathered with a loud bang. In an instant, it turned into an incomparably terrifying space-time turbulence vortex. The scale of this chaotic void power far exceeded that of the chaotic power in the ancient god ruins. This situation was naturally deliberately caused by Qin Yu and the dragon soul. The more chaotic and terrifying the space-time power was, the stronger the power that the dragon soul could borrow. Therefore, when they were dealing with the two ancient demons, they had already prepared for this scene. Chapter 504. 5 gods killing the heavens. At this moment, Qin Yu attacked with lightning speed. A destructive killing intent soared into the sky and merged with the 5 gods' heaven subduing formation. Immediately, the 5 gods' heaven subduing formation blasted into the chaotic space vortex with the destructive power of the formation. Rumble, accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion. A huge pitch-black hole appeared in the void. The muscular man in black, who seemed to have transformed into an ancient giant, had disappeared without a trace. The handsome man in white, who was attacked by the immortal sacrifice forbidden technique, also disappeared along with the white light. His body was completely shattered, and his soul scattered. At the beginning of the battle, Qin Yu had wanted to capture the 2 ancient demons alive. He wanted to see if he could obtain the specific plans of the ancient demons and the extraterritorial demons. After all, the 2 of them had a high status in the extraterritorial demon race. However, the methods of these 2 ancient devil clans had caused Qin Yu to give up on this idea. In this battle, not only had he lost an arm, but his abdomen had also been pierced. Since the battle at the Water Immortal Sacred Land in the Heavenly Dragon Continent, Qin Yu had suffered such a serious injury. The ancient demons were indeed a race that had once tried to dominate the entire heavenly domain. Even Qin Yu was a bit apprehensive of the secret techniques that they had grasped. If they were just ordinary peak sovereigns at their peak, Qin Yu would definitely not have suffered such a serious injury in such a situation where he had the upper hand and the geographical advantage. Therefore, even though Qin Yu knew that this was an excellent opportunity to capture the ancient demons, he still chose to do it. but he still decided to kill them. At this time, it was better to act cautiously to avoid any more accidents. Let's go. He sensed several auras quietly approaching. Without hesitation, Qin Yu immediately put away the dragon's soul and quickly flew out of this area filled with countless cracks. Half a day later, Qin Yu hid somewhere in the void ghost prison and was recovering from his injuries. Although his left arm and abdomen had been regenerated with a secret technique, his internal injuries had not recovered so quickly. Qin Yu was currently purifying the demonic energy in his body. This was also one of the reasons why Qin Yu hadn't tried to capture the two ancient demons alive. After another 4 hours, the demon qi in Qin Yu's body was completely purified, and he returned to his peak condition. Qin Yu rose to his feet, broke through the void, and entered the depths of the void ghost realm. 14 hours later, Qin Yu finally arrived at the ghost clan's ancestral land, the ghost underworld. The underworld ghost land was a huge continent, but it was not an ordinary continent. It was unknown what had happened to this continent, but it had already become fragmented. Countless pieces of broken land floated in the gloomy, oppressive void of heaven and earth, which was filled with a strong, eerie, ghostly aura. Some of the broken pieces of land were only a few 100 feet wide, while others were hundreds of miles wide. On the larger pieces of land, there were also some collapsed buildings. If one were to look into the distance, one could vaguely make out the silhouettes of people in some of the buildings on the ground. Buzz, buzz, buzz. After looking around, Qin Yu took out the underworld stone left behind by Fairy Shualan. The underworld stone, which had not fluctuated in the slightest all this time, seemed to be affected by the demonic energy of the underworld ghost land. It started to tremble slightly, and mysterious ancient ghost runes started to appear around it. A terrifying demonic energy was emitted from the underworld stone. Qin Yu could clearly feel that somewhere in the west of the underworld ghost land, there was a strong fluctuation which was faintly resonating with the underworld stone in his hand. Just as Qin Yu was about to move, his expression suddenly changed. Someone is approaching, with killing intent. In the divine dragon ancient seal, the dragon's soul also instantly sensed it and directly escaped into the body of the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon. Xiao, xiao, xiao. With the sound of breaking through the air, more than a dozen figures broke through the void at an extremely fast speed. Those people were all Emperor Realm Masters, but they appeared from all directions. Obviously, these emperors were not all in the same group, but their target was clearly Qin Yu. Are they here for this underworld stone? Qin Yu swept his gaze over the Emperor Realm Masters who had gathered. He noticed that these emperors were all staring at the underworld stone in his hand with fiery eyes. There was a strong greed in their fiery eyes. Is there anything special about this underworld stone? The dragon soul also noticed this scene and could not help but ask Qin Yu, although it is a little different from ordinary underworld stones, I can't see anything strange about it. Although Qin Yu had been to the underworld ghost land in his previous life, but he only knew that the underworld stone was a rare spirit material. However, the situation in front of him was enough to explain it. The underworld stone in his hand was definitely strange, and it was even strange that everyone knew. It seemed that in the thousands of years since his death, the Heaven Domain cultivator's exploration of the underworld ghost land had reached a very deep level. It really is the Ghost King Stone. A mere second-grade Emperor Realm Master actually dares to sacrifice the Ghost King Stone so openly? I'm afraid this person has a great background. This is the underworld ghost land. Even if he has some status, it's useless here. Those Emperor Realm Masters who knew each other were chatting with each other. The weakest among them was a 4th-grade Emperor Realm Master. Naturally, they were not afraid of Qin Yu, a mere second-grade Emperor Realm Master. What they were really worried about were the other Emperor Realm Masters around them. Therefore, no one wanted to make the first move in case they were ambushed. If you still appear in my sight within 10 breaths, prepare to die. When those Emperor Realm Masters were worried about each other and did not make a move, Qin Yu spoke first. Among these dozen or so Emperor Realm Masters, the strongest was only a 6th-grade Emperor Realm Master. For the current Qin Yu, they were no threat at all. Qin Yu's words made the expressions of the dozen or so sovereigns turn strange. They had used a secret technique to detect Qin Yu's cultivation, and Qin Yu was indeed only a 2nd-grade Emperor Realm Master. A 2nd-grade Emperor Realm Master dared to threaten them in the face of so many Emperor Realm Masters whose cultivation was far higher than his? Humph, a reckless guy. Let me, heaven-battling Emperor Realm Master, send you on your way. A cold voice sounded. An extremely tyrannical, baleful aura, covering the sky and covering the earth, rushed toward Qin Yu. A fierce-looking man with hazy eyes appeared. It's the Union Master of Heaven-Battling Union. The fierce-looking man seemed to be quite famous in the Emperor Realm. When the surrounding dozen or so Emperor Realm Masters saw him, their expressions changed. Heaven-battling Emperor Realm Master? Qin Yu looked at the fierce-looking man calmly. Even in the Emperor Realm, not all Emperor Realm Masters were qualified to be Emperor Realm Masters. At the very least, one needed to have a top-notch cultivation and be qualified to be granted a title. If one wanted to reach the Central Continent Emperor Realm with an Emperor Realm Master title, one needed to be a Saint Emperor Realm Master. Of course, if one's battle record was amazing enough, one could also enter the Emperor list in advance. In Qin Yu's previous life, he and Xing Luo had entered the Emperor list when they were only top-notch emperors. Although the fierce-looking man in front of him had a resounding Emperor Realm Master title, his cultivation was only at the peak of the 6th grade. With such a cultivation, he dared to give himself an Emperor Realm Master title. He was simply overestimating himself. Chapter 5:05. Die. Seeing the contempt in Qin Yu's eyes, the ferocious man's eyes darkened. He punched out in the air. A several dozen zhonglong fist of light condensed. With a terrifying, oppressive sound, it pressed down on Qin Yu. Azure Dragon battles the heavens. Heaven-swallowing dragon seal. Rolling dragon chi surged. Qin Yu did not waste any time and directly struck out with his palm. 100-meter-long ferocious dragon seal appeared, like the birth of a ferocious dragon. The ferocious man who called himself the Heaven-Fighting Emperor Senior did not react. He was swallowed by the heaven-swallowing dragon seal along with his fist aura. How is this possible? Oh no, even if this person is not a top Emperor Master, he is definitely a high-level Emperor Master. The surrounding Emperor Realm Masters came back to their senses after a moment of extreme shock. To suppress a peak 6th grade Emperor Master with one move, he must be at least a high-level Emperor Master. Just as the venerable sovereigns were about to flee, a pitch-black light filled the sky. It was the 9 Serenities Purgatory. Swish. At this moment, the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon and the skeleton ghost king appeared and rushed into the purgatory space. Thus, a massacre began. With the cultivation of the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon and the skeleton ghost king, they could completely suppress them in the 9 Serenities Purgatory. Qin Yu did not join the battle. He took out the emperor's soul of the ferocious man, suppressed in the heaven-swallowing dragon seal. After soul-searching and soul-refining, Qin Yu soon learned why these people were eyeing the dark stone in his hand. Hundreds of years ago, an extremely rare divine stone appeared in the dark ghost land. It was called the Ghost King Stone. It was rumored that the Ghost King Stone was refined by the former Ghost King using the Ghost Clan's secret technique. The Ghost King Stone was no different from other dark stones in terms of use. However, the Ghost King Stone was discovered to be able to communicate with the Ghost Clan's sealed lands. In other words, it could enter the sealed lands left behind by the Ghost Clan. Moreover, there were real cultivators who entered the sealed lands of the Ghost Clan and obtained heaven-defying opportunities. When this news spread, it set off a craze for the Ghost King Stone. Countless cultivators flocked to the Ghost King Stone. This phenomenon lasted for over 100 years before it gradually faded away. This was because the Ghost King Stone was too rare and its appearance was irregular. Sometimes, a Ghost King Stone would not appear for decades. Therefore, when the fluctuations from the Ghost King Stone in Qin Yu's hand spread out, the surrounding Emperor Realm Masters immediately gathered. The Ghost Clan's secret realm? Could it be that Fairy Shuolan is really related to the Ghost Clan? Qin Yu devoured the sovereign spirit of the fiendish man, and his eyes flickered slightly. Fairy Shuolan's origins had always been a mystery. This time, he might be able to unveil Fairy Shuolan's mysterious veil. Of course, to Qin Yu, the most important thing was to find out where Fairy Shuolan was and whether she was all right. Soon, the battle between the Dragon Soul and the Skeleton Ghost King ended. The Dragon Soul controlled the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon to return to the ancient Dragon God Seal. The Skeleton Ghost King was madly devouring the vitality of the Emperor Realm Masters. During the battle with the two ancient demons, the Skeleton Ghost King had suffered heavy injuries and was taking the opportunity to recover. After the Skeleton Ghost King finished devouring the vitality, Qin Yu put away the Sumeru rings of the Emperor Realm Masters and quickly flew towards the west of the Ghost Clan land. The deeper he went into the Ghost King land, the stronger the fluctuations from the Ghost King Stone became. Half a day later, Qin Yu appeared on a piece of broken land that was only a few dozen meters wide. On that piece of land, there was an ancient ghost rune altar that had already collapsed. The strong fluctuations that resonated with the Ghost King Stone came from this Ghost King altar. Xiao, arriving in front of the ghost rune altar, the Ghost King Stone immediately floated up and merged with the ghost rune altar. Wong Wong. Immediately, the ghost rune altar trembled slightly, and an extremely ancient and mysterious aura spread out. This aura was so ancient that it seemed to be much older than the ancient era. This is in the ancient Dragon God Seal. The Dragon Soul's eyes suddenly flashed. Fairy Shuolan's Tao fluctuations. Qin Yu's gaze focused as he stared at the ancient altar. The ghost rune altar emitted an ancient aura that contained Fairy Shuolan's Tao fluctuations. However, compared to his previous life, Fairy Shuolan's Tao seemed to have clearly changed. It seemed to have undergone some kind of transformation, or as if some kind of seal had been removed. It was no longer the pure power of Tao, as if it had jumped out of the framework of Tao. Had she already crossed the 9th stage of the martial Tao? Shua. Just as Qin Yu was thinking, a strong suction force came from the ghost rune altar. Qin Yu had just reacted when he was sucked into the ghost rune altar. The moment Qin Yu entered the ghost rune altar, he seemed to have entered a transmission channel. Countless white beams of light flew past him, but it was different from an ordinary transmission. Qin Yu was able to clearly sense that the current him was merely a strand of soul. And this kind of transmission didn't seem like a transmission between realms, but more like traveling through space. In this transmission, where he couldn't feel the passage of time, he didn't know how long had passed. Qin Yu felt that the world in front of him had suddenly become bright and dazzling. When he opened his eyes again, a strange world appeared in front of him. At a glance, it was a world of ice and snow. Snowstorms howled in the void, destroying the heavens and the earth. What a terrifying pressure! The moment he arrived in this strange world, Qin Yu felt a pressure that made it difficult for him to breathe. That pressure was like the power of heaven and earth pressing down on him, making him unable to bear it. Although he was now just a wisp of soul, Qin Yu had a feeling. Even if his main body came, he definitely wouldn't be able to bear this pressure. This was definitely not a pressure that could be found in the heaven domain. This aura. But at this moment, Qin Yu seemed to have sensed something and suddenly lowered his head. He saw countless ice castles formed from ice and snow floating in the void. Although there were a lot of castles of ice and snow, Qin Yu's gaze was suddenly focused on a figure outside of those castles of ice and snow. Fairy Shualan, Qin Yu was stunned. It was a woman in snow-white clothes with an ancient sword on her back. Although she had changed a lot from her previous life, when she was dressed in purple all year round, but Qin Yu still recognized her in an instant. That white-clothed woman was Fairy Shualan. At this moment, as if she had sensed something, the white-clothed woman slowly raised her head. An exquisite and beautiful face that he had missed countless times appeared in front of Qin Yu's eyes. When the white-clothed Fairy Shualan saw Qin Yu's soul appear, her body suddenly froze. In those cold eyes that were originally filled with killing intent, a glint that Qin Yu was familiar with appeared. It was as clear as a gem. Can I already go to the ghost, underworld land? Although she was able to sense Qin Yu's soul, Fairy Shualan knew that Qin Yu's soul was in a different place. Qin Yu hadn't come to this world. Now, they were looking at each other across endless time and space. Boom. Suddenly, a shocking explosion sounded, and an incomparably terrifying pressure came like a tsunami. Before Qin Yu could react, that strand of soul was directly crushed to pieces. Chapter 5:06. Seeing Qin Yu's soul disappear, Fairy Shualan was startled. Then her eyes, which had become clear like gemstones, became cold and indifferent. There was no fluctuation, only endless murderous intent. At this moment, the floating ice castles were filled with countless ice and snow runes. They were like awakened, world-destroying beasts, exuding an incomparably terrifying aura. That might was so frightening that it caused the entire area to violently tremble. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Figures in blood-red robes flew through the air from those ice castles. Evil creature, you dare to come back? When they saw that the intruder was Fairy Shualan, they all had different expressions on their faces. The white-haired man in the lead had a strong, murderous intent in his eyes. My mother's corpse is not in the ancestral land. Where did you bury her? Fairy Shualan's voice was as cold as ice. Buried? Do you think that bitch can be safely buried in the ancestral land after helping you escape? If you want to find her, go to the Ghost Demon Burial Ridge. If you're lucky, you might find some broken limbs. The white-haired man's voice was cold. Ghost Demon Burial Ridge? Shualan's hands suddenly clenched into fists. You deserve to die. Everyone behind you deserves to die. Shualan's eyes were filled with murderous intent as she stared at the white-haired man. Evil creature, it seems that you found out a lot. Since that's the case, I can't let you go. The white-haired man's expression became ferocious when he heard this. With a wave of his hand, a 10,000-mile blizzard appeared in the void. It swept through and destroyed everything. In an instant, Shualan was engulfed by the destructive blizzard. Whoosh! However, a dazzling cold light flashed through the void. The destructive snowstorm that had engulfed thousands of miles was directly severed by the sword. Holding the ancient sword in her hand, Fairy Shualan stepped out of the snowstorm in the air. Step by step, she walked toward the white-haired man and the others. How? The white-haired man's eyelids twitched in disbelief. His attack was actually cut in half by a sword. The other Shue clan martial artists were also shocked. Shualan, who had escaped because she had been chosen as a sacrifice, had actually undergone such a drastic change in her strength. What had she been through all these years? Let's go together and capture her. The white-haired man came back to his senses, and his expression became even more ferocious. As soon as he gave the order, the members of the Snow Clan immediately charged forward. Not only that, but several long and drawn-out drum beats spread throughout all the snow castles. Countless figures with terrifying auras soared into the sky and gathered there. Chi, Chi. Fairy Shualan held a long sword in her hand as she soared through the air. All of the incoming attacks were destroyed with a single strike of her sword. All of the attacking martial artists were also killed with a single slash. Wherever Fairy Shualan passed, all the martial artists who stood in her way were instantly killed by her sword. No one could stop her. The pungent smell of blood permeated this world that was ravaged by wind and snow. The white-haired man looked at Fairy Shualan, who was like a god of death. He was completely frozen in the air, and his eyes were completely blank, blizzard style, as more and more Shue clan martial artists came from all directions, and they were all attacking from afar. Fairy Shualan's attack changed. She slashed with her ancient sword, and a snowstorm of sword light wreaked havoc in a radius of 10,000 miles. When the snowstorm of sword light dissipated, the Shue clan martial artists that had gathered were all smashed to pieces. One strike had killed over 10,000 Shue clan martial artists. Ancestor, please show yourself. The white-haired man, who had been retreating, was also affected. He spat out blood and flew back with heavy injuries. When he saw Fairy Shualan walk closer and closer to him, his face turned pale. Cold sweat broke out on his pale face as he immediately shouted. The other Shue clan martial artists immediately used their strongest trump card, a 1,000-foot-tall giant that looked like it was formed by wind and snow descended with a terrifying aura that could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Inverse immortal style. Fairy Shualan didn't dodge at all. She faced it head-on. An earth-shattering battle erupted, and countless snow castles were destroyed. The battle lasted for a full day and night before it finally came to an end. On this day, the abandoned daughter of the Shue clan returned alone. She slaughtered her way into the Shue clan with a sword, and blood dyed the sky red. Since then, the Shue clan had changed hands. The abandoned daughter of the Shue clan became the empress, and she unified the entire Shue region. Those who didn't surrender were killed. Xian region, underworld ghost land. The moment his soul was annihilated by the pressure, Qin Yu's main body suddenly woke up. When he opened his eyes, he found himself on top of the ghost-strewn altar. However, the land they were in wasn't that broken land. Instead, he was in a barren land filled with dense ghost qi. In the void, there was a creepy wailing sound that sounded like the wailing of a ghost. Needless to say, this place filled with ghost qi should be the legendary ghost clan mystic realm. However, Qin Yu's mind wasn't on this mystic realm at all. His mind was filled with Fairy Shualan's appearance. What happened? Qin Yu and Fairy Shualan hadn't seen each other for thousands of years. Back then, in the Tianlong continent, he had only seen the afterimage left behind by Fairy Shualan. Compared to 1,000 years ago, Fairy Shualan's entire person had changed. The most obvious change was naturally her bone-chilling eyes and her extremely murderous aura. The coldness in her eyes made Qin Yu's heart tremble. When Fairy Shualan left the Xian region, she must have encountered some serious changes. Otherwise, she wouldn't have changed so much. And thinking of the scene of Fairy Shualan standing alone in front of the ice castle, Qin Yu couldn't help but worry. That ice world, what kind of place is it? In the Dragon God Ancient Seal, the dragon's soul asked in confusion after seeing Qin Yu's memories. Qin Yu's current cultivation was indeed far from his peak, but the Emperor's soul had indeed recovered. Even though this was the case, Qin Yu's Emperor's soul was still directly annihilated by that oppressive might. In the Xian region, the dragon soul couldn't think of any place that could have such a terrifying pressure. That is not the Xian region. Qin, you was very sure of this. The pressure of that ice world was definitely not the power of the Xian region's Tao. Immortal-seeking ancient road. Actually, the dragon soul also knew that that ice world was most likely not the Xian region. The most likely place was naturally the immortal-seeking ancient road. Qin Yu hadn't set foot on the immortal-seeking ancient road in his previous life. There were all kinds of rumors about the immortal-seeking ancient road. As for the specific situation, they were completely unaware. The only person Qin Yu was familiar with was his big senior brother, Lin Chongqing, who had set foot on the immortal-seeking ancient road. But he had only set foot on the immortal-seeking ancient road before returning with serious injuries. Now, his big senior brother should still be recovering his cultivation in the ancient imperial palace. There was another person who might know about the immortal-seeking ancient road, and that was buried Heaven Sword Immortal. However, Qin Yu and buried Heaven Sword Immortal didn't have much interaction, so their relationship couldn't be considered that close. Qin Yu also couldn't expose his identity and ask buried Heaven Sword Immortal for information about the immortal-seeking ancient road. Oh, right. Qin Yu, who was originally deep in thought, suddenly thought of the Ghost Kingstone. Since Fairy Shualan had left the Ghost Kingstone behind and asked him to come to the Ghost Underworld, perhaps there would be some clues left behind.